13 Days to Fall in Love. Sometimes Christmas gives you exactly what you weren't looking for. By Jasmine Taylor. Copyright 2025 Jasmine Taylor. All rights reserved. Prologue. Snow drifted gently over Rose Hill Street, soft enough to blur the edges of the world and make Boston look like a postcard. The row of brownstones stood quiet and dignified beneath the falling white, their windows glowing with warm light as late afternoon slipped toward evening. Somewhere down the block, a Christmas choir rehearsed, their harmonies weaving to the cold like a promise. Julia Carter stood at her living room window, sketchbook in hand, her breath fogging the glass as she watched the first flakes settle on the brick steps outside. She loved this moment. The beginning of December, the hush before the bustle, the feeling that the season was inhaling before shining at full strength. She drew to steady her thoughts, a small dog in a Santa hat, then a scarf, then a pair of ridiculous boots that made her smile. Behind her, Milo barked at absolutely nothing, or everything. Milo had never been great at identifying the difference. "It's Christmas, Milo," Julia murmured without turning. "Try to be magical just once." He barked louder, tail wagging, claws clicking on the hardwood floor. Julia flipped the page and began sketching a line of fairy lights, but her hands were restless. Drawing usually calmed her. Tonight, it only made her thoughts scatter more. The holidays always stirred something inside her, hope mixed with quiet, aching loneliness she could never quite explain. Each year she promised herself she wouldn't feel it. Each year she felt it anyway. Above her, a muffled thump echoed from the ceiling. A chair moved, or a box dropped. Julia didn't look up. She didn't need to. There was only one person who lived in the apartment above hers, Mark Reynolds. Her favorite source of irritation, passive-aggressive notes, and bafflingly controlled energy. Julia sighed. The Ice King is awake. Another thump, then absolute, perfectly Mark-like silence. He was everything she wasn't, neat, composed, allergic to chaos. If Milo barked for longer than 5 seconds, she could expect a politely worded note slipped under her door about quiet hours. If she left even one speck of glitter on the stairs after a midnight crap binge, he noticed. If one of her balcony plants leaned too far toward his window, he rang her bell and reminded her of building regulations. And now, apparently, he had decided to rearrange his furniture, or his life. Hard to tell with Mark. Julia snapped the sketchbook shut and moved away from the window. Outside, snow kept falling, layering the street with softness she didn't quite feel inside her chest. Something was shifting, little, quiet, unfamiliar, a sense that this year wouldn't be like the others. Just then, a familiar voice echoed up the building stairwell. "Julia, sweetheart, would you come downstairs a moment? We have an announcement." Mrs. Adele Parker, warm, dramatic, and always up to something. Julia took a breath, grabbed Milo, and opened her apartment door. The hallway already smelled like pine and cinnamon, decorations taped to the walls by overexcited neighbors. As she stepped onto the stairs, she heard chatter rising from the lobby, happy, anticipatory, tinged with mystery. She didn't know it yet. Not really. But in less than 5 minutes, someone was about to pull her name from a glass bowl filled with folded slips of paper. And that single moment, that tiny draw, would change everything about her December. The beginning of chaos. The beginning of magic. The beginning of 13 days that would change her life forever. Chapter 1. The Draw. By the time Julia reached the bottom of the stairs, the lobby of the Rose Hill brownstone looked like someone had tried to fit all 12 days of Christmas into one small space, and then added a few more for good measure. Garlands wrapped around the banister and up the columns, thick and green and dotted with tiny warm white lights. Red bows hung in neat intervals on the walls, and someone had taped glittery snowflakes to mailboxes, which would definitely leave a mess and absolutely make Mark's eye twitch when he saw them. At the far end of the lobby, a folding table had been draped in a red velvet cloth that pooled onto the floor. On top of it stood a small artificial tree, blinking in slightly aggressive multicolor, as if it was still arguing with itself about which festive mood to commit to. Beside the tree sat a large glass bowl packed full of folded slips of paper, each one identical, each one containing a name. The bowl, more than anything else, made Julia nervous. "Wow," she murmured under her breath, adjusting her grip on Milo as he wriggled excitedly in her arms. "This is the lot." The lobby hummed with voices. The residents of the building, at least most of them, had gathered in small clusters. Mrs. Lang from the second floor chatted with a young couple from 1B, the ones who always smelled like coffee and paint. Mr. Henderson, a retired music teacher, stood near the door, already wearing a knit scarf with musical notes on it, as if December activated some sort of festive uniform. In the far corner, the single mom from 3A knelt to zip up her twin boys' jackets as they bounced on their toes, clearly more interested in Milo than anything that might involve slips of paper and rules. "Milo," one of the twins squealed. "Hi, Milo." Milo yipped a greeting, tail wagging so hard his whole body became an exclamation mark. Julia gave him a warning look. "Remember," she whispered into one floppy ear, "this is a community event, which means we're all pretending to be civilized." "Julia, you made it." She turned to see Sarah weaving through the small crowd, one hand wrapped around a paper cup from the corner coffee shop, the other lifting in a wave. Sarah's cheeks were pink from the cold, her dark hair tucked into a beanie with a pom-pom that refused to stay in one place. "I was summoned," Julia said, "by full name call from Adele. I thought I was in trouble." She glanced at the bowl. "I see now that I might be—" Sarah laughed and looped her free arm through Julia's. "You are not in trouble. You are about to be blessed." "With what exactly?" "Community," Sarah said dramatically. "Connection. Holiday spirit. Possibly a hot neighbor." Julia snorted. "The only eligible neighbor in this building hates my dog and my balcony plants. This feels like a setup." "If it is," Sarah said, sipping her latte, "I fully support it." Before Julia could respond, a hand brushed her arm gently, and she turned to find Mrs. Adele Parker at her side, wearing a red cardigan, a string of pearls, and an expression of unabashed delight. Her gray hair was pulled back into a neat bun, and a pair of tiny snowman earrings swung from her ears whenever she moved. "There's my girl," Adele said, patting Julia's arm. "You look lovely, dear. Festive enough for an important morning." Julia looked down at herself. She was wearing jeans, a soft oversized sweater with little embroidered stars along the sleeves, and socks that didn't match beneath her boots. Her hair was gathered into a messy bun that had not been intended as a fashion choice so much as, "I'm late and my hair is in the way." "I didn't realize there was a dress code," she said. "I would have worn something with more reindeer." "There's always a dress code," Adele replied cheerfully. "It's called effort." Sarah made a choking sound into her cup to hide a laugh. "So," Julia said, shifting Milo to her other arm, "do we get to know what exactly is happening before we participate, or is it one of those sign first, read later situations?" Adele's eyes sparkled. "You'll love it." "That's not technically an answer." "It's Christmas," Adele said. "Do you always ask so many questions when you get a present?" "Yes," Julia and Sarah said at the same time. Adele sighed in exaggerated despair. Young people, no sense of mystery. She straightened and raised her voice. "All right, everyone, if we could gather around the table. We'll begin in just a moment. We're only missing one person." Julia didn't need to ask who that was. As if on cue, the sound of the upstairs door opening drifted down the stairwell. Feet on the steps. A pause. Then more footsteps, measured, almost reluctant. Conversations dipped and quieted as heads turned toward the staircase. Mark Reynolds descended like every step was an obligation. His dark wool coat was buttoned all the way up, his scarf knotted perfectly at his throat. His brown hair was neatly combed, his jaw clean-shaven, his expression hovering somewhere between polite curiosity and the deep suspicion of a man who suspected a trap but couldn't find proof yet. He saw the decorations first, then the bowl, then Adele. Julia watched his eyes narrow almost imperceptibly. Finally, his gaze landed on her. For a second, they simply stared at each other across the lobby. Mark by the stairs, Julia near the table, Milo in her arms like a furry punctuation mark. Mark's gaze dropped to the dog and tightened almost imperceptibly. Milo let out a half bark, half hiccup of joy. "Good morning," Mark said, his tone courteous but cool. "Morning, neighbor," Julia replied. "Nice of you to come celebrate the holidays with us commoners." "I was informed attendance was expected," he said. "I assumed that meant required." Adele swooped in before Julia could respond. "Nonsense. You love a good surprise." Mark's eyebrows twitched. "I absolutely do not." "Well, you will after the day," Adele said. She guided him toward the table with a gentle but unyielding hand on his elbow. "Now that everyone is here, we can start. Thank you all for coming, my dears." The residents shuffled closer, forming a loose semicircle around the table. Julia found herself at the front, dangerously close to the bowl. Sarah stuck by her side, whispering something about destiny and narrative tension. Mr. Henderson hummed Silent Night, under his breath until his twin neighbors shushed him. Adele placed both hands on the edge of the table, smiling like a ringmaster about to unveil an impossible trick. "As you all know," she began, "I have lived in this building for 32 years. I have seen couples move in and couples move out, babies born, children riding scooters down these halls. People arrive with big dreams and leave with bigger ones." Julia shifted her weight, feeling the familiar warmth of Adele's voice settle over the group like a soft blanket. "But in all that time," Adele continued, "there's one thing I've never quite understood." She pointed a finger lightly at the group. "Why do you pass each other on the stairs as if you're strangers? Why do you live in the same building and never really meet?" "It's Boston," Mr. Henderson called out. "We're supposed to be grumpy." A little ripple of laughter moved through the crowd. "Yes, yes," Adele said with a chuckle. "We're all very busy and very important. But it's Christmas, and I've decided that this year we're going to do something about it." She gestured toward the glass bowl. "Hence, the 13 days of Christmas magic." Julia swallowed. There it was, the phrase Sarah had mentioned. "Is this the part where we sell our souls?" Julia whispered to her. "Relax," Sarah murmured back. "If you end up paired with someone horrible, I'll trade with you. That's not how pairing works." "It is in my version," Adele went on. "Inside this bowl are all of your names. One by one, I'll draw them in pairs. Each pair will be a team. Starting tomorrow, for 13 days, each team will receive one Christmas-themed task to complete together. Something small, something kind, something fun." "What kind of tasks?" asked the mom from 3A, still clutching one of the twins by the hood of his coat as he tried to pet Milo's ear. "Oh, nothing too daunting," Adele said. "Decorating a part of the building, baking cookies for the neighbors, helping someone with groceries, watching a Christmas movie with someone who doesn't want to watch alone." Julia had to admit it didn't sound terrible. It actually sounded nice, wholesome, slightly chaotic. The sort of thing she would love if she weren't deeply concerned Adele was about a pairer, with the only man in the building who color-coded his recycling and wrote emails with proper salutations at 7:30 in the morning. "And what do we get if we refuse?" someone asked from the back. Adele smiled sweetly. "You get to explain that to the twins." She nodded toward the two boys, who immediately fixed the crowd with big, pleading eyes. "And to me, and to this poor little dog who just wants everyone to be happy." Julia looked down at Milo, who wagged his tail in support of ignorance. "Traitor," she whispered. "All right," Adele said briskly. "Shall we begin? I promise, no one will be matched with someone truly intolerable." Her gaze slid briefly to Julia and then to Mark, like a tiny foreshadowing, and Julia's stomach flipped. Adele slipped a hand into the bowl and stirred the slips of paper like she was mixing ingredients in a cake. She pulled one out with a flourish. "The first participant in our 13 days of Christmas magic is..." She squinted at the paper, then smiled. "Julia Carter." A small cheer rose from a few neighbors. Sarah hooped loud enough for everyone. Julia felt heat rise to her cheeks as all eyes turned toward her. "Oh," she said weakly. "Great. Of course. I love being first." "Perfect start," Adele said, pleased. "Now, let's see who'll be spending the next 13 days by her side." Julia held her breath. Milo squirmed, sensing her tension. Sarah's hand tightened on her arm. Adele reached into the bowl again, her fingers digging deep this time, as if she meant to reach the exact center. She fumbled for a moment, smiled as if she'd heard a joke only she could hear, and then pulled out a second slip of paper. The room seemed to lean forward as she unfolded it. Julia's partner will be... Adele paused just long enough to be theatrical. Mark Reynolds. Silence. For half a second, the lobby forgot how to breathe. Then the twins gasped in unison. Sarah stifled a delighted squeal behind her cup, and a low murmur of amusement rustled through the crowd. Julia stared at Adele, then at the paper, then at Mark. "No way," she blurted. "That bowl is rigged. There's no statistical universe where that happens." "On the contrary," Mark said, his voice slightly tight, "that is exactly how random probability works." "You would say that," Julia replied. Adele waved a hand, looking utterly delighted. "Fate has spoken." "Or you have," Julia muttered. Adele pretended not to hear. "Julia, Mark, come closer for a moment, my dears." Julia set Milo down carefully, because her arms suddenly felt like they had forgotten how to hold things. Milo immediately trotted off toward the twins, thrilled with the chance to be adored. Julia stepped closer to the table, feeling the weight of every gaze in the room. She caught a glimpse of Mark out corner of her eye, his expression composed but his jaw tighter than usual. Up close, he smelled faintly of cold air and some subtle aftershave that made her brain short-circuit for exactly 1 second before she sternly told herself to focus. "You look surprised," she said. "It's an unexpected arrangement," Mark answered, which was possibly the most Mark thing he could have said. "Unexpected doesn't mean bad," Adele said brightly. "It simply means we didn't plan it." She handed Julia a small envelope with a green sticker on it, and then pressed an identical envelope into Mark's hand. "This is your first task. Don't open it until you're together and ready to read it aloud." "We have to read it aloud?" Julia asked. "Together?" Mark echoed. Adele nodded. "Of course. It's for both of you. You'll start tomorrow morning. That's day 1 of the 13 days. "I thought this was day 1, Julia said, gesturing around them. "This," Adele said, eyes twinkling, "is the prologue." Sarah laughed. "You've been hanging around Julia too much. You're thinking in story structure now." "I take that as a compliment," Adele replied. Julia stared down at the envelope in her hand. It was light, just a single piece of paper inside, but it seemed to weigh about 1,000 pounds more than it should. The sticker had a tiny snowflake printed on it in silver. Her name and Mark's had been written on the front in Adele's looping handwriting. "This is ridiculous," she said quietly. Mark's voice lowered to match hers. "Agreed. Unfortunately, I am not entirely opposed to ridiculous if it keeps Mrs. Parker from deciding we need something worse. What's worse than being forced into a festive buddy system with your upstairs noise complaint machine?" Mark glanced at her, being the only person in the building who refused to participate. She thought about the twins' faces, about Adele's disappointed sigh, about the way the lobby felt right now, warm and noisy and filled with people who, for once, were here for something other than mail and elevator complaints. She took a breath. "Fine," she said. "We'll do it." Mark looked at her like she'd just signed a very risky contract. "We'll do it," he repeated. Adele clapped once, loudly, and the sound snapped a little hush around them. "Wonderful. That's the spirit. Now, while I draw the next pairs, you two can exchange phone numbers. You'll need to coordinate your schedule. After all..." Julia's brain stuttered. "Our numbers..." "Yes, dear," Adele said. "How else will you decide when to complete your tasks?" She turned to the room at large. "And that goes for all pairs, by the way. This is not the Middle Ages. You can text." Sarah nudged Julia. "Look at you, already getting his number. Christmas miracle." "Stop," Julia hissed, fishing her phone out her back pocket. Her hand felt a little clumsy as she unlocked it and opened a new contact. She lifted her eyes to meet Mark's. "I assume you're not going to pretend you don't own a phone." He pulled his from the inside of his coat, the case plain and dark. "That would be difficult," he said. "My entire livelihood depends on it." He held it up. "We might as well get this over with." They exchanged numbers with the sort of efficiency usually reserved for filing taxes. Mark dictated his digits. Julia repeated them back. Their screens lit up with new contact names. Mark, upstairs. On hers, Julia, downstairs. On his, the labels made them both pause. You can change it, Julia said quickly. I mean, if you want to call me something else. He considered that. For a second, his mouth almost curved. I think downstairs accurately defines your position in my life at the moment. Wow, she said. Romantic. I'm a lawyer, he replied. Accuracy is our love language. Before she could decide whether that was funny or infuriating, Adele drew another pair of names and the lobby shifted focus. The twins were paired with a young couple from 1B, which resulted in high fives and immediate planning of a cookie-baking marathon. Mr. Henderson ended up with Mrs. Lang, who blushed in a way that made Julia suspicious. Sarah was matched with a divorced graphic designer from 2C and shot Julia a grin that promised gossip later. As the bowl grew lighter and the wall of names on Adele's clipboard grew longer, the lobby's energy swelled with it. People leaned toward each other, laughed, rolled their eyes, made promises in advance about not burning things down. Chaos, in the best way. Julia felt a bit like she was watching from underwater. The sound of the room filtered through a little slower, a little muffled. Her awareness kept circling back to the envelope in her hand and the man standing uncomfortably close beside her, as if an invisible barrier precisely 2 feet of air had always kept them apart and now had been quietly abolished. She didn't hate him. That was the weird part. She found him exasperating, sure, picky, rigid, the human equivalent of a ruled notebook. But she didn't hate him. He had helped Mrs. Lang carry her groceries up once when the elevator was out. He always held the front door if he saw someone coming. When Milo had gotten loose on the stairs one rainy afternoon, Mark had scooped him up without a word and handed him back, his face soft for half a heartbeat before the usual reserve slid back into place. She had just always assumed their lives would run parallel, side by side, never touching. Now, apparently, they were required to intersect for 13 straight days. When Adele finally reached the bottom of the bowl, and the last pair was announced, she set the glass down with a satisfied sigh. There, she said, we are officially linked. Neighbors, teammates, co-conspirators, and holiday joy. She looked around the room, her gaze lingering for a moment on each face. I know it might seem silly, but I hope that when January comes and the snow melts, you'll still say hello on the stairs, that you'll remember each other's names. For a moment, there was a quiet sincerity beneath all the glitter and noise. Julia felt in her chest, an ache and a warmth at the same time. All right, my dears, Adele added, returning to her usual brightness. You're free to go. Pairs, feel free to meet, plan, panic, or pretend you're not excited. Tomorrow, the magic begins. The crowd began to break apart, coats being shrugged on, plans being made. The twins tugged their mom toward the door, babbling about cookies. Mr. Henderson told Mrs. Lang they should practice carols for research purposes only. Sarah sidled up to Julia with a smirk that could have powered the Christmas lights by itself. So, she said, you went upstairs. Don't call him that, Julia said. It sounds like he's God. Sarah snorted. He's not God. He's Grumpy Santa with a law degree. That envelope is basically your North Pole. Julia looked at it again. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Sarah raised a brow. Says the woman who literally draws Christmas cards for a living and hangs fairy lights in October. She softened. Seriously, though, it could be good for you. Worst case scenario, you get some free material for your art and a story to tell. Best case scenario, she shrugged. Who knows? Julia didn't answer. Her brain knew this was harmless. Her heart wasn't entirely convinced. As the lobby thinned out, Mark turned toward her, one hand on the strap of his messenger bag, the other holding his envelope. Since we're involved in this together now, he said, as if the phrase itself required effort, perhaps we should coordinate the logistics. Logistics, she repeated. Fun. I have court most mornings this week, he said, ignoring that. But tomorrow I'm working from home until noon. If the task requires us to be somewhere at a specific time, I'd rather know in advance. Of course you would, she murmured. Then louder, I'm pretty flexible. My deadlines this month are mostly self-imposed. Perks of drawing fictional penguins for money. He blinked once, as if recalibrating to her world. So, would you like to meet later and open it? Or, his gaze flicked to the envelope. We could read it now. Get it over with. Julia considered. Part of her wanted to run upstairs, lock herself in her apartment, and pretend she had never heard the phrase 13 days of Christmas magic. Another part of her, smaller, stubborn, the part that still believed December could be different, kind of want to know. Let's open it now, she said. Adele, who had clearly been eavesdropping nearby on the guise of rearranging candy canes, clapped softly. Excellent idea. First task should never be delayed. It spoils the mood. Mark shot her a slightly wary look, then stepped closer to Julia and the table. Milo, sensing that something interesting was happening, trotted back over and sat at their feet, tongue lolling. Julia held out the envelope. You open it. Mark hesitated. Are you sure? If it's something horrifying, she said, I would like to reserve the right to blame you. He sighed, but there was the faintest ghost of amusement in his eyes now. Carefully, he broke the snowflake sticker, unfolded the single sheet of paper inside, and began to read aloud. Day 1 task, he said, voice steady. Tomorrow morning, between 9 and 11, Julia and Mark will be responsible for decorating the building's front entrance and lobby. Lights, garlands, any festive touches you can think of, within reason, and without blocking the fire exit. Julia leaned closer to see the paper. At the bottom, Adele had drawn a little smiley face with a Santa hat. That doesn't sound so bad, she said slowly. We can do that. Mark scanned the rest of the page. There's also a note that says, bonus points if you play Christmas music while you work. She grinned. Oh, we are absolutely doing that. He gave her a look. I don't think this is a competition. It is now, she said, and I plan to win. You can't win at... He stopped himself, closed his eyes briefly, and exhaled. Fine, we'll decorate. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock. 9:30, she countered. I'm not fully human at 9. He hesitated for exactly 1 second, then nodded. Fine, 9:30. Look at that, Sarah said, appearing at Julia's shoulder like a smug Christmas fairy. Compromise already. Love is in the air. It is not, Mark said quickly. It really isn't, Julia added. Adele just smiled. The kind of smile that said she'd seen enough Decembers and enough people to recognize a story forming even if the characters didn't yet. As they all began to drift back toward the stairs and the street, coats being buttoned, scarves wound tighter against the cold waiting outside, Julia tucked the task sheet back into the envelope and slipped it into her bag. Her phone buzzed a second later. A new message from an unknown number flashed on the screen. This is Mark. From upstairs. In case we need to adjust the schedule. She typed back before she could overthink it. Got it. This is Julia. From downstairs. In case you suddenly decide you believe in Christmas miracles. There was a longer pause this time. She had almost reached the first step when his reply came through. Let's start with surviving the decorations. We can negotiate miracles later. Julia smiled to herself, thumb hovering over the screen, then slid the phone into her pocket without answering. Outside the lobby windows, snow continued to fall over Rose Hill Street, soft and steady, like the sky had decided the city needed a fresh layer. 13 days, she thought. 13 days with the one neighbor who drove her craziest, under the watchful eye of a building that apparently believed in forced holiday bonding. It was ridiculous. It was inconvenient. It was undeniably happening. Come on, Milo, she said quietly as she headed upstairs, the dog trotting happily beside her. We've got a date with a box of ornaments and a man who probably owns a spreadsheet for his sock drawer. Milo barked once in cheerful agreement, as if he knew exactly what kind of story they were walking into. And somewhere above them on the second floor, Mark Reynolds unlocked his door, hung up his coat, and set his phone on the counter, the newest contact glowing on the screen, Julia, downstairs. He told himself it was just logistics, just 13 days, just one more thing to get through before January made everything go back to normal. But as the snow thickened outside and the building settled into its early December hum, neither of them could quite shake the feeling that something had already shifted, that the line between upstairs and downstairs had been blurred, just enough to let a little bit of Christmas in. just enough to start something they did not yet have a name for. Chapter 2. Decking the Halls. Julia woke to the soft glow of morning and the faint hiss of radiators coming to life across the brownstone. For a moment she lay still beneath the blankets, listening to Milo snoring beside her, warm and curled in a perfect little calm of fur. Everything felt muted. The quiet softness of snow outside, the subtle hum of the building, the faint nervousness in her chest that reminded her today wasn't just any December morning. Today she had to decorate the lobby with Mark Reynolds, upstairs neighbor, rule enthusiast, noise complainer, unexpected partner in holiday chaos. She glanced at the clock. 8:42. Enough time for coffee. Barely enough time to feel like a functioning human by 9:30. She sat up, ran a hand through her hair, and tried not to think too hard about why she had spent part of last night wondering what Mark would wear today. It didn't matter. They were partners for 13 days, not dating. Partners. Teammates. Forced acquaintances under the iron rule of Mrs. Adele Parker. Milo stretched, hopped down from the bed, and trotted to the door with the self-importance of someone who clearly believed this day revolved around him. "Good morning," Julia said, rubbing her eyes. "I hope you're ready to face the man who thinks you're a one-dog riot." Milo barked once, decisively. After a quick shower and a long internal debate about whether wearing a sweater with tiny embroidered snowflakes would make her look too enthusiastic, she gave up and wore it anyway. It was warm and soft, and she liked the way it made her feel slightly braver about facing the day. She grabbed her keys, her phone, and a pair of warm gloves, clipped Milo's harness, and stepped into the hallway. The scent of pine from yesterday's decorations lingered faintly, mixed with the distant smell of someone downstairs making cinnamon pancakes. Snowlight filtered through the stairwell windows, pale and steady. At the foot of the stairs, she almost walked straight into Mark. He was standing in the lobby, wearing a dark gray sweater, jeans, and a coat unbuttoned enough to show he had at least attempted casual. He held a cardboard box under one arm and the task envelope in his hand. When he saw her, he straightened slightly, as if caught in a moment he hadn't expected to share. "Oh," he said. "Good morning." Julia blinked. "Are you early or am I late?" 9:30 on the dot, he said, glancing at his watch. "You're perfectly on time." "I don't trust that tone," she said. "You sound surprised." "I'm not surprised," he replied, too quickly. "Merely acknowledging." "Which is the Mark Reynolds version of being surprised," she said. "But okay." He exhaled slowly, like someone trying to start the day with patience. "Shall we get this over with?" She nudged Milo forward, who immediately wagged his tail at Mark like they were best friends. Mark stepped back a fraction. "I see he's feeling festive," Mark said cautiously. "He loves Christmas," Julia said. "And people, and food, and air, and ankles. I've noticed." She raised a brow. "Still time to back out." "No, Adele would hunt me down." "True," Julia said, stepping farther into the lobby. "Okay, so what's the plan?" Mark set the box down carefully. "I assume we should take inventory of the supplies first." He opened the flaps to reveal neatly arranged strands of lights, garlands, hooks, extension cords, tape, and a small envelope labeled front door decor in Adele's handwriting. "She left this outside my apartment at 7 this morning." "At 7? Julia said. "Why?" He paused. "I leave for my run at 7:30. "Of course you do." He ignored that. "We should begin with the garlands. They're the largest elements." Julia crouched beside the box. "I say lights first." "Lights require an anchoring structure," he said. "They go on the garlands, not the other way around." "Not if you want depth," she countered. He stared at her. "Depth?" "Yes," she said. "Dimension, texture, festive layering. The opposite of spreadsheets." He blinked once. "Garlands first. Lights first." They held eye contact like two strategists preparing for diplomatic war. Milo, sensing tension, let out a small, anxious whine. Julia sighed. "Okay," she said. "Let's compromise. We put up one garland, then lights, then garlands again." Mark considered that. She could almost hear the gears turning. Finally he nodded. "Acceptable." She lifted the first garland and shook it out as he retrieved a step stool from the box. "Who brings a step stool to a decorating session?" she asked. "A person preparing for the task," he said. "You can't hang lights from my level. Most people improvise. I don't improvise." "I'm getting that," she said. They began working, awkward at first. Julia held the garland while Mark affixed hooks to the wood trim. She tried not to stare at his hands, steady and precise. He tried not to flinch when Milo sniffed his ankle with zealous interest. The garland slowly took shape, hanging across the entryway like a green, fragrant frame. Julia plugged in a string of lights, the bulbs warm and golden. "See," she said, "when you start with lights, everything looks better." Mark looked at the garland, now glowing softly. "It's fine. That's high praise coming from you. I mean it as praise." "I know," she said, smiling. "That's the funny part." He handed her another strand of lights. "If we do this side by side, it'll go faster." "So you do want my help," she teased. "I want efficiency." "Same thing." They worked for another half hour. The lobby brightened, each new string of lights making the space warmer. A few neighbors passed by. Mr. Henderson hummed, "Oh Holy Night," as he checked his mail. Mrs. Lang complimented the color temperature of the bulbs. The twins rushed in and begged to hang an ornament, which Julia allowed and Mark tolerated. At one point, while adjusting the lights near the staircase, Julia lost her balance for a fraction of a second. Mark's hand shot out instinctively, steadying her by the elbow. "You okay?" he asked, voice low. "Yeah," she breathed. "Just stepped on a rogue pine needle." His hand lingered a moment longer than necessary before he caught himself and withdrew it. Julia pretended not to notice. Mark definitely pretended not to notice. When they finished the front area, Julia stepped back and admired their work. "Okay," she said. Moment of truth. "Ready?" Mark crossed his arms. "For what?" She flipped the switch on the wall. Warm golden light erupted across the lobby, running to garlands, up the staircase, around the tree, and over the mailboxes. The whole room seemed to inhale light, then exhale warmth. For a moment, it felt like stepping into the kind of Christmas movie people secretly wish life resembled. Mark stared at it, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. "Wow," Julia said. "You're stunned. That's your stunned face." "It's not stunned," he said. "It's assessing." "Sure. It looks adequate," he said finally. "Adequate," she repeated. "This is beautiful." He hesitated. "It's pleasant." Julia gasped sarcastically. "Call the press. Mark Reynolds admits Christmas decorations are pleasant." "That is not what I—" Too late. She grinned at him. And for the first time, he didn't immediately look away. His eyes lingered, warm brown, softer than she'd expected. Milo bumped his leg gently, sensing the shift. Then the front door swung open and Mrs. Adele Parker entered, arms full of grocery bags in triumph. "Oh my goodness," she said. "It's perfect. It's lovely. It's magical. Look at you two, working together like old friends." Julia opened her mouth to deny that, but Adele swept forward too fast, setting the bags down and grabbing both of their hands at once. "You've outdone yourselves," she said. "This is exactly what I hoped would happen." "Us decorating?" Julia asked. "No, dear," Adele said, eyes twinkling. "You two standing this close without arguing." "We weren't," Mark began. "We were definitely not," Julia said at the same time. Adele ignored them both. "Perfect day one kickoff. Tomorrow will be even better." Mark stiffened. "Tomorrow?" Adele blinked innocently. "Of course. It's a 13-day challenge, Mark." Julia pressed her lips together to hide a smile. Mark looked mildly horrified. Adele grabbed the grocery bags again. "Now, if you'll excuse me, these cranberries won't sauté themselves." She leaned closer to Julia and whispered loudly, "Ask him to help you untangle those lights on the banister. That's a bonding activity, dear." Julia shook her head. "Adele, don't be shy," Adele said, winking before disappearing upstairs. Silence settled between Julia and Mark like falling snow. "So," Julia said finally, "want to help me untangle the lights?" "No," Mark said immediately. She laughed. "That's fair." He glanced once more around the decorated lobby. "It turned out well," he admitted quietly. "Told you the lights should go first. I'm not commenting on that. That means I was right." He looked at her, and for a moment, just a handful of heartbeats, his expression softened in a way she hadn't seen before. "Tomorrow," he said, reluctantly hopeful. "Yeah," she said. "Tomorrow." They stood there a moment longer. Two neighbors who weren't friends, but weren't strangers anymore either. Then Mark stepped back, Milo barked, and the spell broke just enough for both of them to move. "Same time?" he asked. 9:30, she confirmed. He nodded and walked toward the stairs, coat over his arm. Julia watched him go, the warm glow of the lights reflecting softly along the wooden banister and the brick walls. Something felt different, not romantic. Not yet, but different, like a door had cracked open. Like 13 days might actually be enough. Julia scooped up Milo, kissed the top of his head, and whispered, "We survived. Somehow." Milo barked once, proud. And somewhere above her, Mark reached his apartment door, paused, and glanced back toward the lobby, toward the lights they'd hung together. He told himself it was nothing, but he looked anyway. Chapter 3. The First Spark. Julia balanced her grocery bags on one hip as she pushed open the front door of the Rosehill brownstone, Milo trotting beside her with the confident bounce of someone who believed he had contributed to the errand. Outside, the late afternoon snow had thickened into soft curtains of white that blurred the world into a watercolor. Inside, the building smelled faintly of pine, cinnamon, and the last traces of the lights she and Mark had hung the day before. The lobby looked warmer now, lived in, as if the decorations had settled into the brick and wood. The garlands glowed with soft golden light, and the little artificial tree blinked in the corner with just enough enthusiasm to be charming instead of irritating. Julia paused to take it in. She felt it, the shift. The decorations didn't just look right. They felt right. She'd done decorations before, plenty of times, but doing them with someone else, someone she didn't think she had chemistry with, had changed the air somehow. She didn't want to think too deeply about it. Not yet, but it tugged at her. Milo halted near the staircase and sniffed the air, then gave a tiny woof. "What is it?" Julia asked. As if on cue, footsteps sounded from above. Steady, calm, familiar. Mark. Julia held her grocery bags a little tighter, standing straighter than she needed to. Milo wagged his tail wildly as Mark descended the stairs, coat unbuttoned, scarf loose around his neck, hair slightly windblown from the cold outside. The effect was annoyingly attractive. He paused halfway down, spotting her. "Oh," he said. "Hi." That was it, one syllable, but his voice was softer than usual, as if yesterday had smoothed the edges just slightly. "Hi," Julia replied. "Long day." "Yes," he said, exhaling. "Court hearing this morning. Brief writing this afternoon. One of my clients insisted we schedule a call during his lunch break in the middle of a supermarket. It was..." He hesitated. "Loud." Julia laughed. "You poor thing." "I survived," he said. "You always do." His mouth twitched, half amusement, half something else she couldn't quite read. He glanced at her grocery bags. "Can I help you with those?" Julia blinked. Was he serious? "You," she said, "offering to carry groceries?" "I'm capable of basic human kindness." She grinned. "I didn't say you weren't. I just didn't expect your lawyer brain to allow it." He stepped closer and held out his hands. "Give me one." She hesitated a second, then passed him the heavier bag, the one with cream cheese, milk, flour, and the kind of holiday baking ingredients that hint you have ambitious plans. Mark didn't even flinch. He slung the bag over his arm with surprising ease. Milo barked like he was cheering. "Thanks," Julia said softly. "You're welcome," Mark replied, just as softly. They stood there for a beat, the lobby glowing around them, the snow falling outside the windows, Milo snuffling at Mark's boot as if inviting him to dinner. "Going upstairs?" he asked. "Yeah," Julia said. "Just wanted to grab a few things before I start baking." "Baking?" Mark repeated, like it was a foreign word. "Yes, baking." She said, "You know, cookies, the backbone of Christmas morality. I wasn't aware morality had a flavor. Because you've never eaten my Christmas cookies, she said. They could solve world peace. I'll take your word for it. Julia tilted her head. You don't like sweets? I don't dislike them, he said, defensive. I just tend to avoid sugar during the week. She stared at him. Mark, it's December. He held her gaze. I'm aware. You cannot avoid sugar during December. That's not a thing people do. I'm doing it. Not anymore, she said. I officially revoke it. That's not how. You helped me with groceries, she said, stepping backward toward the stairs. That means you're part of my December now, which means sugar is mandatory. Mark sighed deeply, as if preparing to make a legal argument. Julia. Good night, Mark, she said, smiling wide and warm. The kind of smile she didn't plan, but that happened anyway. Good night, he said quietly. Julia started up the stairs. Milo followed. She could feel Mark watching her go, not staring, just watching, curious, considering. At the landing, she dared one last glance over her shoulder. He was still there, holding her grocery bag like it weighed nothing, standing in the warm glow of the lobby lights with snow melting in his hair. Something fluttered in her chest, light and quick. She took the bag from him, their fingers brushing, just skin against skin, a small spark that made her pulse skip. Thanks again, she said. No problem, he replied, but the way he said it was different, softer, not a default politeness, but something with shape. Julia headed upstairs, Milo scrambling happily beside her. When she reached her apartment door, she paused again. The hallway was quiet except for distant holiday music, faintly leaking from someone's TV. She put the groceries on the counter, let Milo chase a rubber squeaky penguin, and leaned for a moment against a windowsill overlooking Rose Hill Street. Snow continued to fall in slow, steady flakes, softened the edges of the neighborhood. The garlands glowed faintly from downstairs. She didn't usually analyze feelings. They made everything muddy. But she knew this. This morning she had woken up thinking the decorations had gone well. This afternoon she realized the decorations weren't the thing she kept replaying. It was the moment Mark steadied her on the stairs. The way his hand had lingered. The way his voice had softened today. The way he'd looked at the lights they'd hung together. The way he'd said goodnight. Julia touched her elbow, where his hand had been yesterday. She exhaled slowly. Milo, she said softly, I think I'm in trouble. Milo, oblivious, chewed on the penguin until it squeaked like a tiny trumpet. The next morning would bring their next task. Adele had hinted about a small act of kindness challenge. But Julia already knew the truth. Something had shifted. Not love, not yet, but something warm, something gentle, something she wasn't sure she'd be able to hide. And upstairs in his apartment, Mark Reynolds hung his coat on the back of a chair, stared at the snow through his window, and tried very hard not to replay the exact moment her fingers had brushed his. He failed. Chapter 4. The Act of Kindness. Snow had been falling since dawn, the kind that drifted steady and silent, softening the edges of Rose Hill Street until the brownstones looked like pieces of a Christmas village set behind glass. By late morning, the windows of Julia's apartment glowed faintly, their panes blurring with frost as the radiators hummed in uneven rhythms. Milo lay on his back in the middle of the living room carpet, paws in the air, a picture of canine contentment. Julia sat cross-legged on the couch, mug of cinnamon coffee warming her hands, staring at the small decorative envelope Adele had slipped under her door before sunrise. She hadn't dared open it yet. She wasn't sure why. Maybe because something about these tasks was starting to feel less like community building and more like destiny interfering. Or maybe she was overthinking it. She was very good at that. Her phone buzzed beside her. From Mark, I believe we have today's assignment. Envelope delivered. Should we meet downstairs in 10 minutes? Julia smiled before she could stop herself. That was happening more often lately, and she wasn't sure which part of her brain was responsible. From Julia, be there. Try not to look too serious. Adele gets suspicious. A minute later. From Mark, I'm always serious. She laughed out loud. Milo barked at her, offended that she was amused by something that wasn't him. All right, Julia said, setting down her mug and grabbing Milo's harness. Let's go meet Mr. Sirius and see what chaos Adele planned for us today. She slipped into boots, wrapped a blue scarf around her neck, and stepped into the hallway. The air carried the faint scent of pine from the lobby below, mixed with the more mundane smell of someone's laundry detergent. She walked down the stairs, Milo prancing, eager to greet the entire world. The lobby was still glowing with yesterday's decorations. The garland sparkled with warm golden light. The tree blinked in mismatched rhythm, and the velvet-draped table sat ready, as if awaiting another ceremony. Snowlight spilled into the tall windows, turning the floor tiles a soft gray-white. Mark was already there. He stood near the window, coat unbuttoned, scarf loose around his neck. He held his own envelope in one hand, tapping it lightly against his palm as if negotiating with himself whether to open early. His hair was slightly damp from melted snowflakes, not enough to be messy, but enough to soften the sharp, clean lines he always carried. He turned when he heard her steps. "Morning," he said. Julia tried not to notice how the lighting made him look warm and human in a way she wasn't used to. "Morning," she answered. "And congratulations, you're on time. Very on brand." He looked vaguely offended. "I'm always on time." "Yes, and that's why I acknowledge it," she said. "Reinforcement builds healthy habits." His jaw flexed. "I don't need reinforcement." "You say that," Julia replied, "but your face lights up every time Milo wags his tail at you." Milo chose that moment to bark enthusiastically at Mark's shoes. Mark sighed. "He's persistent. He likes you. He likes everything." "That means you're in good company," Julia said. He didn't answer that, though something in his expression shifted, the faint twitch of a smile he didn't fully allow. Julia held up her envelope. "Ready?" Mark nodded. "Open yours. Mine will be identical. Unless yours says you're secretly Santa. I assure you it does not." Julia tore the snowflake seal gently, unfolding the card inside. Immediately, Adele's loopy handwriting filled her vision. "Today's task: choose one neighbor in our building and make their day easier. An errand, a chore, a surprise. Something done with warmth. Something done with heart. Mrs. A. Parker." Julia let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "Okay," she said. "This is actually sweet." Mark took the card from her hands and read it silently. When she watched his face, she could always catch the moment his lawyer brain began evaluating the structure of a task like it was a contract. "It seems straightforward," he said. "But we both know it isn't," Julia replied. He glanced at her. "Why not?" "Because Adele lived for hidden emotional agendas." "That sounds cynical." "That sounds accurate," she said. They stood side by side now, just close enough that Julia could feel the heat radiating from him through his coat. Milo sniffed at Mark's pocket with interest, as if hoping for treats that definitely weren't there. Julia crossed her arms, thinking, "So, who do we pick?" "Well," Mark said, "Mrs. Lang seems fine. She rejected my help with her groceries yesterday." Julia blinked. "You offered to help her?" He looked mildly defensive. "She was carrying too many bags." "That's surprisingly thoughtful. It was common sense." Julia smiled. "No, Mark. Common sense is ignoring people and pretending they don't exist. You were kind." He didn't respond to that, but his eyes darted away for a second, which was answer enough. "What about the twins, Mom?" Julia continued. "She always looks tired." "She also told the boys they could help decorate the hallway tonight," Mark said. "She seemed hopeful." Julia nodded. "All right. Mr. Henderson?" "No," they said at the same time. Julia laughed. "He'd pay us back with a concert at 6 a.m. "Yes," Mark said, horrified. "Next." Silence settled for a moment, the comfortable kind. Snow continued to fall outside. The lobby lights flickered softly across their faces. Then Julia snapped her fingers. "Adele." Mark blinked. "Adele?" "Yes," Julia said. "She spends all her energy making everyone else feel included. She deserves a break. Why shouldn't our act of kindness be for her?" Mark frowned slightly. "Would she allow that?" "She doesn't have to know who did it," Julia said. "We can surprise her." He looked at the task card again. "It doesn't specify anonymity." Exactly, Julia said. So we do something thoughtful. Something just for her. Something that makes her feel appreciated. Mark inhaled slowly. He wasn't dismissing it. He was considering it. And that made something warm unfurl in Julia's chest. That could work, he admitted. Julia lit up. Really? Yes, he said. As long as it's something useful. Something practical. Julia grinned. Mark Reynolds, are you saying you want to do something nice? He hesitated, then nodded. Once. Quietly. Julia's pulse skipped. Okay, she said. We need something warm. Something homey. Something she can use for more than one meal. Mark looked immediately suspicious. You're going to say cooking, aren't you? Yes, Julia said. I don't cook. You can chop. I don't chop. Stir. No. She stepped closer, lifting a brow. Do you trust me? He froze. That one question, so simple, hit him deeper than she expected. After a long moment, he said quietly, yes. Julia felt the answer like a spark. Then you'll be fine, she said. He exhaled in defeat. What are we making? Comfort food, Julia said. Chili. Something warm and cozy and winterproof. Mark nodded slowly. I can attempt chopping, with supervision. You'll be a great chopper. I'm not convinced. You don't have to be, she said. That's my job. He almost smiled. Where are we cooking? More importantly, Julia replied, where do we have enough space and tools? A beat. Then realization flickered in his eyes. Your apartment, he said. Julia's pulse jumped. Yes. Mark hesitated only half a second before answering. All right. Milo barked excitedly at the decision, wagging his tail like he'd just orchestrated a love story. Julia swallowed the sudden warmth in her throat. Okay, then, grab your coat, get your courage, and come upstairs. Mark glanced at her, something unreadable in his expression. Something softer, something searching. All right, he said. Lead the way. Julia turned toward the stairs, Milo trotting proudly ahead, and Mark followed behind her. She didn't look back, but she didn't need to. She could feel him there. She could feel the shift. Something in the air between them had changed, just slightly, just enough to feel like the beginning of something, the first spark. Chapter 5. Cooking for Adele. Snow still clung to the steps outside when Julia pushed open the door to her apartment. Milo darting inside ahead of her with the self-appointed responsibility of inspecting the premises. The air was warm with a lingering scent of cinnamon from last night's baking, mixed with a faint pine of the tiny tabletop tree she decorated sometime around midnight. She stepped aside to let Mark enter. He hesitated for half a second in the doorway, just long enough to confirm he was a man who did not set foot into other people's homes lightly, then stepped in, closing the door behind him with careful precision. His eyes moved slowly across the room, taking in the soft clutter, the strings of fairy lights draped over the bookshelf, the mismatched pillows on the couch, the colorful throw blanket Milo had claimed as his own, the stacks of sketchbooks on the coffee table. Everything about the room was warm, lived in, chaotic in a charming way. Your place, Mark said, trailing off as he surveyed the room again, is too messy for your soul. Julia asked. He shook his head once. It feels warm. Julia blinked, caught off guard. Compliments from Mark Reynolds were not common, and certainly not unprompted. Thanks, she said quietly. I like cozy things. He nodded, shifting the grocery bag in his arms. What do you want these? Oh, kitchen, she said, moving toward the small but well-organized space at the far end of the apartment. Watch out for Milo. He patrols. Mark looked down just in time to avoid stepping on Milo, who had decided to walk directly between his feet. Does he do this often? Yes, Julia said. It's his love language. Trip and die affection. Mark sidestepped, then looked up at her. Noted. They unloaded the groceries onto the kitchen counter. Beans, tomatoes, onions, peppers, beef broth, spices. Julia reached into the cabinet above the stove, pulling out her favorite Dutch oven, red enamel shining in the morning light. All right, Julia said, setting it on the burner. Lesson 1, chopping. Mark stiffened. I knew this was coming. You'll be great, Julia said. I believe in you. That makes one of us. Julia slid the cutting board toward him. Okay, start with the onion. Mark picked up the onion as if it were a dangerous artifact he'd been told to disarm. You've chopped one before, right? Julia asked gently. I've purchased chopped onion, he said. She burst out laughing, leaning her palms against the counter. Oh, my God! Mark glared, quietly, politely. I'm a lawyer. My time is valuable. Today your time is onion time, she said. Here, watch. She took the onion, cut off the ends, sliced it in half, and peeled the skin. You do the same. He copied her movements, stiff but controlled. Good, she said. Now the fun part. To whom? He asked. To people who like flavor, Julia said, smiling. She guided his hands gently, showing him how to angle the knife. His fingers brushed hers once, twice. The contact was small, but hot enough to make her pulse hop. He chopped. A little uneven, a little hesitant. But he did it. Look at that, she said. You're a natural. I doubt that. I'm a professional, she said. Let me flatter you. A muscle in his cheek twitched, like he was suppressing a smile. He moved on to the peppers next. Slowly, meticulously, still tense but willing. Julia chopped the second onion beside him, humming a Christmas tune under her breath. Milo watched their every move from under the table, hoping gravity would drop something edible. Mark paused mid-slice. You hum when you cook? Do I? Yes, he said. You've done it at least 6 times now. Julia shrugged. Cooking is my happy place. Or one of them. And what's the other? She froze for a fraction of a second, then answered softly, drawing. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was warm. Mark cleared his throat. What do you draw most often? People, Julia said. Small moments. Emotions. Scenes that feel like they matter. She didn't know why she'd answer like that. She didn't normally talk about her art to people she barely knew. But Mark wasn't looking at her like she'd said something strange. He was listening, actually listening, in that steady, unwavering way of his. I'd like to see your work someday, he said. Julia blinked. Really? Yes, he said simply. Her heartbeat did a strange somersault in her chest. Maybe I'll show you. Mark nodded and went back to chopping with renewed concentration, perhaps to hide the tiny flush along his cheekbone. After the chopping came the browning of the beef. Julia handled it with practiced ease, speaking over the gentle sizzle of the pan. Okay, she said. Time to add the onions. Mark hesitated. All of them? Yes. In this pan? Yes. He added them cautiously, as if the onions might explode. Julia tried not to laugh as Milo stood on his hind legs, sniffing the air with theatrical longing. Together, they added tomatoes, beans, broth, spices. The dish began to smell rich and warm, filling the apartment with a comforting aroma that curled into the hallway, promising something home-cooked and heartfelt. Mark stirred the pot, wrist stiff, posture rigid. You can relax, you know, Julia said. I'm stirring. You're overthinking. I always overthink, he said. I know, Julia replied softly. His eyes flicked to hers. She looked back. The air between them felt warm and close. She took the spoon gently from his hand. Like this, she said, showing him a slow figure-8 motion. Gentle, let the flavors blend. Chili takes time, not force. He watched her hands, expression unreadable for a moment. You cook like you draw. What does that mean? Softly, he said, intentionally. Julia's breath caught. Before she could reply, the pot let out a loud bubble, breaking the moment. She laughed. Okay, let it simmer. They cleaned up the kitchen together, brushing shoulders occasionally, accidentally, but not really. Mark washed dishes with surprising precision. Julia dried them, hanging the towels to the side. Milo supervised every move. An hour later, they carried the finished chili in a lidded container up to the top floor. The hallway was quiet except for faint orchestral music drifting from behind Adele's door. Julia knocked. Adele opened the door within seconds, wearing a holiday apron covered in embroidered gingerbread man, her silver hair in a neat bun. "You too," she said, beaming. "What a lovely surprise." Julia held up the container. "We made you chili. Warm lunch. Or dinner. Or both." Adele pressed a hand to her heart. "You cooked for me?" "We tried," Mark said. "We succeeded," Julia corrected. "Mostly." Adele's eyes softened. Come in, come in." They stepped inside to a cozy apartment full of books, quilts, warm light, and knickknacks from decades of Decembers. Carols played softly on a record player. A knitted stocking hung on the wall with the name Walt stitched into it, Adele's late husband. Adele took the container with careful hands. "Thank you, my dears. Truly, you've made my day kinder without even knowing." Julia felt her throat tighten. Mark said nothing, but his shoulders loosened. Adele's gaze bounced between them, warm and too knowing. "You make a good team." Julia coughed. "We're just following challenge." "Of course," Adele said. "Absolutely." She didn't believe them. Neither did the walls. "Now go," she said, waving them out gently. "Enjoy your day. You've earned it." In the hallway again, they walked side by side toward the stairs. Snowlight spilled through the small window at the end, coating the walls in soft white. "That went well," Julia said. Mark nodded. "Yes." "See," she said gently. "Kindness isn't so bad." He glanced at her. "It's easier with you." The words hit her unexpectedly. Quiet, sincere, warm. She opened her mouth, but no reply came. Her breath, her body, her thoughts all paused. Mark realized what he'd said, cleared his throat, and straightened his coat. "I meant, just your cooking made it simpler." "Sure," Julia whispered. They reached the landing between floors. She stopped. He stopped too. "Mark," she said. "Yes." "Thank you. For today." He looked at her, really looked at her, like he was trying to memorize the moment. "You're welcome," he said softly. For a heartbeat. The air felt charged, quiet, warm, electric. Then Mark nodded once and continued up the stairs to his apartment. Julia watched him go, her hand resting lightly on the railing, her heart beating too fast for a simple chili delivery. When she reached her own door, Milo trotting ahead, she whispered to him, "We're in trouble, buddy." Milo wagged his tail. Julia smiled, because she knew the truth. The trouble had already begun. Chapter 6. A quiet shift. The storm settled over Boston overnight, leaving Rose Hill Street buried beneath a thick layer of white that muffled everything: car horns, passing voices, even the hum of distant traffic. When Julia stepped out onto the landing with Milo racing ahead of her, the entire brownstone felt quieter, softer, as if the snow had wrapped itself around the building and told it to take a breath. It was early afternoon. She had spent most of the morning sketching in her living room, loose, restless lines that didn't quite behave. She'd drawn faces she didn't intend to draw, expressions she pretended not to understand. A pair of thoughtful eyes, a jaw that tensed slightly when concentrating, a mouth that shaped words with more softness than he allowed himself to show. She flipped the sketchbook closed after the third accidental marked drawing and announced, "Milo, we're getting out of the house." Milo agreed with unhinged enthusiasm. As she descended the stairs, the building smelled faintly of coffee, coal coats drying on radiators, and the evergreen garlands she and Mark had hung. Usually the brownstone hummed with life. Snippets of conversation, a door closing, the twins running. Today, the snow had swallowed most sounds, leaving the building in a dreamy hush. Julia reached the lobby and stopped short. Mark was there, not dressed for work, not holding a briefcase, not preparing for a run. He was kneeling near the entryway, wrapping an extension cord neatly around his arm, the small artificial tree at his side unplugged and slightly tilted. His coat lay folded beside him, hair still damp from the cold. He looked relaxed, or as relaxed as Mark Reynolds could look. Julia blinked. "Are you organizing the decorations?" He looked up, startled. "Oh, Julia, I didn't hear you come down." "Because it's snowing," she said, stepping closer. "The atmosphere thinks we should keep quiet." Mark glanced at the windows, at the thick, white world outside. "It's peaceful," he admitted. "Yeah," she said softly. "It is." Milo immediately jumped at Mark's knee, attempting to climb onto his lap. Mark sighed but didn't push him away. "Hello, Milo." Julia's eyebrows shot up. "Wow, he's been promoted from your dog to being greeted by name." Mark rolled his eyes, but faint pink climbed along his cheekbones. It seemed rude not to acknowledge him. Julia crouched beside him, brushing a strand of hair out of her face. "So what's going on?" "I thought this tree was perfectly fine. It was leaning," Mark said simply. She blinked. "You noticed the tree was leaning?" "Yes." "And that bothered you?" "It bothered the symmetry of the room." Julia bit back a smile. "Of course it did." He looked at her then, a small, tight smile forming before he could stop it. "Don't start." "I didn't say anything." "You were about to." "I really wasn't." "You were thinking it." "Always," she admitted. He shook his head and refocused on the cord, wrapping the last loop around it neatly. Julia watched him, his methodical movements, the slight crease between his brows when he concentrated, the way his hands were steady and precise. "You don't have work today?" she asked. "No court," he said. "Just emails. I finished them earlier. And then you came down here to help a tree with its symmetry crisis." Mark paused. "I thought, since we decorated together, it made sense to keep things organized together." Julia's breath stilled for a moment, not because of the logic. Mark lived on logic, but because of the quiet sincerity beneath his voice. "I like that," she said softly. He hesitated, then nodded. Julia gently straightened the tree while he plugged it in. The lights blinked on, warm and soft. They both stepped back to admire it. The room brightened just a little. "It looks good," Julia said. "It looks right," Mark corrected softly. She turned to him, and for a brief, fragile second, they simply stood there, too close, too quiet, too aware. Snow fell in thick slow motion outside the window, its reflection shimmering across the floor. Julia swallowed. "Listen, I didn't expect yesterday to go so well." "Neither did I," Mark said. She let out a small, nervous laugh. "I thought you'd leave halfway through chopping the onion." "I nearly did." "What stopped you?" He met her eyes, slowly, carefully. "You." Julia blinked, heart skipping a beat. "Me?" "Yes," he said, voice low. "You have a steadying effect." She let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. "That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me." Mark's lips twitched. "I doubt that." "It's up there," she insisted. Silence settled between them again, but not the awkward kind. It was the kind that hummed, warm, charged. Julia shifted, suddenly aware of how close they were standing. "I, was actually heading out for a walk." Milo was turning into a couch potato. Mark glanced at the door, then back at her. "The snow's heavy." "Yeah," she said, "but beautiful." "It is," he agreed. She hesitated. Something bold tugged at her. "You could come with us," she said, "if you wanted." It wasn't planned. It slipped out, a soft invitation into her day. Mark froze, not out of discomfort, but surprise, as if no one had asked him to walk in the snow in a very long time. He began, searching for words. "I don't want to intrude." "You're not intruding," Julia said. "It's just a walk." He glanced outside again. Snow swirled, thick and white, blanketing the street in winter quiet. Then he nodded, quiet, almost shy. "I'll get my coat." Julia's stomach fluttered unexpectedly. "Okay." 5 minutes later, they stepped outside together. The cold hit immediately, crisp and bright. Milo bounded into the snow with the joy of a creature who believed winter had been invented just for him. Mark tucked his hands in his gloves, collar raised. "It's colder than it looks." "You always state facts like revelations," Julia said, smiling. "They are revelations," he argued. "Temperature can be deceiving." "You're adorable." "I'm not adorable." She grinned. "You really are." They walked side by side, snow crunching under their boots. The street was quiet, lined with snow-dusted cars and faint holiday lights glowing behind windows. A few children were building a lopsided snowman down the block. The air smelled of cold and evergreen. Julia kicked a small pile of snow. I used to love storms like this as a kid. You still do, Mark said. She looked at him. You sound sure. I've seen the way your face lights up when it starts snowing. Julia blinked. You've seen that? He paused. I live above you. I see more than you think. Her heart flickered like a candle. Apparently. They reached the corner coffee shop. Sarah's shop. Its windows fog and glowing warmly. A chalkboard sign out front read, Snow Day Special. Peppermint mocha $2 off. Julia smiled. Want to grab coffee? Mark hesitated again, but less this time. Yes, he said eventually. Coffee sounds good. They stepped inside, warmth wrapping around them immediately. The smell of espresso and peppermint filled the air. Sarah spotted them instantly from behind the counter and froze mid-pour, her eyes widening dramatically. Julia mouthed, Don't. Sarah mouthed back, I will. Mark leaned slightly toward Julia. Is she staring at us? Yes, Julia said. Ignore her. I'm trying. Sarah waved them over. Look at you two. Snow buddies. Miracles do happen. Julia kicked her lightly under the counter. Mark cleared his throat. 2 coffees. Whatever she recommends. Sarah beamed. You're giving me power. I won't abuse it. Probably. Julia groaned. They sat by the window. Milo curled under the table gnawing on a treat Sarah had slipped him. Snowflakes drifted outside, sticking to the glass. Mark wrapped his hands around his cup, inhaling gently. This is nice. It is, Julia said, surprised by how true the words felt. He leaned back slightly, looking at her with that same quiet attention he'd had in her apartment the day before. Julia, I'm glad we're doing this challenge together. The words were simple, but the way he said them, carefully, sincerely, landed somewhere deep. Julia felt her breath catch. Yeah, she said softly. Me too. Outside, snow continued to fall, thick and gentle, filling the world with a hush that felt like possibility. Inside, something quiet and warm settled between them. A shift, a beginning, or maybe something that had already begun and was only now revealing itself. And Julia knew, without overthinking it, without sketching it out, without analyzing every detail, that something in her story had changed. Something was happening, something she hadn't planned, something she couldn't ignore. And Mark felt it too. She could see in the way he looked at her, like he had noticed the shift, and didn't find it unwelcome. Chapter 7. Unplanned Warmth. By the time Julia and Mark stepped back into the cold, the snow had softened into delicate flakes drifting lazily through the air, the kind that melted on your eyelashes and made the whole world look like it was exhaling. Milo trotted ahead of them, tail high, his nose buried in every fresh patch of snow he could find. The walk back to the brownstone was slow, unhurried. They didn't talk much at first. Julia sipping her mocha, Mark quietly observing the world the way he always did, his gaze steady, thoughtful. Taking the streetlights, the snowdrifts, the soft glow of candles in apartment windows. Julia found herself watching him more than she watched the snowfall, noticing things she shouldn't be noticing so closely. The way snowflakes caught in his hair, how his breath fogged in the cold, the slight flush of his cheeks. When they reached the entrance of the brownstone, Mark paused beside her on the stoop. Well, he said softly, that was unexpectedly pleasant. Julia smiled. Careful. That almost sounded like fun. I maintain a strict policy of not enjoying things without proper oversight. Julia nudged him with her shoulder. Newsflash, Mark. You broke your policy. He looked down at her, snow drifting between them, and for a moment his expression softened. Truly softened, in a way she hadn't seen before. Maybe, he said quietly. A little. Her pulse jumped, a small but undeniable spark tightening in her chest. They stepped inside together. The lobby greeted them with warm lights, garlands glowing, and the distant hum of someone's kettle whistling upstairs. Julia shook snow from her coat. Milo shook snow from his fur, directly onto Mark's boots. Mark sighed. Milo, he's expressing joy, Julia said. He's expressing chaos. Same thing, she countered. Mark's mouth twitched, defeated. As they crossed a lobby, a sudden thud echoed from the mailroom, followed by a frustrated groan. Julia froze. Mark immediately stepped in front of her in a way that suggested he might actually be willing to fight a ghost if it ever came down to it. Relax, Julia whispered. It's probably Mr. Henderson losing a battle with junk mail again. Mark nodded once, but didn't move until he confirmed it. Julia stepped forward, leaning into the doorway of the mailroom. It wasn't Mr. Henderson. It was Mrs. Lang, sitting on the small wooden stool near the mailboxes, rubbing her ankle and muttering a colorful string of words that felt deeply out of place for someone who kept an entire bowl of butterscotch candies on her hallway table. Mrs. Lang? Julia rushed to her. Are you okay? Oh, dear, Mrs. Lang said, cheeks flushed. I'm fine. I slipped on my way in. Nothing to worry about. Mark crouched beside her instantly. You shouldn't walk on it until we know if it's sprained. Julia blinked. Mark moved fast. Efficient, gentle. I'm perfectly capable young man, Mrs. Lang insisted. You're also in pain, Mark said softly. May I check? Mrs. Lang looked surprised, but nodded. If you must. Mark examined her ankle with the care of someone who didn't want to cause even a second of unnecessary discomfort. Julia watched quietly, her chest tightening for reasons she couldn't name. Mark was good at this, not just competent. Kind, steady, attentive in a way that made Julia's stomach twist. It's not a full sprain, Mark said after a moment, but you need to stay off it, at least until tomorrow. I'll get you some ice. That won't be necessary. I insist, Mark said gently. Mrs. Lang stared at him, then at Julia, then back at him again with a knowing smile that made Julia want to hide behind the mailboxes. You're a good one, Mrs. Lang said, patting his hand. Mark cleared his throat. I'm doing what's practical. Hum, Mrs. Lang hummed. Practical. Julia bit her lip to hide a smile as she helped Mrs. Lang to her feet. Mark fetched the ice pack from the communal freezer, because of course he knew exactly where it was, and returned with it wrapped neatly in a dish towel. We'll take you upstairs, Julia said. No, I can manage. It would make us feel better, Julia insisted. Mark nodded once. Both of us. Mrs. Lang raised a brow at their synchronized insistence. Well, if you two feel so strongly about it. Julia pretended not to see Mark's slight blush. They escorted Mrs. Lang up the stairs slowly. Milo carried her glove in his mouth, like a heroic assistant, when they reached her apartment. Mark carefully made sure she was settled on her sofa, with her foot propped up on a pillow. Julia fetched a glass of water. Together, they arranged the ice pack, the blanket, and her TV remote within reach. Mrs. Lang sighed dramatically. You two make quite the team. Julia froze. Mark froze even harder. We're just helping, Julia said quickly. Of course, Mrs. Lang said, voice thick with mirth. Helping can look a lot like something else sometimes. Mark looked like he might spontaneously combust. We'll check on you later, he said abruptly. That won't be necessary, dear, Mrs. Lang said. Then with a wink, unless you wanted to be. Julia tugged Mark toward the door before the situation spiraled into matchmaking commentary. Once in the hallway, Julia burst out laughing. Oh my God, Mark muttered. That was unnecessary. You mean accurate? No, totally accurate. He looked away, ears reddening. Julia slowed, her laughter fading into a smile she couldn't help. You were good with her. It was practical. Mark, Julia said softly, stepping closer. It was kind. He didn't reply, but he didn't look away either. They reached the landing between their floors. The quiet settled again, warm and heavy like a blanket. Thanks for the walk, Julia said. And everything. Mark swallowed. Thank you. For what? For making the day feel different. The words hit her like a soft breath against the skin, warm, unguarded, sincere. She tried to hide the way it affected her. Well, snow does that. He shook his head slightly. Not the snow. Something in her chest tightened. Something fluttered. Something grew. Before she could respond, a door upstairs opened, and Mr. Henderson's booming voice echoed down the stairwell. "Julia, Mark, I've written a new verse for my Christmas medley." "Oh, God," Julia whispered. "We should go," Mark murmured. "Definitely." They parted ways quickly, both nearly tripping over Milo in their escape. But Julia could still feel Mark's last words warming her long after she shut her apartment door. And upstairs, Mark stood still for a long moment before entering his own apartment, staring down the stairwell where she had been seconds ago. The shift wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't even fully visible. But it was real, quiet, steady, and growing. Chapter 8. A Soft Evening. By the time evening settled over Rosehill Street, the snow had turned the whole block into something that looked almost unreal. Street lamps cast soft halos onto the white sidewalks, and the bare branches of the trees were frosted in silver. From her couch, curled under a blanket with Milo pressed against her hip, Julia watched it all through the window and tried, unsuccessfully, to focus on her sketchbook. The page in front of her was a mess of half-formed lines. She'd started with snowflakes and streetlights, moved on to the outline of the brownstone, then somehow ended up sketching the angle of a man's shoulders, the way his head tilted when he listened, the shape of a mouth caught somewhere between seriousness and the hint of a smile. She stared at it for a second too long before snapping the sketchbook shut. "Absolutely not," she muttered. Milo lifted his head, blinking up at her, then yawned with theatrical indifferenza. Julia pushed herself up from the couch and padded over to the window. The glass was cool under her fingertips. Outside, someone dragged a trash can across the street. The sound was muffled by the snow. A couple crossed the road slowly, heads bent together, their footsteps leaving soft tracks in the white. The quiet was too much. It left too much room for thoughts she didn't want to name. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table. The vibration jolted her more than it should have. She turned, half expecting, half dreading what she'd see on the screen. It was him. "Is Mrs. Lang doing all right? I've been thinking about her ankle. If you're going to check on her, we could go together." Julia felt something small and warm expand in her chest. Of course he'd been thinking about Mrs. Lang's ankle. That was exactly the kind of thing he'd fixate on. But it wasn't just that. It was the "we could go together" that got her. She sank back onto the couch, thumb hovering over the keyboard for a moment before she typed. "I was about to go up and see her. Meet you in the lobby?" The reply came quickly. "I'll be there in 2 minutes." 2 minutes. Of course he was precise, even in text. Julia tossed the blanket aside and moved to the mirror by the door. Her sweater was slightly wrinkled, her hair falling out of its ponytail. She smoothed both with her fingers, immediately annoyed at herself for caring. "It's just a neighbor," she told her reflection. A very tall, very serious, very annoyingly kind neighbor. Milo popped up at the word neighbor, tail wagging like it was code for walk. "You're coming too," she said, clipping his harness. "If this goes weird, you're my emotional support." They stepped into the hallway and descended the stairs. The building was quieter at night. No delivery drivers. Fewer doors opening and closing. Only the soft buzz of someone's TV far away and the low hiss of the heating. The lobby was all warm light and soft shadows. The garlands glowed gently, and a little tree blinked in the corner. Mark stood near the mailboxes, hands in his coat pockets, head tilted slightly as he studied the decorations they'd hung together. He turned at the sound of her footsteps. "Hi," he said. "Hi," she replied, suddenly aware of how her heart had just picked up speed. "Checking up on your patient?" "I suppose I am," he said. "It occurred to me that we never asked how she was managing after we left earlier. I thought we should." "You thought right," Julia said. "Come on, then, before she starts watching some tragic Christmas movie and cries on us." They climbed the stairs side by side. Milo trotted ahead, nails tapping lightly on the steps. For the first few moments, neither of them spoke. The quiet wasn't awkward. It felt full, like there were too many words, and neither of them knew which ones to choose. At Mrs. Lang's door, Julia knocked gently. A few seconds later, the door opened. Mrs. Lang appeared wrapped in a deep blue shawl, a pair of fuzzy socks on her feet, and a mug of tea balanced in one hand. The TV behind her played a Christmas movie, the glow flickering across the room. "Well, look at this," she said, eyes crinkling. "My evening guardian angels." Julia smiled. "We just want to see how you're doing. How's the ankle?" "Better," Mrs. Lang said. "Still sore, but your ice pack and his very serious instructions helped." She nodded toward Mark, who cleared his throat, clearly unprepared to be praised. "I merely suggested." "You told me to elevate it and not be stubborn," Mrs. Lang interrupted, "which is code for I care if you fall again." Mark's mouth opened, then closed. "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to," she replied, amused. "Can we get you anything?" Julia asked quickly, rescuing him. "More tea? Something to eat?" "I'm fine, dear," Mrs. Lang said, "but come in for a moment. You're letting the warmth escape into the hallway." They stepped inside. The apartment was small but cozy, filled with framed photos, old books, and a handful of snowman figurines lined up on a shelf. The scent of chamomile and something baked hung in the air. Mrs. Lang limped back to the couch and eased herself down carefully. Julia instinctively adjusted the cushion under her leg, while Mark reached without being asked and moved the coffee table a little closer so she wouldn't have to stretch. "There," he said. "Better." Mrs. Lang watched them both with open fondness. "You two move around each other like you've been doing this for years." Julia laughed a little too fast. "We've barely known each other properly for a week. Time means nothing when the right people show up," Mrs. Lang said. Heat crept up Julia's neck. She could feel Mark tensing beside her. "We're just being good neighbors," Julia said. "Of course you are," Mrs. Lang replied, in the tone of someone who absolutely did not believe that was all there was to it. They stayed for a few minutes. Small talk about the movie, the snow, the young people upstairs who walked too loudly, which made Julia choke and Mark stare at the ceiling. Milo lay down obediently at Mrs. Lang's feet, happy to be petted. "You don't have to keep checking on me," Mrs. Lang said as they rose to leave. "But I won't complain if you do." Her eyes softened. "It's been a long time since anyone fussed over me." "We don't mind," Julia said, and meant it. "Not at all," Mark added quietly, and surprised himself at how true it felt. Mrs. Lang's gaze flicked between them and sharpened. "Good night, dears," she said. "And don't pretend you're not sweet on each other. I may be old, but I'm not blind." Julia almost tripped over Milo. "We're not," she started. "That's," Mark tried. Mrs. Lang waved a hand. "You can argue with yourselves." "You don't have to argue with me." "Close the door. I'm missing the best part." Julia backed them both into the hallway and shut the door behind them before Mrs. Lang could say anything else devastatingly accurate. They stood there in the hall, facing each other, the air suddenly too thick. "Wow," Julia said finally. "So that happened." She misinterpreted the situation, Mark said at once. "Definitely," Julia replied. "Totally misread." They were both lying, and they both knew it. They started down the stairs slowly. Their arms brushed once. Neither moved away. Mark began, then stopped. "She has the vivid imagination. She ships people for sport," Julia said. "I've seen her do it." "With other neighbors?" he asked. "Sometimes," she lied, then winced internally. They reached the landing. The glow from the lobby below climbed the stairwell, painting the walls with soft light. For a moment, neither of them moved. "I'm sorry if that made you uncomfortable," Julia said quietly. "Her comments, I mean." Mark shook his head. "It was surprising, not uncomfortable." "Really?" "Yes," he said. "Just unexpected." She studied him. "You looked like you were going to pass out." "Only for a second," he replied. "It was a high-impact statement." She laughed, the sound slipping out of her, soft and uncontrollable. "You make everything sound like a legal document." "It's my training." They stood there, still, somewhere between a laugh and something heavier. Then Mark took a breath. "I'm glad we checked on her," he said. I kept thinking about her ankle. It felt wrong not to." "It's very you," Julia answered. "Very me," he repeated. "Yeah, quietly worrying about people and pretending it's just about logic." He looked at her for a long moment, eyes steady. "You see more than you say, don't you?" The question went under her skin. "Sometimes," she admitted. Their eyes held. The space between them felt shorter than it was. The building was silent around them, except for the faint hum of someone's television and the soft click of the heating system kicking on. Then Mark broke the silence, his voice low, almost careful. "I meant what I said earlier," he told her, "about the challenge." She frowned slightly. "What part?" "In the coffee shop," he said. "When I said I was glad we were doing this together." Her stomach dropped and lifted all at once. "Oh," she breathed. "Right." He swallowed. "I'm not always good at saying things the right way. Or at all. But I didn't want you to think I was just being polite." "You weren't," she said. "I know." "Good," he answered. Another beat of quiet passed. A longer one. The kind that felt like standing at the edge of something and deciding whether to step over. "Mark," she said. "Yes." "I'm glad, too." He looked at her like he hadn't been sure he'd hear that. His shoulders relaxed a fraction. Something in his expression softened in a way that made it hard to breathe. "Good night, Julia," he said, and this time it sounded less like a polite phrase and more like a promise to come back. "Good night, Mark." He turned and climbed the stairs toward his apartment. After a few steps, he glanced back once, almost as if he wanted to make sure she was still there. She was. Julia stayed where she was until he disappeared around the corner. Only then did she sit on the bench in the lobby, Milo hopping up beside her, warm little body pressed to her thigh. She buried her fingers in his fur and let out a long, shaky breath. "This isn't just a challenge anymore," she whispered. Milo huffed, nestling closer. Because it wasn't. Something real had started to grow between them. Quietly, slowly, under the cover of garlands and snow and Mrs. Adele Parker's carefully orchestrated chaos. And for the first time in a long time, Julia allowed herself to wonder what might happen if she stopped trying to pretend she didn't feel it. Chapter 9. The Snow Evening Together. By late afternoon, the storm had settled into one of those steady, determined snowfalls that made time feel slower. Rose Hill Street was almost empty. Cars crawled along under blankets of white. The sidewalks were half buried, and the Christmas lights in the brownstone windows glowed like little anchors in the swirling gray. Julia sat at her tiny kitchen table with her laptop open and her tablet beside it, pretending to answer emails while actually staring at the envelope Adele had slipped under her door earlier that day. It lay there in the middle of the table, innocent and smug with its little silver snowflake sticker. Milo slept near the radiator, paws twitching as if he were chasing something in his dreams. The apartment smelled faintly of coffee and vanilla, leftovers from the morning. Julia took a breath, reached for the envelope, and turned it over in her hands. She'd been avoiding it, telling herself she needed to finish work first, that she had time, that the 13 days challenge wasn't going anywhere. The truth was simpler. Every new task seemed to pull her and Mark a little closer, and she wasn't sure how much closer she could afford to get. She tore the sticker carefully and unfolded the card. Today's task is simple. Spend an evening with your partner. No errands, no chores, no to-do lists. Just time. Share a Christmas tradition, a favorite movie, a story you've never told anyone. Sometimes the kindest thing we can give is our presence. Mrs. A. Parker. Julia read it twice, then a third time, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something less intimate. An evening, just the two of them. No excuse of decorating. No neighbor to help. No pot of chili to stir between them. Just time. She exhaled slowly, feeling her pulse pick up in that now familiar way. Milo stretched, rolled over, and blinked at her as if he'd heard every word. "Don't look at me like that," Julia said. "I didn't write the card. This is Adele's fault." Milo yawned. She glanced at the clock. Almost 5. Outside, the sky was already darkening into that deep blue that came just before night. If she put this off, it would spin in her head until she drove herself crazy. She reached for her phone before she could talk herself out of it. For a moment, her fingers hovered over his name. Then she typed, "Hey, Adele left today's task. It's a spend time with your partner kind of thing. Are you busy tonight?" She stared at the message, winced at how blunt it looked, and hit send before she could rewrite it 15 times. The reply came quicker than she expected. I'm just finishing a few emails. What kind of time are we supposed to spend? Julia smiled despite herself. Apparently we're supposed to share an evening together. No errands, no tasks, just talking, movie, Christmas tradition, or something like that. Her words, not mine. There was a pause this time, long enough to make her overthink. Long enough for her to consider sending a follow-up that said something like, we can always skip it if you want, but she didn't. Then his answer appeared. All right, where? She hadn't realized until that moment that she had assumed the answer might be no. Her shoulders dropped a fraction. My place? I have working heating, a small tree, and Milo, and hot chocolate. Possibly the worst Christmas movie collection you've ever seen. Another pause. That sounds acceptable. 7? 7 is good. She set the phone down and leaned back in her chair, staring up at the ceiling. You heard that, she told Milo. He's coming over. Again. Milo thumped his tail against the floor. It sounded a lot like approval. The next hour passed in a blur of movement she pretended was practical and not at all panicked. She straightened the couch cushions, stacked her sketchbooks so they looked intentional instead of like a paper landslide, washed the mug in the sink that had been sitting there since yesterday, and swapped a slightly drooping garland around her window with a better one from the storage box under her bed. She paused once, looking around. The apartment still looked like hers, colorful, lived in, scattered with small things that meant something only to her. She thought for a moment about toning it down, making it neater, more neutral, more like his place probably was. Then she shook her head. No, if he was coming over, he was coming into her world. That meant fairy lights draped over the bookshelf, the ridiculous reindeer cushion on the armchair, and the crooked ornament Milo had stolen and half-chewed before she rescued it. This was who she was. There was no point in pretending otherwise. At 5 to 7, her hands finally stilled. The hot chocolate mix was ready on the counter, the kettle full, a blanket folded across the back of the couch in case it got cold. A few candles flickered on the coffee table, their light soft and steady. She wasn't nervous, she told herself, just highly aware. A knock sounded on the door, 3 measured taps. Her heart did a surprising little flip. She opened it. Mark stood there in a dark sweater and jeans, his coat unbuttoned, a dusting of snow still clinging to the shoulders. He held a grocery bag in one hand. Hi, he said. Hi, she answered. You brought supplies? Should I be worried? Probably, he replied, deadpan. Then more quietly, I brought cookies from the bakery on the corner. I didn't know what the proper etiquette for an enforced social evening was. Enforced social evening, she repeated, stepping aside to let him in. That is such a lawyer way of saying hanging out that he moved into the apartment, eyes taking in the room as if he were rereading a page he'd only skimmed before. The lights, the small tree, the blanket on the couch, the little details he hadn't lingered on last time. His gaze softened. It's nice, he said. Warmer than the last time I was here. There was chilly last time, she said. Chilly fixes everything. Tonight we have cookies. Progress, she said. Milo barreled across the floor and skidded to a halt by Mark's feet, looking up with absolute worship. Mark bent to greet him automatically, fingers brushing over soft fur. Hello, troublemaker, he said. He's offended you didn't text him personally, Julia said. If he had a phone, I'd consider it. They both smiled. For a moment, that small shared smile felt like the center of the room. Hot chocolate. Julia asked, or do you have some complex sugar-free rule in the evenings too? Given the weather, Mark said, I'm willing to compromise my usual habits. I feel honored, she replied. Sit, I'll make it. He set the bag on the counter and wandered toward the couch with the cautious curiosity of someone entering a gallery for the first time. His eyes moved over framed prints on the wall, the stack of art books by the coffee table, the mug with paint stains she hadn't managed to scrub off. When he spotted the sketchbook lying near the lamp, he paused. Do you mind if I? He began, fingers hovering near it. Julia froze. Yes, she said quickly, then winced at how sharp it sounded. I mean, yes, I mind. It's messy, He withdrew his hand at once. Understood. I apologize. No, She poured milk into a saucepan, the softest filling the silence. It's unfinished stuff. Weird stuff. Sometime I'll show you the pieces that don't look like they were drawn by a sleep-deprived raccoon. I doubt they look like that, he said. They do. Still, he said quietly, I'd like to see them when you're ready. Her hand stilled on the spoon for a heartbeat. She didn't turn around right away. She let the warmth in her chest settle before she answered. Maybe I'll let you, she said. The hot chocolate finished warming. She poured into 2 mismatched mugs, one with a penguin in a scarf, one plain blue, and carried them to the coffee table. Mark had taken off his coat and folded it carefully over back of the chair, then sat on the couch, Milo pressed happily against his leg. Julia handed him the penguin mug. He looked at it, then at her. You did this on purpose. Yes, she said. You're absolutely a penguin mug person. I don't know what that means. It means you act like you dislike cute things, but you secretly don't. He glanced down at Milo, who had rolled onto his back to present his stomach for scratching. I don't dislike cute things, he said quietly. Her smile faded into something softer. They drank in silence for a few minutes. The storm whispered against the windows. The building creaked as it settled. The little tree lights blinked. The whole world felt very far away. So, Julia said eventually, we have an evening to fill. Adele suggested a tradition, a movie, or a story we've never told anyone. Ambitious checklist, Mark murmured. She aims high. He stared into his mug, thinking, do you have a favorite Christmas movie? I have several, she said. All of them probably classified as guilty pleasures. Name one. He's just not that into Christmas, she said. Terrible title, Excellent Fake Snow. Or there's the one with the journalist pretending to be engaged for the holidays. I can't remember the name, but there's a scene with a snowball fight and a family dinner that makes me cry every time. Mark looked bemused. All your favorites involve deception. They involve personal growth and emotional vulnerability dressed as deception, she corrected. Of course. What about you, she asked. Favorite movie? Or did you come out of law school incapable of enjoying cinema? He hesitated, then set his mug down. When I was younger, he said slowly, my mom used to watch It a Wonderful Life every Christmas Eve. She'd cry at the same parts every year. My dad pretended not to watch, but he always ended up sitting on the edge of the couch with us. I thought it was boring when I was 10. When I got older, it started to feel different. How? Julia asked softly. Mark shrugged one shoulder. Like a reminder that people matter, that how you move through the world matters, even if you don't see it. She watched his face as he spoke. The lines there were softer than usual. Do you still watch it? She asked. He shook his head once. Not in a long time. Why not? He hesitated. My mom died 4 years ago, he said. December 22nd. I tried to watch it that first Christmas without her. I turned it off 15 minutes in. Julia's throat tightened. I'm sorry, she said quietly. Not your fault, he answered. But thank you. A silence settled, not empty, but respectful. The storm picked up a little outside, wind moaning softly along the brick. That's why you're weird about Christmas, she said gently. He huffed a quiet sound that was almost a laugh. Why I'm quiet about it, yes. You still show up, she pointed out, for trees and garlands and chili and snow walks. Because people like Adele and Mrs. Lang and 2 very loud twins expect certain things, he said. And because you live downstairs and I'm not entirely immune. To what? He looked at her, really looked this time. To warmth, he said. The words hung there, between the 2 mugs, the 2 bodies sitting close but not quite touching. Julia felt them like a hand around her heart. She swallowed. You know, she said, her voice lighter than she felt. If you ever want to try again with that movie, you don't have to watch it alone. He didn't answer right away. His gaze dropped to the cocoa ring on the rim of his mug, then returned to her face. Maybe not this year, he said, but thank you. She nodded once, gently, off for Stan's. He seemed to tuck that away somewhere inside, like he did with every detail he found important. What about you? He asked after a moment. Any traditions? Julia let out a breath. I used to have one, she said. When I was a kid, my mom and I baked these ridiculous sugar cookies on December 23rd, the kind with too many sprinkles and icing that never really set. We'd eat most of them before they even cooled. My dad pretended to be horrified about the sugar, but he always stole at least 4. Used to. Mark asked. She traced a circle on her mug with her thumb. My parents split up when I was 16, she said. It wasn't a violent thing, just slow, quiet, everyone being tired all the time. My mom moved across the country 2 months before Christmas. That year, I baked the cookies alone. And after that, he asked. I stopped, she said simply. It felt strange, like copying something I didn't have anymore. Mark watched her, his expression unreadable, and yet full of something that made her want to look away and lean closer at the same time. Is that why you go so hard on decorations now? He asked softly. Lights, trees, garlands, all of it? Partly, she said. If I make everything bright enough, maybe it feels less empty. He didn't say she was wrong. He didn't offer a comforting platitude or tell her time healed all wounds. He just sat there, listening, really listening, and somehow that was better than anything else he could have done. I like your decorations, he said finally. They make the building feel less like 4 walls and more like a place people actually live in. Julia blinked. Thank you, she said. For what? For not making it sound silly. It's not silly, he said. It's hopeful. There's a difference. They fell quiet. The kind of quiet that felt like being under a blanket instead of left alone outside. Julia became acutely aware of how close they were sitting. Milo had shifted in his sleep and was now sprawled mostly across Mark's lap, one paw against her knee. Their shoulders were only a few inches apart. She could smell his aftershave, something subtle and clean under the scent of cocoa and candle wax. Do you ever think about leaving? Mark asked suddenly. Boston, sometimes, Julia said, when the rent goes up, when the snow is gray instead of white, when I see photos of beaches in December. But then I walk past the bakery and the coffee shop and this building, and it feels like mine. Imperfect, but mine. He nodded. I understand that. Have you ever thought about leaving? She asked. Once, he said, after my mom died. Everything reminded me of her. I thought maybe a new city would be easier. Different cases, different coffee shops, different December. And, she prompted. I stayed, he said. I did want to admit that starting over scared me more than staying did. She tilted her head. You don't seem like someone who scares easily. You don't seem like someone who's afraid of being left, he replied. The line landed between them with unexpected accuracy. She looked away, toward the window, where the snow whirled in strange spirals. Appearances are tricky, she murmured. Yes, he agreed softly. They are. Even from the corner of her eye, she could feel his attention on her. Not invasive, not insistent. Just there, steady, solid. Julia, he said after a moment. Yeah, I'm glad Adele assigned this tonight, he said. I wouldn't have started any of these conversations on my own. She smiled faintly. You don't say. I mean it, he insisted. I know, she said. I'm glad to. He shifted slightly closer. Not enough to be obvious. Enough that her arm brushed his when she reached for her mug. The contact was brief, accidental, and yet it felt like someone had struck a match between them. They both went still. Outside, the storm roared quietly. Inside, the room felt almost too warm. I should probably figure out how to thank Adele, Mark said, his tone attempting lightness and not entirely succeeding. We can start by not telling her, Julia replied. If she finds out she did something that actually worked this well, her ego will implode the ceiling. He huffed a soft laugh. True. Milo snored. They let the silence stretch again, but this time it felt different. It wasn't something they were filling. It was something they were sharing. Eventually, Mark glanced at the clock on the wall. I should go, he said carefully, before the stairs turn into ice. Probably, Julia replied, though she didn't move. He set his empty mug down and gently shifted Milo off his lap. The dog complained once and then settled against Julia's side. Mark stood, then paused, looking down at her. Thank you for tonight, he said. For the hot chocolate. And the stories. Thank you for telling yours, she answered. He nodded once, as if committing something to memory. Then he moved toward the door, pulling on his coat slowly. His hand hovered over the doorknob. Then he turned back. Julia? Yes. I like being here, he said quietly. In your space. It feels good. The honesty of it stole her breath for a second. I like you being here, she replied, before she could talk herself out of it. Something flickered in his eyes. Something she recognized because she felt it too. Good night, he said, his voice softer than she'd ever heard it. Good night, Mark. He opened the door, stepped into the hallway, and was gone. Julia stood there for a moment, staring at the closed door, listening to the muffled sound of his footsteps retreating up the stairs. Then she turned off the kitchen light, sank back down onto the couch, and pulled the blanket over herself and Milo. Her apartment felt the same as it had an hour ago, but she knew it wasn't. Something had shifted, quietly, undeniably. Something had warmed. Okay, she whispered into the dim room. This is real now. Milo sighed in his sleep, rolling closer. Outside, the snow kept falling, covering the city, covering their building, covering the thin invisible line between upstairs and downstairs that was already starting to blur. Chapter 10. A street full of lights. The storm cleared overnight, leaving Rose Hill Street under a sky so clean and blue it almost hurt to look at. Sunlight bounced off the snowbanks, dazzling and sharp, making everything feel brighter than it had any right to be on a Tuesday morning in December. By the time Julia padded into the kitchen in thick socks and an oversized sweatshirt, the world outside her window looked like someone had turned the saturation all the way up on winter. Milo sat by the door in a perfect little sit, staring up at her with intense expectation. I know, she said, filling the kettle. You've been patient. We'll go out in a minute. The apartment was still carrying the ghost of last night. Every time she glanced at the couch, she saw Mark sitting there with the penguin mug. Every time her eyes drifted to the little tree, she remembered the way his voice had softened when he'd said he liked being in her space. It made the whole room feel like it had a new layer to it, something invisible and fragile and warm. An envelope lay on the floor near her front door, half slid under the crack. She hadn't noticed it. When she got up, Adele's familiar looping handwriting peeked out from the top edge. Julia picked it up, weighing it in her hand for a moment before opening it. The snowflake sticker came away easily. She unfolded the card. Today's task: go outside together. Find lights or music or something that feels like Christmas to you. You've helped this building. Now I want you to see each other in the middle of the world. Don't rush home. A. Julia read it twice, then glanced at the window again. The streets were already coming back to life. A snowplow rumbled by, leaving a narrow, wet path along the curb. Someone in a bright red hat was shoveling their stoop. On the far corner, the little coffee shop had its door propped open just long enough for someone to step out holding 2 steaming cups. Outside together. See each other in the middle of the world. She grabbed her phone before she could think too hard about it. Morning. Adele dropped another task. We're supposed to go outside together and find something Christmassy. Lights, music, etc. Do you have time today? She hit send and set the phone on the counter, then busied herself with food for Milo, convincing herself she wasn't waiting. The phone buzzed before she'd finished measuring out his kibble. I have time this afternoon. A hearing was postponed because of the storm. Where are we supposed to go? She smiled. I think somewhere with lights is all the guidance we're getting. We could walk down to the main street. I heard they finally turned on the big decorations. A pause. Then, all right. What time? 3? That way it's still light when we go and dark when we come back. 3 is good. Milo crunched his breakfast loudly, oblivious to how her heart had just kicked up a notch. Okay, she said to him. You heard the man. We're going on a field trip. The hours until 3 moved strangely. Too fast when she wanted to figure out what to wear. Too slow when she sat with her tablet trying to work. She managed nothing useful. Every line she drew looked like the outline of someone sitting on a couch with a mug of hot chocolate. And at a certain point she just put the stylus down and admitted defeat. When her phone finally showed 2:42, she panicked about time anyway. She pulled on a soft cream sweater, jeans, and her warmest coat, wrapping herself in a scarf patterned with small gold stars. On impulse, she added the red knit beanie Sarah had given her last year, because your head deserves to be festive too. She checked herself in the mirror, winced at how obviously seasonal she looked, then decided to lean into it. Milo bounced in place while she put on his harness, making the process twice as difficult and 3 times as adorable. "Please don't trip, Mark," she told him. "That's not the meet cute I'm going for." He sneezed in her direction. At 3 on the... There was a knock on her door. 3 quick, even taps. She opened it to find Mark standing there in a dark wool coat, a navy scarf, and gloves. His hair still held a slight wave from drying on its own, and there was a faint pink along his cheekbones from the cold. "Hi," he said. "Hi," she replied. "You look very serious, Winter Man." "I take weather seriously," he said. "Unlike some people." She looked down at her star scarf and beanie. "You mean people who respect the power of accessories?" "That's one way to describe it." Milo trotted up, wagging his tail so hard he almost toppled over. Mark bent automatically to scratch his head. "Are we all prepared?" he asked. "As we'll ever be," Julia said. "Ready to go experience the world?" "I'll do my best." They stepped out into the hallway, descended the stairs, and emerged into the crisp afternoon. The air was cold enough to bite at her nose, but the sun made it feel bright instead of bleak. The sidewalks had been shoveled into narrow paths. Snowbanks rose up like walls on either side. Rose Hill Street looked like the setting of one of those carefully staged Christmas card photos, too perfect almost, but charming anyway. They walked in silence for a minute, adjusting to the crunch of snow under their boots, the bite of the air, the hush of the city still partially slowed by the storm. "Do you come this way often?" Mark asked as they turned toward the main street. "Whenever I need to stretch my legs or convince myself I'm part of society," Julia said. "Also, the baker at the corner has a cinnamon roll that can fix your entire belief system." He gave her a sideways look. "You measure belief systems in pastries." "Of course I do." "Strangely," he said, "that makes sense." They reached the first intersection. Here the city was more alive. Cars moved cautiously through slush. People carried shopping bags, hoods pulled up, cheeks red. Strings of lights had been hung across the street from lamppost to lamppost, and someone had wrapped garlands around a bench, complete with an oversized red bough. By the time they reached the main shopping street, the world had tipped toward that magical hour between day and night. The sky was still blue, but the lights were already on. Storefronts glowed with warm displays, wreaths, fake fireplaces, mannequins, and knitwear. A choir of high school students stood near the corner singing, "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas," with more enthusiasm than precision. Julia stopped for a moment, taking it in. At her side, Mark did too. "This is more than I expected," he admitted. "It's good, right?" she said. "It's a lot," he said. Then after a beat, "But yes, good." They moved slowly along the sidewalk, weaving through other pedestrians. Julia pointed out decorations that made her smile. A particularly ugly inflatable Santa, a window display with dozens of tiny paper stars suspended from the ceiling, a dog in a sweater with antlers. Mark observed everything with that quiet attentiveness of his, making dry observations that made her laugh. "Look," she said at one point, nodding toward a small booth set up outside a bookstore. A woman stood behind a folding table draped in a red cloth, collecting toys in a large donation box. A cardboard sign propped against the table read, "Holiday Toy Drive for local families in need." Children's books and stuffed animals were already piled high in the box. A little girl in a pink coat held a doll close, reluctant to let go. Her mother knelt beside her, murmuring something. Julia watched as the girl finally loosened her grip and placed the doll gently in the box. The woman at the table smiled and thanked her. The girl smiled back, small and shy and proud. "Okay," Julia said quietly. "That just broke my heart in a good way." Mark followed her gaze. "I didn't know they did a toy drive here." "I've seen it a couple of years," Julia said. "I've always meant to bring something and then get distracted. We still have time, though." "Not right now," he said automatically. "We don't have anything to donate." We're standing in front of a bookstore, Julia said, and there's a toy shop 2 doors down. He hesitated, eyes drifting back to the donation box. You're thinking about it, she said. I'm thinking about how many people probably need help this year, he answered, and about how much I don't know what kids are interested in these days. That's the easy part, she said. We buy the things we would have wanted. It's Christmas. That's the whole point. He looked at her like she'd just said something simple and profound at the same time. All right, he said. Let's do it. They went into the toy shop first. The bell above the door chimed, and they were met with a wall of color and sound. Shelves of board games, plush animals, dolls, tiny train sets. Christmas music played faintly through speakers. Julia wandered down an aisle, trailing her fingers along a row of stuffed animals. We have to be efficient, she told him, or I'll buy the whole store. Please don't, he said. I'm not sure we can carry that. He hovered near the entrance at first, out of his depth, until a display of small building sets caught his eye. He picked one up, reading the box carefully. I used to have something like this, he said. My dad would help me build. It took hours, but when it was done, I felt like I'd built a small universe. That's perfect, Julia said. Get that one. He put in the crook of his arm, still looking oddly unsure. It's not too boring. It's the opposite of boring. She picked out a soft plush polar bear with a knit scarf, then a set of colored pencils and a sketch pad. When Mark raised an eyebrow at the last one, she shrugged. Some kid out there might want to draw their own universes, she said. Seems fair. He didn't argue. At the register, the woman ringing them up smiled. Toy drive, I'm guessing? Yes, Julia said. Yes, Mark said at the same time. They exchanged a quick glance, then looked away again, tiny smiles on both their faces. They carried the bag outside and walked back to the booth. The woman behind the table recognized them instantly. Adding to the pile? She asked. Julia nodded. We couldn't resist. Mark set the building set in the box carefully, as if it were fragile. Julia added the bear and the drawing kit. Thank you both, the woman said. These make more difference than you know. Mark answered before Julia could. I believe that, he said quietly. They walked away in silence, neither of them needing to fill it. By the time they reached the end of the street, the sky had deepened into true evening. More lights had come on. Wreaths glowed in shop windows, and overhead strings of bulbs blinked slowly in patterns. The air smelled like roasted chestnuts and sugar and wet wool. Okay, Julia said, hugging her coat a little closer. As far as Christmas missions go, I think Adele would approve. Probably, Mark said, though she'll take credit for all of it. As she should. Julia laughed. They stopped at the corner, where the street curved back toward their neighborhood. A group of musicians had set up there, a violinist, a guitarist, and a man with a small hand drum. They were playing Silent Night, but slower, with a softness that made the song feel suddenly new. A small crowd had gathered, listening in quiet. Julia and Mark stood at the edge of it, not speaking, just letting the sound wash over them. It was one of those moments where everything seemed to line up. The music, the lights, the snow, the warmth of another person close enough to touch. Julia wasn't the kind of person to think in terms of fate, but something about it felt almost too perfectly arranged. Without really deciding to, she shifted a little closer. Her arm brushed his. She didn't move away. Neither did he. For a few minutes, they just stood there together, watching the bow move across the violin strings, the guitar's fingers, the way the drummer's hands tapped gently. The city moved around them, blurred at the edges. When the song ended, the small crowd applauded. Someone dropped a few bills into the open case. Julia dug in her pocket for some change, tossing it in with a soft clink. You like this part, Mark said as they stepped away. What part? She asked. When everyone stops for a moment and just listens. She thought about it. Yeah, I do. He looked at her profile, the way the streetlights turned her hair into a halo of color around her beanie. So do I, he said. The walk back to Rosehill Street was slower. The cold had settled deeper into her fingers, even through her gloves, but she didn't mind. The lights followed them part way, then gave way to quieter, dimmer side streets. At one point, her boot slid on a patch of hidden ice. Julia's foot went out from under her, and for a split second her stomach lurched. Mark's hand closed around her arm, steady and firm, pulling her back upright before she could fall. The world jolted, then righted itself. She looked up at him, breath caught. "Careful," he said. His hand was still on her arm. "Thanks," she managed. He didn't move immediately. His fingers were warm even through the layers. For a moment, they just stood there in the middle of the sidewalk. The world narrowed down to the feeling of his hand on her and the sound of their breath in the cold air. Then he seemed to remember himself and let go. "Sorry," he said. "For what?" she asked. "For not letting me fall on my face?" He huffed a small laugh. "I suppose that would be worse." "A little," she said. They reached the brownstone steps a few minutes later. Warm light spilled from the windows, the garlands they'd hung wrapping around the doorframe like an invitation. They stopped there on the top step, snow crunching under their boots. "Mission accomplished," Julia said. "Lights, music, and minor heroics on black ice. We should never tell Adele how close you came to falling," Mark said. "She'll add risk assessment to her next challenge." "She'd turn it into a metaphor," Julia agreed. They fell quiet, both reluctant to open the door, because opening it meant the evening would start counting down to its end. "Thank you," Mark said after a moment. "For what?" Julia asked. "For today," he said. "For all of it. The toys, the music, the way you convinced me dipping into a toy store in the middle of a work week was not irresponsible." "It wasn't," she said. "It was Christmas." He smiled then, really smiled. Not the small, hesitant version she'd seen before, but something open and bright that made her heart twist. "I'm still adjusting to that logic," he said. "You're doing great," she replied. They went inside together, into the lobby they decorated, into the warm air and golden lights. For a second, they just stood there again, as if forgetting they technically lived on different floors. "I should let you go," Julia said, even though she didn't particularly want to. "I should answer a few emails," Mark replied, even though he didn't sound eager. He shifted his weight, fingers brushing the strap of his bag. "Julia?" "Yes." "If Adele assigns something outside the building again," he said slowly, "even after the challenge is over, I wouldn't be opposed to repeating a day like this." Something fluttered low in her chest. "You wouldn't?" she asked. "No," he said. "I wouldn't." She let that settle in, warm and bright, like another string of lights. "Then we don't have to wait for Adele," she said gently. "We can just decide." His eyes searched hers, surprised but pleased. "Can we?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "Pretty sure we're allowed to make our own plans." He seemed to file that away like one of those legal precedents he cared about, a small, important ruling. "Good night, Julia," he said. It sounded different now than it had a week ago. Heavier, better. "Good night, Mark." He turned toward the stairs. "But look back once." She caught him this time. He didn't pretend otherwise. When he disappeared onto the second-floor landing, Julia stood there alone for a moment, Milo sitting patiently at her feet. The lobby lights glowed off the garlands. Somewhere on the upper floor, someone's radio played faint Christmas music, muffled and warm. Julia bent to scoop Milo up. "We're really in it now, buddy," she whispered into his fur. "This is not just a game anymore." Milo licked her chin, unbothered. She headed up to her apartment with her chest strangely light and full at the same time, already replaying the day in quiet, secret loops. The storm had passed, but something else was building between them now. Something she knew they'd have to face once the challenge ended. For the first time in a long time, the idea didn't scare her as much as it thrilled her. Chapter 11. The Almost Invitation. The morning unfolded slowly in Julia's apartment, as if time itself had decided to stretch, lingering in the warmth left behind by the previous evening. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains in thin golden slants, catching dust motes that drifted lazily in the air. Milo was already awake, patrolling the living room like a tiny general, pausing only to bark at the shadows moving outside the window. Julia rolled out of bed later than usual, her body relaxed, but her thoughts a jumble of fragments she couldn't seem to sort. Mark smiled when he looked at the lights downtown, the way his hand had steadied her on the ice, the softness in his voice when he'd said he liked being in her space. Every moment replayed itself like a slow reel, looping again and again until she had to exhale just to ground herself. She tied her hair into a messy bun, padded barefoot into the kitchen, and set water to boil for coffee. The apartment smelled faintly of cinnamon from the candles she'd forgotten to blow out last night, and of cocoa from the mugs they had left drying on the counter. She leaned against the counter with her mug, Milo weaving between her feet, and stared at the snow-covered world outside her window. Boston had woken up bright and clean after the storm, the streets glittering under a fresh morning sun. It looked like a new beginning, which was both hopeful and dangerous. On the floor, near her front door, something caught her eye, an envelope. She set the mug down and crossed the room, recognizing a familiar silver snowflake sticker before she even picked it up. Adele, punctual and unstoppable. Julia tore the seal open and unfolded the card. Day 11. Share something small. A gesture, a treat, a moment. Give your partner something you love. Hey, she read the words twice, the meaning settling in her chest. Something she loved. Something personal. Something that mattered enough to give. The thought alone made her pulse skip in a way she couldn't quite hide from herself. She had barely placed the card on the table when 3 steady knocks sounded on her door, precise, unmistakably Mark. Her stomach tightened, a mixture of anticipation and something quieter, deeper. She opened the door. "Hi," he said, standing there in a navy sweater and a coat unbuttoned just enough to reveal the soft wool underneath. His hair was still slightly disheveled from sleep, the faintest hint of tiredness beneath his eyes, though he carried himself with a familiar calm precision she had come to expect. "Hi," Julia replied, stepping aside so he could enter. "Did you get the task already?" "Yes," he said, glancing briefly at her envelope on the floor. "I thought perhaps we should address it together before we go about the rest of the day." "Address it," she teased. "You make it sound like a legal document." He exhaled, the corner of his mouth pulling upward. Everything is a legal document, if worded poorly. "Wow, romance," she said, but she was smiling. Mark stepped inside, and the apartment seemed to shift subtly, the way it always did when he was in it. Warmer, steadier, filled with an unspoken tension she wasn't ready to name. Milo greeted him enthusiastically, circling him twice before flopping at his feet, as if declaring him officially part of the household. Julia picked up the envelope again and handed it to him. Adele went simple today, or deceptively simple. Mark read it, brow tightening slightly. "Something you love," he repeated. "That's not easy." "It doesn't have to be big," she said. "Just something that means something to you." He looked at her for a long moment, as if weighing whether to follow the task or run from it. "I'm not sure I have anything suitable to give." "Everyone has something," she said softly. "Maybe you just haven't shared before." His expression shifted, not defensive, not closed off, just thoughtful in a way that tugged at her. She crossed to the small ceramic bowl on her counter and pulled out a wrapped caramel. "Okay," she said. "I'll start." She walked back to him and held out the small piece of candy. "I know it's simple, silly even, but these, they remind me of this store my mom used to take me to. It was tiny, smelled like sugar and cardamom, and I always ended up with pockets full of these by the time we left. It's something small I love. So here." Mark took it carefully, almost reverently, like she had handed him something fragile. He closed his fingers around it slowly, and something in his face softened. "Thank you." "See? Easy," she said lightly. "Now your turn." "My turn," he echoed, looking briefly like she had asked him to dismantle a bomb. Then he straightened slightly. "Give me a moment." He left the apartment abruptly, closing the door behind him before she could ask what he meant. Julia stood there in her kitchen, the room suddenly feeling far too quiet. Milo tilted his head at her, confused. "I don't know," she said to him. "Your guess is as good as mine." Less than a minute later, a knock again. She opened the door to find Mark standing there with a hardcover book in his hand, the dust jacket worn, the edges softened from years of handling. "This," he said quietly, "is something I love." Julia's breath caught. She recognized immediately how old the book was. Not from where, but from the way he held it. Fingers curled around the spine like it was something sacred. "Mark, you don't have to." My mom gave it to me when I was 12, he said, his voice low, steady. It was the first book she picked for me, not for school or for a project. She said it reminded her of the way I saw the world. I haven't lent it to anyone since she died, but the task said something I love. So, here. Julia took it slowly, using both hands, as if accepting something much heavier than a book. Their fingers brushed in exchange, a soft, lingering contact that sent a warm current up her arm. "Thank you," she whispered, because anything louder felt wrong. This means a lot." He nodded once, the smallest movement, eyes locked on hers for a moment too long, before he stepped back. The air between them felt charged, full of a tenderness neither seemed ready to confront. He cleared his throat gently. "I should let you start your day." "You could stay for coffee," she said, the words slipping out before she could stop them. Mark paused, surprised. He looked at her kitchen, at Milo patiently wagging his tail, at the soft light filling the room. "I have to review a few cases this morning." She nodded, trying not to feel disappointment. "Of course. But," he added, voice quieter now, "I could come back later, if you want." Julia felt her chest warm. "I do." He nodded, a small but certain movement. "Later, then." He reached for the doorknob, then paused, turning back to her with an expression she hadn't seen before. Open, vulnerable, almost searching. "Julia." "Yes?" she said, holding the book against her chest. "If, once this challenge ends, you'd ever like to spend time together again, not because Adele asks us to, but because we choose to, I wouldn't mind." The words were simple, almost understated, but the sincerity behind them hit her with a weight she wasn't prepared for. Her breath slowed, her heart steadying into something warm and surer. "I wouldn't mind either," she said softly. Something eased in his posture, like a knot he'd been holding for days had loosened. He gave her a small, real smile, the kind that reaches eyes. "Good." He stepped out into the hallway, closing the door gently behind him, his footsteps fading up the stairs. Julia stood still for a long moment, holding the book pressed against her chest, the apartment quiet except for Milo's tiny sigh as he curled at her feet. Something had shifted again, not big, not loud, not dramatic, but undeniable. A small gesture, exactly as Adele had ordered, except what they'd shared wasn't small at all. When she finally moved, she placed the book carefully on her coffee table and whispered into the soft morning air, "This is getting real." Milo glanced up at her with sleepy approval, and for the first time that day, Julia let herself smile without holding anything back. Chapter 12. The Gift of the Morning. The afternoon unfolded with the kind of brightness that felt almost unreal after so many days of snowfall. By the time Julia stepped outside with Milo to get some fresh air, Rose Hill Street was a mosaic of melting ice and crisp sunlight, tiny droplets falling from rooftops in soft rhythmic beats. The cold still nipped at her cheeks, but the air carried the first hint of something gentler, as if winter had loosened its grip just slightly to inhale. She walked slowly down the block, letting Milo explore every lamp post and snowbank, though her mind drifted constantly back toward her apartment, toward the book resting on her coffee table, and toward the man who had handed it to her with a quiet weight of trust. She replayed the moment again and again, the slight uncertainty in his eyes, the way he had almost stepped back before offering it, the careful tone in his voice. It hadn't just been a gesture. It had been a doorway, one he didn't open easily. Julia knew that. She felt it in every small pause, every thoughtful word he gave her, every careful step he took towards something he clearly wasn't used to, and she had accepted it, almost too eagerly, her chest tightening with gratitude and nerves all at once. When she returned to the building an hour later, the hallway smelled faintly of gingerbread. Someone was baking again, probably the twins' mother. Milo shook himself dramatically at the entrance, sending tiny flecks of snow everywhere, then bounded up the stairs in uneven bursts. Julia followed more slowly, her heart picking up speed when she reached her apartment door. Mark had said later, but later meant nothing specific. Later could be 5 minutes or 5 hours. Later could be tomorrow or next week. She didn't want to seem too eager. She also didn't want to seem uninterested. It was a delicate, impossible balance. She had barely hung her coat on the hook when she heard the faintest knock on her door. 2 quick taps, softer than usual, as if he were testing the sound. Milo barked once, as if announcing the arrival of a deity. Julia's breath hitched. She opened the door. Mark stood there, coat off this time, wearing a dark gray sweater and a faintly unsure expression, the kind that softened his whole face without him realizing. He had a small, flat paper bag in his hand, folded neatly at the top. "Hi," he said quietly. "Hi," Julia answered, warmth blooming in her chest. "You're early." "I wasn't sure what time counted as later," he said, "so I guessed." She smiled. "Good guess." He stepped inside with the same care as always, closing the door softly behind him. Milo greeted him with an enthusiasm that bordered on chaotic, circling him 3 full times before attempting to jump. Mark steadied him instinctively, rubbing behind his ears in a way that made Milo melt onto the floor. Mark lifted the small bag slightly. "I brought something." Julia blinked. "Another gift?" "It's not part of the assignment," he said quickly. "This one is separate. Something I thought you might like." She felt her pulse thrum. "Okay, what is it?" He hesitated, then handed her the bag. Inside was a set of thick, beautifully textured drawing pencils. The professional kind, the one she looked 100 times in the art store, but convinced herself she didn't need to buy. High quality, smooth, expensive. Too good for someone who spent half her time sketching on napkins and junk mail. Julia looked at them, then at him. "Mark, these are not small." "I know," he said, shifting his weight slightly. "But your sketchbook was on the table last night, and I remember you mentioning the type of lines you liked. And I thought it might be something useful, or something you'd enjoy. It's not a task. It's just," he cleared his throat, "for you." Her fingers tightened around the box. "I love them," she said softly. "Thank you." He nodded once, a small release of breath she couldn't help noticing. "Do you want coffee?" she asked. "Or tea? Or something warm?" "Tea," he said, "if it's not too much trouble." She moved to the kitchen, filling the kettle and trying to ignore the flutter in her chest each time she felt his gaze on her. Mark walked to the couch, pausing when he saw the book she placed carefully on the coffee table. His fingers hovered near it, but he didn't touch it. "You picked a chapter?" he asked, voice low. "Not yet," she said. "I wanted to wait until you came back." His eyes lifted toward hers, something warm flickering there. "Then maybe we could read a little, if you want." "I do," she said. "I'd like that." They settled on the couch, Milo wedged contentedly between them like a furry diplomatic barrier. The kettle hissed softly in the background, reminding them of the world beyond the moment. But for now, neither moved. Neither spoke. The quiet was comfortable, heavy with something unspoken. Mark opened the book carefully, almost ceremonially, and turned a few pages with familiarity that spoke of countless readings. He stopped at a particular chapter, his thumb resting lightly on the margin. "This was her favorite part," he said, not looking up. She always said the scene felt like the world pausing to breathe." Julia shifted closer, drawn not just to the book, but to the gentleness in his voice. "Then let's start there." He began to read, slowly, softly. His voice was lower than she expected, steady and warm, carrying the cadence of someone who had always read silently, but was discovering how different it felt to speak the words aloud. Julia listened, not just to the story, but to him. The careful emphasis on certain phrases, the faint hesitation on others, the way his breathing shifted with each line. She found herself watching him more than the page, tracing the movement of his eyes as they followed the text, the subtle tension in his jaw, the softness in the corners of his mouth. At one point, his shoulder brushed hers in a small, accidental contact. Neither pulled away. When he reached the end of the scene, he closed the book gently, fingers still resting on the cover. The room felt different now. Quieter, fuller, as if the story had woven itself into the air between them. "Thank you," she murmured, "for sharing that with me." He exhaled. "I didn't realize how much I missed reading it with someone." She smiled, her chest tightening softly. "You can read with me any time." His eyes lifted, meeting hers for a heartbeat that lasted far too long. I'd like that, he said. She swallowed, trying to breathe around the warmth rising in her throat. Tea, she whispered abruptly, pushing herself upright, before the kettle explodes. Mark nodded, a faint, almost shy smile touching his lips. Right. She moved toward the kitchen, hands slightly unsteady as she reached for the mugs. Behind her, Mark leaned back on the couch, fingers brushing Milo's fur absently, while his gaze drifted toward the window. The lingering sunset cast a soft glow over him, turning his silhouette warm and familiar, like someone that had always belonged in her living room even though he'd only been there twice. Julia poured the tea and paused for a moment with her hands wrapped around the warm ceramic, letting herself look at him openly for the first time since he'd stepped inside. She saw the quiet tension around his shoulders, the softness in his expression, the quiet shift in the way he occupied her space, not cautiously anymore, but comfortably, like he had decided that this place, this moment, was allowed to belong to him too. She returned to the couch, handing him his cup. Their fingers brushed again, slow and deliberate. This time, neither pretended it was accidental. Julia, he said softly. Yes. Today felt different. She nodded once. I know. Not bad different, he added quickly. I know, she said again, her voice steadier than she felt. He hesitated, searching for the right words, then settled on the simplest truth available to him. I'm glad I came back. Her chest tightened in a quiet, unmistakable way. So am I? They sat there for a long while, drinking tea while the sky outside turned from gold to deep winter blue. The storybook lay between them on the coffee table, the new pencils resting beside it like an unspoken promise of more moments to share. Milo snored softly in the warm space between their legs. And somewhere in the stillness, the challenge ceased to feel like a challenge at all. Chapter 13. The Unexpected Afternoon. The next day unfolded in that deceptively calm way winter days sometimes do. Quiet streets, pale sky, sunlight filtering through thin clouds like watered-down paint. Julia spent most of the morning working at her desk, though working was a generous word for the way her pen hovered absent-mindedly over the page, producing little more than distracted lines and half-formed faces. Every few minutes her eyes drifted toward the sketchbook Mark had picked up the night before, then toward the pencils he'd given her, still neatly arranged in their box. She hadn't touched them yet. They felt too important to use carelessly. Milo had fallen asleep on her toes. Normally that grounded her. Today nothing could stop the subtle flutter that had settled under her ribs. Her phone buzzed on the table beside her. She reached for it instinctively, and her pulse jumped when she saw the name on the screen. Are you home? Just 2 words. Simple, direct, typical Mark. And somehow they sent a small, warm shock through her. She typed back quickly. Yes. Everything okay? A few seconds later. I have something to ask. May I come down? She swallowed. Then, of course. Doors unlocked. She stood before she even finished sending the message, suddenly more aware of the way her hair was tied up messily in the soft sweater she'd thrown on with zero planning. She debated fixing both, then decided against it. This was her space. This was her day. And if he was coming to ask something, she didn't want to look like she had staged a moment. The knock came gently. 3 soft taps. Julia opened the door. Mark stood there in a navy coat left unbuttoned, scarf loose around his neck, hair slightly windblown as if he walked faster than usual. His expression held that same quiet focus she'd seen when he read to her the night before, something thoughtful and slightly tense, but not the bad kind of tense. The kind that meant he'd rehearsed this in his head before knocking. Hi, she said. Hi, he answered. Sorry for interrupting your morning. You're not interrupting anything important, she said. Come in. He stepped inside, closing the door with that careful touch he always used, as if he didn't want the building to creak more than necessary. Milo trotted over to greet him, tail wagging, clearly thrilled that his favorite stoic human had appeared again. Mark bent to rub his ears, and Milo practically melted onto the floor. Mark straightened, his eyes shifting back to Julia. I wanted to talk to you about something, he said. Something I didn't want to text, because it felt wrong to text. Her heart tightened. Okay, Is everything all right? Yes, he said quickly. Nothing's wrong. He paused, searching for the right phrasing. Today's task is complicated. Julia blinked. You got yours already? Yes. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small silver-sealed envelope with Adele's handwriting on it. Adele ambushed me in the hallway. Julia raised her eyebrows. Classic. He nodded. She mentioned she left yours upstairs. Julia turned toward the door, and there it was, half slipped under frame, identical sticker holding it closed. She picked it up slowly, then met Mark's eyes. Should we open them together? Yes, he said. But before you do, I should explain why I came down first. Julia felt something shift in her chest. All right. He exhaled, steadying himself. Some of the tasks this week have been challenging for me, in ways that surprised me. A small, brief smile touched his lips, in ways I didn't dislike. And I realized something this morning. If the next task involves anything personal, I'd rather we face it knowing we're choosing it together, not because someone pushed us. Julia's breath caught. Mark, I don't mean anything dramatic, he said quickly. His eyes softened. I want to be sure you want to do this with me. Not because of the challenge. Not because of Adele. Because you want to. Warmth rose through her so quickly she had to look down for a moment. She stepped closer, just enough that the space between them felt intentional. I do want to, she said. I wouldn't be doing any of this if I didn't. He held her gaze for a moment, as if making absolutely sure. Then he nodded once. Okay. Julia sat on the couch, envelope in hand. Mark sat beside her, closer than he had the week before, but still leaving that careful inch between them that he always seemed aware of. Milo hopped between their legs and curled into a tight ball, the official supervisor of emotional conversations. Julia glanced at Mark, then broke the snowflake seal on her envelope. He did the same. They read their cards at the same time. Julia's card said, Day 6, share something you've never shared. Not an object, a truth, a story, something that matters. Mark's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly as he read his. What does yours say? She asked quietly. He paused, then handed the card to her. His was nearly the same, but with a small added line, and listened without interruption. Julia closed her eyes for a moment. Adele was many things. Subtle was never one of them. When she opened them, Mark was watching her with an expression she couldn't quite decipher. Cautious, hopeful, afraid, brave. All of it at once. You don't have to go first, she said gently. I want to, he replied. If you're sure. I'm sure. He took a slow breath, grounding himself. I've spent most of my life trying not to take up space, he began quietly. Not physically, but emotionally. I always thought if I was predictable, responsible, steady, then nothing would break. I thought I could keep everything together if I stayed quiet enough, strong enough, useful enough. He paused, eyes drifting to the window. When my mom got sick, I tried to be the one who didn't fall apart. I helped with the house, the hospital appointments, everything. My father fell apart. I held it together. For both of us, I thought. But when she died, he told me he wished I'd cried, that it looked like I didn't care. A faint tremor touched his voice, barely there. I did care, more than anything. I just didn't know how to show it. Julia's chest ached. Mark's fingers tightened slightly on the envelope. Since then, I've been cautious about people, about opening up. It's easier to be silent, easier to be the steady one, the reliable one. Because if I don't show too much, no one can say I failed them emotionally. He swallowed. But the past few days with you have been different, good different, unsettling different. And I realized I don't want to be silent with you. His voice softened. Not anymore. Julia wasn't sure when her breath had caught, but she felt it now, tight and warm in her chest. She reached out slowly, giving him time to pull back. He didn't. Her fingers touched the back of his hand. Mark, she whispered, thank you for telling me that. He let out a breath he'd clearly been holding. Your turn. She nodded, though her heart felt like it was trying to climb upward into her throat. My truth, she said slowly, is that I spent most of my life pretending I don't need anyone. Because needing people usually means losing them. And I've lost more than I ever wanted to admit. She looked down at Milo, gently tracing his ear. My parents splitting up wasn't dramatic, but it felt like someone had pulled the floor out from under me. After that, I stopped expecting someone to stay. I stopped trusting anything that looked too good. Her eyes lifted to his. And these past few days terrify me, because I feel things I wasn't planning to feel. And because you're steady in ways I'm not used to. And because every time you knock on my door, my heart does something extremely inconvenient. Mark's breath hitched. Julia continued, voice softer now. But I want to keep going. I want to see where this leads. I just needed you to know that if I seem scared sometimes, it's not because you're doing something wrong. It's because you're doing something right. The room went very quiet. Snow fell in slow, drifting patterns outside the window, catching the faint afternoon light. The apartment felt smaller than usual. Closer, warmer. Mark's hand turned slowly under hers until their fingers intertwined. Gentle, deliberate, unhurried. He looked at her, and his voice was steady when he spoke. Then we could be scared together. Julia laughed softly through the tightness in her throat. Deal. Deal, he echoed. They sat like that for a long moment, hands intertwined, the challenge card lying forgotten on the table. Nothing dramatic happened. No sudden kiss, no dramatic declaration. Just warmth, quiet, truth, and something new settling between them, real, fragile, steady. Something that felt like the beginning of something they hadn't dared say out loud. Yet. Chapter 14. The Unexpected Visit. The storm had left Boston coated in a delicate frost, the kind that caught the light at certain angles and made the whole street shimmer. By late afternoon, Rose Hill Street felt uncharacteristically calm. Even the usual hum of city life seemed muted under the pale winter sun. Julia returned from the coffee shop with Milo trotting beside her, her hands wrapped around a cup of peppermint latte that was doing a questionable job of warming her fingers. She'd spent the early part of the day forcing her brain to focus on work, but every blank page and uncooperative line drew her thoughts back to one place, upstairs, to the quiet man who lived above her and who, somehow, had begun to occupy far more space in her mind than she intended. As she reached the brownstone's entrance, she paused. She heard voices, low, familiar. She recognized one instantly, Mark. The other voice belonged to someone she didn't know. Male, slightly rough, amused, carrying the tone of someone who thought he understood more than he did. Curiosity tugged her forward. Before she pushed open the door, she caught a glimpse through the glass. Mark standing stiffly in the lobby, speaking with a tall man in a dark coat. They looked nothing alike, but something about their stance suggested familiarity and a touch of tension. Julia entered quietly. Milo ran straight to Mark with the enthusiasm of an underpaid emotional support employee. Mark bent down automatically, his hand brushing the dog's head, though his eyes remained fixed on the man beside him. Julia, Mark said, straightening, this is my brother. Daniel. Brother. Julia's heart stumbled, not because she cared who he was, but because she'd never once pictured Mark with siblings. He carried a kind of lone wolf energy that didn't exactly scream family gatherings. Nice to meet you, Daniel said, offering a charming grin that looked almost theatrical. I've heard nothing about you, which must mean my brother likes you. Mark closed his eyes briefly, a sign he was counting slow numbers in his head. Julia smiled politely. Nice to meet you, too. Daniel shifted his weight, hands in his pockets. I was in town. Thought I'd surprise him. Didn't realize I'd be interrupting something. His eyes flicked between Mark and Julia, knowingly. There's nothing to interrupt, Mark said stiffly. Sure, Daniel said, smirking. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Julia hid her amusement behind her cup. Mark's brother was chaos. Mark was order. It was almost too perfect. Are you staying long? Julia asked. Just a weekend, Daniel replied. Wanted to check on my favorite lawyer. Make sure he's not spending December holed up in some office, pretending holidays don't exist. Mark cleared his throat. We're managing fine. We, Daniel asked, eyes gleaming. Julia stepped in before Mark detonated. We have this building challenge, holiday tasks, lots of community stuff. Daniel stared at his brother. You're doing a holiday challenge. Voluntarily? Mark's jaw flexed. It was encouraged. By her? Daniel jerked his chin at Julia. No, Mark said too quickly. By Adele. Daniel laughed loudly, grateful for the entertainment. This is incredible. I should have visited sooner. Julia felt a flicker of sympathy for Mark. His discomfort was so palpable it nearly fogged the air. Do you want a coffee? She asked, hoping to shift the mood. Daniel brightened. Absolutely, if Mark promises to come with us. Mark looked like he preferred to wrestle an alligator, but he nodded anyway. Fine. 10 minutes. Daniel clapped him on the shoulder. Good man. Don't keep me waiting. He disappeared out the door in a swirl of cold air, leaving silence in his wake. Julia turned to Mark. He's energetic. That's one word, Mark muttered. He's not usually this. Loud. Interfering. He seems harmless, Julia said gently. He is, Mark admitted. Just observant. Too observant. Julia stepped closer, her voice softening. He knows you. That's not a bad thing. Mark looked at her, something vulnerable flickering behind his eyes. He'll make assumptions. Everyone makes assumptions, she said, but only you decide what's true. For a moment, neither of them moved. The lobby glowed softly, garlands twinkling above them, the scent of pine lingering in the air like a memory. Milo sat patiently between them, waiting for whatever came next. Mark exhaled slowly. Thank you. For what? For making this less unbearable. She smiled. Any time. And as she watched him head upstairs to prepare for the unexpected evening with his brother, she felt a shift inside her, not dramatic, but warm and undeniable, like the soft glow of lights that slowly fill a room. Something was changing, and she wasn't afraid of it anymore. Chapter 15. The Almost Confession. Sunday afternoon arrived wrapped in a deceptive calm. Snow glimmered on rooftops. Light caught on icicles that had begun to form along gutters, and the air carried that crisp clarity that made everything feel freshly drawn. Julia spent most of her morning attempting productivity, answering emails, organizing her drawing files, sketching half-formed lines that betrayed her distraction, but her thoughts kept circling back to one thing. Mark's message from last night asking talk. Talk? About what? About the challenge? About the evening they'd spent together? Or about the strange, tender shift that had begun growing quietly between them? By 3:30, she had given up pretending she wasn't nervous. Milo had sensed something was off and refused to leave her side, his warm little body pressed against her legs as she paced the apartment. At 3:58, the 3 soft knocks finally came. Julia opened the door, heart much too aware of itself. Mark stood there in a dark sweater and coat, eyes steady but his posture carrying an unfamiliar tension. Snow still dotted his hair. He hadn't brushed it off. Hi, he said. Hi, she answered, stepping back to let him in. Milo greeted him with delighted circles, tail sweeping the floor. Mark bent, petted him once, then straightened slowly, as if rehearsing his next sentence. Sorry for the last-minute message, he said. I didn't want to interrupt your day. You didn't, Julia assured. Everything okay? He nodded, then shook his head, then nodded again. Yes, mostly. I just wanted to talk. They sat on the couch. Not too close, but close enough for Julia to notice the faint scent of his aftershave. Clean, subtle, warm. He rubbed his palms together briefly before resting them on his knees. I've been thinking about the challenge, he began. That wasn't where she expected him to start, but she stayed quiet, letting him choose his pace. And about last night, he added, voice low. Her breath hitched. That evening meant something to me, he continued. I don't, he paused. I don't open up easily. Not because I don't want to. Just because it feels risky. Julia softened. I understand. I know you do, he said, meeting her eyes. And I realized that I hadn't told you something important. Something I should say before this challenge ends and everything becomes undefined again. She waited, slowly, carefully, Mark inhaled, steadying himself. "I like spending time with you," he said. "More than I expected. More than I intended." Julia's heart stumbled. "I don't know what that means for you," he admitted. "And I'm not asking for anything. I just wanted to be honest. Because you deserve honesty." Julia felt warmth spread through her chest, rising like a quiet tide. "Thank you," she said softly. "And just so you know, your honesty doesn't scare me." He blinked, surprised. "It doesn't?" "No," she said. "It means you trust me. And I like that." A faint flush rose along his cheekbones. He exhaled slowly, as if letting go of something heavy. Before either of them could say more, Milo jumped up beside them, plopping himself directly in the middle of the emotional tension bubble. The dog sprawled across both their legs with the grace of a bowling ball. Mark let out a small, embarrassed laugh. Julia smiled too, warmth easing the air. "I should probably let you get back to your day," he said, rising reluctantly. "You don't have to go," she said before thinking. He stopped, looked at her. Something in his expression softened even further. "I'll stay," he said quietly. "If you want." Her reply was immediate and honest. "I do." He sat again, this time closer. Milo sighed contentedly, a furry bridge between them. They talked for another hour. Nothing dramatic, nothing too revealing, but everything meaningful in its quietness. When Mark finally stood to leave, he paused by the door. "Julia?" "Yes." "What I said earlier, I meant it." She smiled gently. "I know." "Good night," he murmured. "Good night, Mark." And as the door closed behind him, Julia leaned back against it, her heartbeat echoing like a soft confession she hadn't spoken aloud. She was falling, not in a rush, not dramatically, but unmistakably. Chapter 16. The Christmas Market Evening. The next morning dawned bright and cold, sunlight bouncing off rooftops and making the melting snow sparkle like powdered glass. Julia spent most of the day floating in an inexplicable mix of calm and anticipation. Calm from the quiet honesty of yesterday's conversation. Anticipation because she couldn't stop wondering what would happen next. By late afternoon, she decided to get out of the house before the walls began compressing around her thoughts. She slipped on her coat, wrapped a scarf tight around her neck, and let Milo drag her downstairs. As she reached the landing, Mark appeared halfway down the staircase, as if the universe had decided it was done waiting for them to bump into each other naturally. "Oh," Julia said, startled. "Hi." "Hi," he echoed. "I was just coming to find you." Her pulse did a little acrobatic jump. "You were?" He nodded, holding out a folded flyer. "There's a Christmas market downtown. Only this weekend. Lights, food, music. I thought maybe we could go." Julia blinked. Mark Reynolds suggesting a spontaneous outing? In public? With crowds? "That sounds wonderful," she said. "Let me grab my hat." 5 minutes later, they stepped out onto the crisp sidewalk, the late afternoon sun dropping behind the buildings. The city felt alive again. Kids dragging sleds, people brushing snow from cars, a faint smell of roasted chestnuts drifting down the block. As they approached the river park, the market came into view. Strings of golden lights suspended between trees, wooden stalls decorated with wreaths and lanterns, people wandering with steaming cups of cider in mittened hands. The air was filled with music, soft holiday melodies floating from a speaker or a violinist stationed near the path. Julia exhaled, delighted. "It's beautiful." Mark's eyes softened. "I'm glad you think so." They entered the market slowly, weaving between stalls selling ornaments, knitted scarves, candles, and homemade pastries. A vendor offered Milo a dog biscuit. The dog accepted with the enthusiasm of someone who believed the world existed purely to serve him. Julia lingered at a stall filled with carved wooden snowflakes. "Look," she said, lifting one delicately. "Isn't it perfect?" Mark examined it with surprising attention. "The symmetry is impressive. Clean craftsmanship." "You like it?" she teased. He hesitated, then nodded. "Yes." She smiled warmly. "Then we're getting it." "For you?" he asked. "For you?" she said. "Your apartment needs something festive." He looked both surprised and quietly touched. The ornament went into a small paper bag. They walked further, their steps naturally falling into sync. The air smelled of cinnamon and pine, and every so often their arms brushed gently. Neither moved away. They stopped for gingerbread at a food stall. Julia bit into hers with pure delight. "Oh, wow, this is illegal." Mark tested his cautiously, then nodded. "It's very good. See? Christmas magic." He almost smiled. "I'm beginning to accept that theory." Snow began falling lightly, swirling in soft patterns around them. They walked toward the river's edge, where the lights reflected on the dark water, like stars scattered along the surface. Julia shivered slightly as the wind picked up. Mark noticed instantly, without a word. He shifted a little closer, offering his warmth in a gesture so instinctive it made her heart twist. "This was a good idea," she said quietly. "Thank you for coming," he replied. "I wasn't sure you'd want to." "Mark," she said, laughing softly, "you asked me to spend time with you at a Christmas market. Do you know how easy it is to say yes to that?" He looked down at her, his expression warm a way that felt new and steady, not fleeting. "Julia," he began, voice softening, "can I ask you something?" "Of course." He hesitated, then stepped half a pace closer, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. Snowflakes caught in his hair. The golden lights behind him seemed to frame his face. "Yesterday," he said slowly, "when I told you how I felt, I didn't expect anything in return. But I keep thinking about it. About us." Her breath stilled. "I just want to know." His eyes searched hers. "Do you feel it too?" Julia stepped toward him, closing the last inches between them. Her voice came out low, honest. "Yes," she said. "I feel it too." Mark's breath left him in a quiet rush. Relief washed through his features, soft and visible. He lifted a hand toward her cheek, stopped himself just before touching, and lowered again, but the intention lingered in the air, warm as a held breath. They didn't kiss. Not yet, but the moment hovered, close, bright, inevitable. A burst of laughter from a nearby stall drifted toward them, gently pulling them back. They began walking again, slower now, their hands brushing with carefulness that could only belong to two people who didn't want to rush something beautiful. On the way home, she slipped on a hidden patch of ice. Mark reacted instantly, catching her arm and pulling her upright with a firm, steady grip. Their faces ended inches apart. "Careful," he murmured. "Thanks," she whispered back. They walked the rest of the way close enough that their shoulders touched lightly from time to time. At the brownstone steps, they paused under the porch lights, snow settling around them like confetti. "Thank you for today," he said. "Thank you," she replied, voice warm. "If you ever want to do something like this again," he added quietly, "it doesn't have to be part of a challenge." She smiled, heart expanding. "Good, because I like that." He stepped back slowly, giving her one last look that made her knees feel unsteady. "Good night, Julia." "Good night, Mark." And as she climbed the stairs with Milo trotting behind her, the warmth in her chest told her one thing with undeniable clarity. Whatever this was between them, it wasn't just a spark anymore. It was starting to glow. Chapter 17. Cookies and Confessions. By the time Sunday rolled into Monday, the world outside had shifted from glittering postcard to something a little grayer. The snow on Rosehill Street was no longer fresh and untouched. It was pushed into ridges and piles, streaked with a faint gray of city life. The sky hung low and pale, a soft winter lit over Boston. But inside the brownstone, warm light still threaded along the garlands, catching on the ornaments and reflecting off the mailboxes as if determined to keep the magic alive whether the sky cooperated or not. Julia woke to the familiar rhythm of radiators clanking to life, and the soft weight of Milo sprawled across her feet. For a moment she lay still, staring at the faint pattern of light on her ceiling, letting the memory of the Christmas market come back piece by piece. The stalls, the music, the carved snowflake ornament, now sitting somewhere in Mark's apartment. His question, "Do you feel it too?" Her answer, "Yes, I feel it too." She hadn't dreamed that. She thought for a second she had. Sometime around 3 a.m, when she'd padded into the kitchen for water and caught a reflection in the window, cheeks still warm. But no, it had happened. He'd asked. She'd answered. And then they'd walk home like two people quietly agreeing that something had begun without quite saying what that something was. Milo yawned, rolling onto his back with his paws in the air like emotional roadkill. "You have no idea what you've gotten us into," Julia told him, pushing herself upright. "We're in serious trouble now." He wagged his tail, which was his answer to almost everything. An envelope lay on the floor by the front door, half crushed under the weight of the doormat. Adele's handwriting curled across the front, looping and dramatic as always. Julia patted over in thick socks, picked it up, and turned it over in her hands. She felt that now familiar mix of anticipation and mild dread. Every time she opened one of these, her life shifted a few degrees. She broke the snowflake seal and unfolded the card. Today's task: open your door. For 1 hour, your apartment is the heart of the building. Offer something simple: cookies, cocoa, conversation. Let people in. Let your partner help. Sometimes the bravest thing we can do is invite others into places we usually keep for ourselves. "Hey!" Julia reread it twice, then looked around her living room. Cups on the coffee table, a blanket half on the couch, sketchbooks stacked in their usual precarious way near the armrest. It was her space, in all its cozy, messy, personal glory. The idea of turning it into a temporary common room made her chest tighten and loosen at the same time. Milo hopped off the bed and trotted over, nose bumping her knee. I know, she said. "I'll text him." She snapped a quick photo of the card and sent it to Mark with a caption. "Apparently my apartment is going to be a community center today. Do you have time to help me not panic?" The little typing dots appeared almost immediately. "I have a window between 1 and 4. What time is your open door hour?" She glanced at the clock. "Almost 11. I'm thinking 3 to 4 p.m. That gives me time to pretend I'm organized." Another pause. 3 to 4 works. "I'll be there by 2 to help. Don't panic. You're good at this." She smiled before she could stop herself. "You haven't seen my cupboards when I'm stressed. I've seen your decorations. I'm confident." She stared at that last message for a second, the quiet trust in it, the way he spoke to her now, as if they were on the same side of something. "All right," she told Milo, clapping her hands once. "Operation Communal Cocoa begins. God help us all." The next few hours passed in a blur of cleaning that could only be described as productive avoidance. She stacked sketchbooks neatly on the shelf, put stray pencils back into jars, straightened the throw pillows, folded the cozy blanket over the back of the couch. She wiped down the kitchen counters, opened cupboards, and took stock of her supplies. Flour, sugar, butter, chocolate chips. Cookies were possible, maybe even likely. She checked the time again. 1:42. By 1:58, she was rechecking everything even though nothing had changed in 16 minutes. Too quick. Even knock sounded at the door. Julia's heart did a small, now familiar skip. It seemed to reserve exclusively for Mark. She opened the door. He stood there in a navy sweater, sleeves pushed up to his forearms, his expression open, but carrying that small crease between his brows that appeared whenever he stepped into something unplanned. Under one arm, he held a grocery bag. In his other hand, a thermos big enough to cater to an army. Snow still clung to his scarf, melting into darker specks of blue. "Hi," he said. "Hi," she replied, warmth climbing her neck. "You came prepared. That's terrifying." "I thought an open door event required backup," he said, stepping inside. "I brought extra cocoa mix, and cups, and napkins." "You bought napkins?" "They're festive." She peered into the bag. Tiny printed snowflakes. "Of course they are." Milo circled his feet twice and then darted to his water bowl, as if making sure his own hosting duties were handled. "So," Mark said, glancing around the apartment, "how are you feeling about this?" "Somewhere between excited and deeply exposed," she answered honestly. "People seeing my art is one thing. People seeing my sink is another." His gaze softened. "They're lucky to be invited in." The words landed like a quiet compliment, heavier than they sounded. "Also," she added, "you're going to see my oven in action today. So if the cookies fail, we never speak of this again." He took the grocery bag to the counter. "If the cookies fail, we'll blame the recipe." or the oven, or the complex political context of December baking. She laughed. I cannot believe you just said political context of December baking. Everything is context, he countered. Now, tell me what to do. You're volunteering for kitchen duty? She asked. I've chopped onion for you, he pointed out. I think I qualify as sous chef. She put a hand dramatically over her heart. Mark Reynolds, you're going to make me emotional. They fell into an easy rhythm. Julia handled the mixing, measuring flour and sugar, cracking eggs into the bowl, watching the mixer wear everything into something soft and pale and promising. Mark lined baking sheets with parchment paper with the kind precision usually reserved for legal documents. When the dough was ready, she handed him a spoon. You're on scooping duty, she said. He eyed the dough skeptically. I thought you said this was difficult. It is, she replied, for people who can't form spheres. He leveled her with a look, but began scooping anyway, forming surprisingly even mound of dough. Milo watched, tail wagging each time a small piece fell. You're unnaturally good at this, she observed. I like order, he said simply, even in cookie form. They worked like that for nearly half an hour, sliding trays into the oven and filling the apartment with the smell of butter and chocolate. Between batches, Julia arranged the mugs and napkins on the coffee table, lit a few candles, and draped an extra string of fairy lights along the windowsill. Mark set the giant thermos on the counter and tested a mug of cocoa, frowning thoughtfully. Too sweet? She asked. No, he said, just making sure it's good enough. For who? For you, he said, so casually it took her a second to process it. Her heart did that inconvenient twisting thing again. At 2:50, the first batch of cookies cooled on the rack, the second was in the oven, and the apartment looked, if not like an interior design magazine, at least like the coziest version of itself. The small tree in the corner glowed. The couch looked inviting. The scent of cookies was strong enough to lure even the most emotionally constipated neighbor. Julia looked around and exhaled. Okay, she said, if nobody comes, we're eating all of these ourselves. There are worse outcomes, Mark replied. True. She checked the hallway, propped her door open a few inches, and taped Adele's handwritten sign to the outside. Open door. Cookies and cocoa 3 to 4 p.m. Come in, you're welcome. The heart had definitely been Adele's addition. The first 10 minutes moved slowly. They stood in the kitchen, trying not to look too much like they were waiting. Julia pretended to rearrange a plate of cookies that didn't need rearranging. Mark pretended to read the back of the cocoa container. Milo stared at the open door, ears perked, as if willing someone to step through. Then footsteps echoed in the hallway. Small, uncoordinated, twin. The door pushed open wider, and the twins from 3A burst in, cheeks flushed, eyes wide. It smells like chocolate, one of them announced. That's because there is chocolate, Julia said. Welcome to Casa Milo. And Julia. And I guess Mark. Mark raised a hand in a tentative wave. Hi. The boys swarmed the coffee table, immediately enthralled by the cookies and the string of lights. Their mom appeared a second later, slightly out of breath, hair escaping her hat. Sorry, she said. They saw the sign and sprinted. I hope it's okay if... It's exactly what it's for, Julia said warmly. Mark poured cocoa into 2 small cups, carefully leaving plenty of space at the top. It's not too hot, he told the boys. Blow on it before you drink. You're good at this, their mom whispered, surprised. He looked faintly alarmed by the compliment. I'm following instructions. Within minutes, Mr. Henderson appeared, drawn by the scent and, apparently, the promise of a captive audience. He settled into the armchair, mug in hand, humming a carol under his breath. Mrs. Lang arrived next, hobbling slightly but clearly improved, wrapped in a soft blue cardigan. She paused in the doorway, taking it all in, the lights, the people, the warmth, and her face softened in a way that tugged at Julia's chest. Well now, Mrs. Lang said, if this isn't the coziest little room on the block. You're just in time, Mark said, moving automatically to help her to the couch. Sit, I'll get you cocoa. You're spoiling me, she replied. You say that like it's a bad thing, Julia added. The space filled slowly but surely. Sarah slipped in from the coffee shop with a tray of extra cups just in case, giving Julia a look so loaded with I know what's happening that Julia considered faking a kitchen emergency. The young couple from one B came up carrying a plate of store-bought cookies as an offering to the gods of sugar. Someone put on soft Christmas music from their phone, the volume low enough not to overwhelm conversation. And just like that, Julia's little apartment, the space where she drew, where she overthought, where she spent more Decembers alone than she liked to admit, became a small, glowing, temporary heart of the building. People talked, laughed, compared cookie recipes, complained about the snow, and then admitted they'd miss it when it was gone. Julia moved between them, topping up cocoa, offering cookies, listening to half-stories and small anecdotes. Every time she turned, Mark was there too, holding a mug out at the right moment, moving a chair so someone could sit, crouching to pick up the napkin one of the twins dropped. He didn't dominate the room. He anchored it, quietly, steadily. At one point, Julia felt a hand at her elbow. She turned to find Mrs. Lang beside her, eyes bright. "You did this," Mrs. Lang said. "We did this," Julia corrected, glancing at Mark. Mrs. Lang followed her gaze, then smiled slow and knowing. "You too make this place feel less like walls and more like home." Julia swallowed past a sudden tightness in her throat. "That's the idea," she said. As the hours stretched, conversations branched and overlapped. The twins showed Milo how to sit and shake, even though Milo patently already knew how to do both. Mr. Henderson recounted some absurd story about playing trumpet in a snowstorm. Sarah cornered Mark near the kitchen, and, from the way his ears flushed faintly, Julia suspected she asked one or two pointed questions. Eventually, people began drifting back to their apartments, coats pulled on, cocoa finished, promises tossed over shoulders. "We should do this again. Maybe next week. Maybe New Year's. Thanks, Julia. Thanks, Mark. This was nice." When the last guest stepped out and the door finally clicked shut, the apartment exhaled all at once. The candles still glowed. The air still smelled like chocolate and cinnamon and the faint cold that had crept on boots and jackets. Julia stood near the couch, taking it in. That actually worked. "It did," Mark said, placing the final empty mug on the counter. No one seemed traumatized. "They liked it," she said quietly. "They liked being here. I'm not surprised." She looked at him. "You keep saying things like that." "Like what?" "Like you believe in me more than I believe in myself." He held her gaze, serious and unwavering. "Maybe I do." The room went a little quieter around them, like someone had turned down a dial on the world. Milo, perhaps sensing the shift, curled up on a rug and pretended to fall asleep very dramatically. "Thank you for helping," Julia said. "I couldn't have done this alone." "You could have," Mark answered, "but I'm glad you didn't have to." There was again the steady, simple way he said things that cracked her open with almost no effort. She took a small step closer. "Mark, the way you were with everyone today, I don't think you give yourself enough credit. They like you." He looked genuinely startled. "They like you." "They like us," she corrected softly. Something flickered in his eyes, something that looked a lot like hope. For a moment, they simply stood there, the soft hum of the radiator and the faint echo of earlier conversations filling the silence. Snow drifted lazily outside the window, catching the last of the afternoon light. The apartment felt full even though it was just the three of them now. "Yesterday," Julia said quietly, "you asked if I felt it too, and I told you yes." He nodded once. "I meant it," she said, "and today just confirmed it." He drew a slow breath. "You're not the only one who's been alone a lot in December," he said. "But this year it doesn't feel that way." "Good," she whispered. His hand twitched at his side, like he was fighting the instinct to reach for her. Then, slowly, almost cautiously, he gave in. He stepped closer, lifting a hand to her cheek. His fingers brushed her skin, warm and careful, as if he were memorizing the shape of her face with a touch. Julia didn't move, didn't breathe. "Is this okay?" he asked, his voice barely louder than the soft crackle of the radiator. "Yes," she said, the word coming out as a breath. His thumb traced a faint line along her cheekbone. Their faces hovered close, closer than they'd ever been. She could feel the warmth of his breath, catch the hint of cocoa and winter air. Every nerve in her body seemed to have decided this moment was the only one that mattered. A sharp, dramatic knock on the door shattered it. Both of them jumped. Milo barked like someone had broken the laws of the universe. "Julia, dear." Adele's voice floated in from the hall, full of cheer and complete obliviousness. "How did it go? Can I come in?" Julia closed her eyes for 1 second, then opened them again, pulling in a breath that felt like it had to restart her entire body. Mark dropped his hand from her cheek, stepping back half a pace, his expression a mix of frustration and reluctant amusement. "Of course." "Later," he said quietly, just for her. "Later," she echoed. She opened the door to Adele's delighted face, cheeks pink from the cold, eyes already scanning the room like a general inspecting the aftermath of a successful campaign. "Oh, look at this," Adele exclaimed, stepping in. "You had a proper turnout, didn't you? I could hear Mr. Henderson singing from the second floor. I take full credit." Julia laughed, the sound slightly shaky but real. "You can have half credit," she said. "Mark gets the other half." He supplied the cocoa and the emotional stability. Adele turned to him, eyes twinkling. "Did he now? I knew there was a reason I put you two together." Julia and Mark exchanged a glance over Adele's head. For the first time, instead of feeling ambushed by that kind of comment, Julia felt something else, a quiet, shared understanding. They knew more than Adele did now. They had their own secret, small, fragile, just starting. And as the three of them stood there in the warm, cookie-scented apartment, with snow drifting outside and Milo sniffing hopefully at Adele's pockets for hidden treats, Julia knew that whatever happened next, whoever knocked, whoever interrupted, whatever task Adele dreamed up, something had shifted that couldn't be undone. This wasn't just a challenge anymore. This was the beginning of a story she was finally brave enough to live. Chapter 18. The Christmas market evening. The cold settled early that day, the kind of crisp December air that carried a faint bite, but also a promise of something bright waiting just beyond the next block. Julia wrapped her scarf twice around her neck, pulled her coat tighter, and glanced at the time on her phone. 5:27 p.m. Mark would be downstairs in 3 minutes. Maybe before he was battling the second-floor radiator again. Milo watched her from the door, tail thumping in a steady rhythm, convinced every outing was designed specifically for him. A soft knock, 3 precise taps, sounded. Julia opened the door to find Mark standing there in his charcoal coat, navy scarf tucked perfectly, snow dusting the shoulders. His cheeks were flushed from the cold, and his breath rose in faint clouds. "You're early," she said. "I prefer punctual," he replied. "Ready, as I'll ever be." They stepped out into the hallway together. Milo trotted ahead, nails ticking lightly on the steps as they descended into the lobby glowing with warm garland light. Outside, Rosehill Street looked like a scene lifted from a postcard. Snow piled along curbs, lampposts wrapped with red ribbons, windows lit in soft yellows. The Christmas market occupied the small plaza 2 blocks away. Julia could already hear the faint music, an old jazz rendition of a Christmas standard, and the steady murmur of people enjoying the stalls. "You've been before?" Mark asked as they walked. "Every year," Julia said. "It's one of the few traditions I kept. Hot cider, wandering through stalls, resisting the urge to buy ornaments I don't need." "You already have many," he noted. "That's rude but fair." They turned the corner and the market opened in front of them, rows of wooden booths strung with warm lights, the air rich with cinnamon, roasted nuts, and the faint sweetness of caramel. People moved in bundled clusters, laughter rising above the music. Children tugging at sleeves toward the toy stalls. Mark paused beside her, taking it all in. The glow from the lights softened the usually sharp lines of his expression. Snow caught in his hair again. He looked almost peaceful. "This is nicer than I expected," he admitted. She nudged him gently with her elbow. A rare moment of enthusiasm from Mr. Regulations. "I didn't say enthusiastic," he countered. "I said nicer." "Same thing." They walked slowly, Milo sniffing every corner as if conducting an official inspection. A booth selling small carved wooden houses caught Mark's attention. He stopped, tilting his head. "My grandmother had something like these," he said. Julia studied him. You never mention your grandmother." He shrugged lightly, eyes still on the figurines. She lived in Vermont. Spent most of December building elaborate Christmas displays on every flat surface she owned. My dad pretended not to care, but he kept one of her wooden cottages after she passed. "Which one?" He pointed to a small house painted soft blue with tiny shutters. "That." "Almost identical." "Do you want to get it?" she asked. He hesitated for a long second. "I'm not sure what I'd do with it." "Put it somewhere it makes you remember something good," she said. He looked at the house again. "Maybe later." They continued on. Julia stopped at a stall selling handmade scarves. Mark drifted toward a table full of antique books. Milo attempted to steal a fallen gingerbread sample and was redirected by a patient vendor. The air was full of motion, warmth, and that strange holiday magic that made the world feel gentler than usual. A booth offering hot cider issued small curling clouds of steam. Julia tugged Mark's sleeve. "This is non-negotiable. It's the rule." "There are rules for cider?" "Yes. Rule 1, always get the large size. Rule 2, always taste it while it's too hot. Rule 3, don't pretend you don't like it." He lifted a brow. "Are these your rules or official Christmas law?" "Both." They each took a cup. The heat seeped into their hands instantly. Julia took her first sip, winced pleasantly at the heat, and exhaled. Mark watched her, then tasted it slowly. He blinked once. She stared. "You like it? It's acceptable." "Mark." He exhaled, conceding. "Fine. It's good." They found a quiet spot near the edge of the plaza, where a string quartet played a mellow arrangement of carols. Milo nestled between them, satisfied with the foot traffic and the occasional crumb. Julia sipped her cider and let the music settle around them. "You know," she said, "Adele's task today was to find something that feels like Christmas." I think she meant this. "Crowds and commerce," he teased. "No, moments like this. Lights, music, warmth. And—" she hesitated, then looked at him. "Good company." Something passed over his face, an expression soft enough that she almost reached out for it. "I agree," he said quietly. They stood there together, watching people drift by, feeling the warmth of the cider seep into their fingers and the warmth of something else settle between them. When the quartet eased into a slow, familiar melody, Julia tilted her head. "Have yourself a merry little Christmas," she murmured. "This was one of my mom's favorites." Mark glanced at her. "Mine, too." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The song wrapped around them, gentle and slow, and Julia felt the world narrowing down to the small shared space between their shoulders, the steam rising from their cups, the faint snowflakes drifting softly through the light. "You ever notice," she said softly, "that December feels different when you're not doing it alone?" He swallowed once, almost imperceptibly. "Yes." She looked at him. He looked at her. And something in the air between them shifted again, quiet but unmistakable. Mark stepped half a step closer, not touching, but close enough for the warmth of him to reach her through the cold. "Julia," he began, voice low. But before he could finish, Milo barked sharply at a passing stroller, breaking the moment. Julia laughed, the tension dissolving in a puff of cold breath. "Your timing is terrible," she whispered to Milo. Mark cleared his throat, but the softness in his eyes hadn't vanished. "We should walk a little more, before the temperature drops." "Yeah," she said. "Let's." They wandered deeper into the market, shoulders brushing every so often, neither of them pulling away. The lights glowed brighter as the sky darkened, casting warm halos across the snow. People laughed, musicians played, vendors called out their last-hour specials. And somewhere in all of that, Julia realized she wasn't thinking about the task anymore. She was thinking about him, and every time she glanced at him, she could tell he was thinking about her too. They walked home slowly, neither of them in a hurry, the glow of the market fading behind them, but something else, something warmer, following them all the way back to Rosehill Street. Chapter 19. The Day Between. Morning arrived slowly on Rosehill Street, the kind of soft winter light that blurred the edges of the world and made everything look gentler than it truly was. When Julia opened her eyes, the apartment was quiet except for the faint hum of the heating and Milo's steady breathing at her feet. She stayed on the blankets for a moment, aware of the small ache in her chest, the warm, fluttering kind that had started 2 days ago and refused to settle. Last night returned in fragments. Mark's laugh at the toy store, the way he steadied her on the ice, the softness in his eyes when he said they could make their own plans beyond Adele's challenges. Every memory felt too vivid, like her mind was replaying them in high definition. She pressed the heel of her hand against her forehead, trying to chase the warmth away, but it stayed there, stubborn. Milo nudged her ankle with his nose. Impatient for breakfast, Julia groaned, sat up, and wrapped herself in a thick cardigan before making her way to the kitchen. The air still held a faint trace of cinnamon from the night before, a reminder of cocoa mugs and 2 long silences that hadn't felt awkward at all. As she poured kibble into Milo's bowl and set water to heat for coffee, her phone buzzed on the counter. She didn't need to check who it was. Her heartbeat answered before her eyes did. "Good morning. I'll be out for most of the morning. Conference call and a meeting. Let me know if Adele assigns anything urgent." Julia smiled despite herself. He could have said nothing. He could have left it at that. But no, Mark Reynolds, man of structure and silence, was checking in. "Morning. Milo says hi. Good luck with the lawyer things. I'll handle any Adele drama." A pause followed, long enough for her to sip half her coffee and glance out at the snow-covered street below. "Tell Milo hi, and thank you for the Adele part, not the lawyer part. That is unavoidable." Julia shook her head, hiding her smile behind the rim of her mug. The envelope arrived around noon, slipped under her door with its characteristic crooked snowflake sticker. She stared at it for a full minute before picking it up. Adele's handwriting danced across the envelope, like it was already teasing her. She opened it cautiously. "Today's task. Do something kind for yourself. Separately. No working together. No overthinking. Yes, I'm talking to you." "Hey!" Julia exhaled sharply. "Great. Christmas therapy. My favorite." She sent a photo of the card to Mark. "Treat yourself day." Separately. Adele says no overthinking. "This message is specifically aimed at you." 5 seconds later. "Impossible. My brain exists only for overthinking." But noted. Attempting something non-boring. Julia laughed out loud. Even when he was in the room, he managed to shift her mood. She spent the early afternoon pretending to be productive. She opened her tablet to work on a commission sketch, but ended up drawing 3 half-finished faces that all resembled Mark in different lighting. After the 4th accidental sketch of his jawline, she tossed the pen aside and grabbed her coat instead. "Milo," she announced, "your mother is losing her mind. Let's get sugar." The cold outside cleared her head the moment she stepped into it. The sky was still bright, the world still glittering from the storm. She bought the biggest cinnamon roll at the bakery, the kind glazed so heavily it should have come with a warning, and sat on a bench in the small square while Milo chased snowflakes. For the first time all day, she felt still. No tasks, no rushing, no analyzing last night until the edges wore thin. Just her, the quiet, the cinnamon, and the city moving gently around her. She stayed longer than she meant to. When she finally returned home, the afternoon had taken on that soft winter gold, the kind that hinted at early dusk. She and Milo climbed the stairs, her boots leaving faint wet prints on the steps. 30 minutes later, she heard footsteps in the stairwell. The steady, familiar rhythm of someone who had no idea how recognizable he'd become to her. Milo lifted his head instantly, tail beginning its propeller routine. Julia reached the door before she had fully decided to move. She pulled it open just as Mark was reaching the last step. He stood there in his dark coat, snow still melting on his shoulders, hair slightly wind-blown. He looked tired in a soft way, but not worn down, more like someone who'd been outside long enough to feel alive again. When he saw her, something loosened in his expression. "Oh," he said, quietly surprised. "Hi. Hi." She leaned a shoulder against the doorframe. "Conference call survivor?" "Barely," he replied. But the rest of the day was better than expected. She noticed in the faint pink in his cheeks, the kind that came from actual cold wind, not office heating. "You went somewhere," she said. It wasn't a question. He nodded. I walked around a frozen pond near Commonwealth. I haven't been there in years. He paused, adjusting his gloves. It felt strange at first. Quiet, but then good. Julia softened. I'm glad you went. He looked down briefly, almost shy. It reminded me of things I haven't let myself think about for a while. She waited, sensing he wasn't finished. My parents used to take me there every December, he said, no matter how busy they were. My mom loved the sound of skates on the ice. She said it sounded like hope. He let out a slow breath. I hadn't realized how much I missed it. Julia felt something warm bloom under her ribs. That's really beautiful. He shrugged lightly, uncomfortable with his own vulnerability. It felt right today. Good, she whispered. Mark tilted his head slightly. And your task? A cinnamon rolled the size of my head, she said, very emotionally healing. A corner of his mouth lifted. That qualifies. Silence settled between them. Not awkward, not hesitant, just warm. Milo nudged Mark's shoe, demanding attention. Mark obliged, crouching to scratch behind the dog's ears. He missed you, Julia said, trying to sound casual. Mark didn't look up. I missed him too. Then he did look up, and the words lingered there, suspended between them with a second meaning neither dared to name. Julia swallowed. So, good day? Better than most, he said. But I won't lie. It felt strange not seeing you. She froze. Not dramatically, just internally, the way someone freezes when truth lands unexpectedly close. Yeah, she said quietly. Same. He straightened, brushing snow from his coat. I hope tomorrow isn't another separate task. I hope so, too. Her voice came out softer than intended. He held her gaze for a moment, long enough to feel like a touch. Good night, Julia. Good night, Mark. He climbed the stairs, and she didn't move, not until he reached the first landing and glanced back. Not checking, but looking. She stayed where she was until he disappeared around the corner, then closed the door slowly, leaning her back against it. She let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Milo circled her feet and sat, staring up at her with the patience of someone who had known all along what she refused to admit. I know, she said, sliding down to sit on the floor beside him. I know. She buried her fingers in his fur, letting the warmth steady her. Something was shifting, quietly, steadily, but it was real, and no amount of pretending otherwise could change that. Outside, the snow had begun to fall again in light, lazy flakes, settling over the street, the rooftops, the path he'd taken minutes before. The city seemed to exhale, the day easing into night with a softness she felt deep in her chest. This is getting serious, buddy, she whispered. Milo licked her chin. For once, she didn't laugh. She simply nodded. Yeah, she said. Me too. Chapter 20. Under the Same Sky. Morning arrived wrapped in a muted silver light that made the city look half asleep, the kind of winter brightness that slipped gently through curtains without fully waking the world. Julia stirred beneath the covers. Milo pressed like a warm comma against her hip, and for a long moment she let herself linger in that hazy space between dreaming and reality, where thoughts blurred and feelings felt heavier than they should. She hadn't slept badly, but she hadn't slept deeply either. Her mind had spent half the night replaying the way Mark had stood in the hallway, snow melting in his hair, eyes soft in a way she hadn't seen before yesterday. Something about that look, quiet, searching, unguarded, had stayed with her, echoing long after she'd turned out the lights. Milo nudged her again, stretching dramatically before rolling onto his back and demanding attention. Julia laughed and pushed herself upright, brushing sleep from her eyes as she moved toward the kitchen. The apartment still held faint traces of cinnamon from the rolls she'd eaten yesterday, mingled with the soft, lingering warmth of heating and the quiet peace of an early winter morning. She made coffee slowly, watching the steam curl into the air, feeling the familiar tug at her chest that came every time she wondered what Mark was doing. It was ridiculous, she told herself. It had only been a week, and yet nothing about it felt small anymore. An envelope lay under her door, half hidden by Milo's toy penguin. She crouched to pick it up, unsurprised by the almost theatrical placement. Adele loved symbolism. She opened it cautiously, already bracing herself. Today's task: look up, find the sky, together, walk, rooftop, bridge, wherever you choose. Some things are meant to be seen side by side. Hey! Julia snorted. Of course, she muttered. Now we're doing poetic destiny. Milo barked in agreement or protest. She wasn't sure which. She texted Mark before she could overthink it. Adele wants us to look at the sky together. I assume this means fresh air and awkward metaphors. Are you free? His reply arrived before she'd set the phone down. I'm free after lunch. Does she specify how high we're supposed to stand? Julia stared at the message, laughter slipping quietly from her lips. No height requirements. Just sky. And us. A longer pause this time. All right, 3 o'clock? 3 is perfect. Before she could stop herself, she stared at the last message. The simplicity of it, the ease. Weeks ago, she wouldn't have believed they could speak like this. Now it felt natural. Like each message carried a thread she didn't want to break. The hours until 3 passed in a strange rhythm. She tried sketching, but every line curved into something familiar, a hand, a jawline, the angle of shoulder she had memorized without intending to. She walked to the corner bakery for a pastry she didn't need, sat by the window, watching flakes drift from rooftops, and caught herself wondering whether Mark was watching the same sky. It was ridiculous, she knew, but the thought stayed with her all the way home, warming something inside her she wasn't ready to name. At 3 on the dot, a knock sounded, 3 precise taps that had become unmistakable. Milo barked excitedly as Julia opened the door. Mark stood there in a navy coat, scarf tucked neatly at his collar, cheeks touched by the cold. He looked almost too composed for the dim hallway, as if he carried winter with him instead of the other way around. Hi, she said. Hi, he replied softly. Ready to find the sky? She laughed. Only Adele could turn a walk into a quest. He stepped aside for her to lock the door, Milo trotting between them like a tiny escort. Where are we going? He asked. She shrugged. Somewhere open. Somewhere with a view. I was thinking the pedestrian bridge by the harbor walk. The sky is huge from there. Mark considered this. I like that. Let's do it. They stepped outside into crisp winter air, the kind that bit at noses but sharpened the senses. Snow dusted the sidewalks, and the sun hovered low despite the early hour, giving everything a faint golden glow. They walked side by side, shoulders brushing occasionally, neither of them pulling away when it happened. Conversation flowed easily, like natural, unforced. They talked about the toy drive, about work, about the children singing 2 nights ago, about the snowstorm that had already become neighborhood gossip. Julia noticed he looked around more than usual, as if the world was softer today, or he was finally letting himself see it. When they reached the Harbor Walk Bridge, the sky stretched open above them like a vast watercolor, pale gold blending into soft blue, clouds drifting thin over the horizon. The harbor shimmered quietly beneath, dotted with boats swaying in the current. Everything felt wide, calm, almost unreal. Julia stopped halfway across, resting her hands on the cold railing. This, she said, exhaling. This is what I wanted to show you. Mark stepped beside her, looking upward. It's beautiful, he said. It helps me breathe, she admitted. Whenever things feel crowded, I come here. The sky makes everything feel bigger, but in a comforting way. Mark studied the horizon for a long moment, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. You're right, he said quietly. It opened something. He hesitated, then added, I haven't looked at the sky properly in a long time. Julia felt a small ache rise in her chest. You forget when you're busy, she said. Or hurting. He glanced at her, not sharply but gently, as if acknowledging the truth without needing it explained. Yes, he murmured. You do. They stood there together, watching clouds drift slowly across the open winter blue, listening to the distant cry of gulls and the rhythmic creak of boats against the docks. Milo sniffed the cold wind with excitement, tail wagging at invisible scents. Do you ever feel like the world slows down when you look at the sky? Mark asked suddenly. Julia turned toward him. Yes, she said, and like, maybe I'm not rushing the wrong direction. He nodded slightly, as if that matched something inside him. For a moment, The silence between them stretched softly, warm despite the cold, heavy in a way that made her pulse catch. "Julia," he said finally, voice low. I thought today would feel empty," he admitted. "After yesterday. After the last few days. I thought stepping back into my own routine would undo everything." He let out a breath. But it didn't. Her heartbeat quickened. No, he said, looking at her fully now. It didn't undo anything at all. The air changed, just slightly, just enough. It was as if the breeze paused, as if the sky itself leaned closer to listen. Julia swallowed, suddenly aware of every inch between them, small as it was. "I'm glad," she whispered. He looked down at the railing, then out to the water, then back at her with an openness she rarely saw from him, something unguarded and quietly hopeful. "I don't say things easily," he said. "You probably notice." "Only every day," she said, smiling softly. "But with you," he continued, "it's different. Not easy, but possible." Julia felt her breath catch, the cold air sharpen her lungs. Mark. He didn't move closer, but he didn't move away either. He simply stayed there beside her, both of them under the same wide sky Adele had insisted they find, both of them standing on a bridge that suddenly felt like more than a location. "I like being with you," Julia said before she could stop herself. "More than I should, more than I expected." Mark's eyes softened in a way that warmed her from the inside out. "I like being with you, too," he said quietly. "More than is reasonable." She laughed, soft, startled, delighted. He looked at her like the sound had become his new favorite thing. They stayed on the bridge until the sky deepened into pale blue-gray, until the last of the sunlight slipped behind the buildings and the city lights flickered on one by one. The cold crept into their fingers and cheeks, but neither of them seemed eager to leave. Eventually, Mark nudged her shoulder gently. "We should head back before the temperature drops again." Julia nodded. "Yeah, probably." They walked home slower than they'd walked there, as if rushing would break whatever quiet magic the day had built. The air darkened around them, street lamps glowing softly along the sidewalks, their shadows falling close together on the snow. When they reached the brownstone steps, they paused under the faint golden glow of the entryway lights. The garland swayed gently in the cold breeze, pine and ribbon rustling like soft whispers. "Thank you," Mark said, "for the sky, for today." "Thank you," Julia replied, "for coming." He hesitated, not stepping away, but not stepping forward either. "Good night, Julia." Her breath caught. "Good night, Mark." He turned to go, then looked back once more, eyes lingering on her in a way that sent a quiet thrill down her spine. She didn't look away. When she finally closed her apartment door, she leaned against it, heart thudding softly, Milo circling her legs in excited loops. "This is getting dangerous," she whispered. And for the first time, she didn't mean it as a warning. Chapter 21. The day before Christmas Eve. The morning arrived wrapped in a pale winter glow, the kind that softened the city into something quieter, more patient. Julia woke earlier than usual, Milo already curled against her legs, his small breast puffing steadily in the warm nest of blankets. For a moment she lay still, letting the weight of the nearing holidays settle over her, gentle, expectant, threaded with a touch of nerves she didn't fully want to name. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve, and today was the day Adele's challenge would deliver its reputation. The emotional turning point, as Sarah liked to call it, the moment where the challenge stopped being an excuse and became something neither Julia nor Mark could ignore. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, Milo yawning dramatically beside her, as if he'd also been carrying emotional burdens. "Come on," she murmured. "We have things to do." The apartment felt unusually bright when she stepped into the living room. Snow still clung to the fire escape, glinting like scattered sugar, but the sky was clear and perfect. She made coffee, watched Milo circle 3 times before collapsing near the radiator, and mentally ran through her to-do list of the day. Check if Mark had received his envelope. See if Sarah needed help with the holiday rush at the coffee shop. Stop by the bakery to pick up cinnamon rolls. Tradition, resurrected or not. Avoid overthinking every second spent with Mark yesterday. That last one was already losing. At 9:17, a soft knock sounded on her door. 2 taps, a pause, 1 more tap, a pattern she now recognized without fail. When she opened the door, Mark stood there holding an envelope identical to the one waiting on her kitchen table. His expression was unreadable in a way that meant he was trying to be unreadable. "Good morning," he said. "Morning," she replied. "Let me guess, Adele left you homework." "She did," he said, "and I assume you received the same." Julia stepped back so he could enter. He hesitated a moment, then did, closing the door quietly behind him. Milo ran in a circle of joy, stopping only when Mark crouched to scratch behind his ear. "Ready?" Julia asked, tapping her envelope. Mark held his up. "On 3. They opened them together. Julia skimmed the card once, then again, her breath catching slightly. "Today's task. Choose something you each want the other to have for Christmas. Not expensive, not practical. Something that feels like a piece of your heart. Exchange them before the day ends." "A." Julia lowered the card slowly, pulse picking up. "Okay," she said. "That's a lot." Mark exhaled, almost a laugh, but not quite. Adele seems determined to accelerate whatever she thinks is happening. She's not wrong. Julia murmured without thinking, then immediately wanted to swallow the words back. Mark looked at her, not startled, not amused, but something gentler, something that made Julia feel like the air between them had gone thinner. "I suppose we need to start," he said carefully. "Yes," she answered. "Probably soon, before the stores get unbearable." They stood there for a moment longer, each holding the card like a secret they weren't sure how to share. Then Julia cleared her throat. "I need coffee before making any emotional decisions," she said. "Walk with me?" "Always," Mark said, then blinked, correcting himself. "I mean, yes, of course." They bundled up, Julia in her star-patterned scarf and red beanie, Mark in the dark coat she started to recognize from a distance. Outside, the world was crisp and shining. Children already dragging sleds toward the nearest patch of snow, parents calling after them. The walk to the coffee shop was quiet, but not heavy. Their shoulders brushed occasionally, not enough to be intentional, but enough to feel like a habit. Inside, Sarah's eyes went wide the moment they stepped in together. "Oh, good," she said loudly. The couple arrives. Julia choked. Mark stiffened. Milo sneezed. "We're not." "She's exaggerating," Julia began. Sarah slid 2 cups toward them. "Sure, keep practicing your denial. It builds character." Julia grabbed her cup with excessive force. "We need caffeine, not commentary." "Uh-huh." Mark quietly paid for both drinks without being asked. Julia didn't comment on it. She'd learned that if she did, he'd blush and pretend it was logistical. They left with their coffees, stepping back into the cold. "So," Julia said, sipping, "a gift that feels like a piece of your heart. No pressure." "No pressure," Mark echoed dryly. She glanced sideways at him. "Do you already know what you're getting me?" "No." "Are you lying?" "Yes." Julia nearly tripped. "Wait, what?" He kept walking, eyes forward, snow crunching under his boots. "I had an idea last night. Before I received the envelope." Something warm flared low in her chest. "Oh." "What about you?" he asked. "I have several options," she admitted, "but I want the right one." He nodded once. "Then it seems we both have errands." They stopped at the corner where the street forked, left toward the shops, right toward the park where children were already laughing in the snow. Julia tightened her scarf. "Meet back here for?" "For," Mark said. For a second, neither of them moved. Then Julia stepped back. "Good luck." "You too," he said. "But I suspect you need less of it than I do." With a small smile, she turned and headed left, Milo bounding beside her. Behind her, she heard Mark's footsteps go in the opposite direction, their first separate mission of the challenge. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of shops, ideas, discarded ideas, and far too many sentimental items that felt almost right, but not exactly. Julia wandered through bookstores, craft stores, a small art supply shop, a boutique selling ornaments shaped like tiny animals. Nothing fit. Nothing felt true enough until she found it. A small shop tucked between a florist and a vintage clothing store, Leaf and Lantern. She'd never noticed it before. Inside, everything smelled like oak and winter spice. A table near the window displayed handmade notebooks, each bound in soft leather, each unique. One in particular caught her eye. Dark blue cover, gold-pressed constellations, a narrow band around the spine that felt unmistakably like Mark. She picked it up, opened it. Inside, the first page was blank except for a tiny embossed phrase at the bottom. For all the thoughts you don't say out loud. Her breath hitched. This was it. She held it close, paid, and slipped it into her coat like something fragile. When she stepped back out into the cold, the afternoon sun had started to dip. People hurried past with bags in hand. Christmas Eve was close enough to taste in the air. At 3:59, she arrived back at the meeting point. Mark was already there, hands in his pockets, scarf pulled high, snow dusting his shoulders. When he saw her, something in his posture eased. "You found something," he said. "So, did you?" she replied. They stood facing each other, both holding small bags, both suddenly looking far less composed than usual. "Ready?" Julia asked. "No," Mark admitted honestly. "Then, yes." They exchanged gifts at the same time. Julia handed him the constellation notebook. Mark gave her a slim rectangular box wrapped in dark green paper. They held each other's gifts for a long second before opening. Mark unwrapped the notebook carefully, almost reverently. When he saw it, the breath left him. "This?" he said quietly. "Julia, this is—" "Do you like it?" she asked, heart pounding. "It's perfect," he said, and he didn't look away. "It's more than perfect." Julia swallowed. "Good, because I thought of you the moment I saw it." He ran his thumb along the gold constellations, and something in his expression softened so deeply it made her chest ache. Then she opened his gift. Inside the dark green paper was a set of professional drawing pencils, soft gray charcoal, graphite, and a small, elegant metal case. But that wasn't the part that stopped her breath. Attached was a handwritten note. "For when you're ready to draw something just for yourself again." Her vision blurred. "Mark," she whispered, "I noticed," he said quietly, "that you draw everything except the things that matter to you most. I thought maybe this would help." She didn't trust herself to speak. So instead, she stepped closer, just enough that their shoulders brushed as they held their gift between them. "Thank you," she said, and it felt too small for what she meant. He held her gaze. "You're welcome." They stood there in the quiet falling light, bags at their sides, gifts warming the space between them. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve, but the shift had already begun. Something tender, something unmistakable, something they weren't hiding anymore. "Walk home together?" Mark asked. Julia nodded. "Always." Chapter 22. Christmas Eve begins. The morning of Christmas Eve arrived with a kind of hush that felt almost intentional, as if the whole city had drawn in a slow, anticipatory breath. Rosehill Street still shimmered beneath layers of snow, but the sky above had turned the palest shade of gold, promising a clear and impossibly bright day. Somewhere outside, a distant church bell rang 9 times, soft and warm and steady. Julia woke with Milo sprawled across her stomach like a furry paperweight, one paw dramatically pressed against her ribs. She shoved him gently aside and sat up, the remnants of last night's exchange still fluttering through her mind like loose pages. The notebook she'd given Mark, the pencils he'd given her, his expression, unshielded, quiet, grateful, the way he'd said perfect like it meant something larger than the object itself. She pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes. "Okay," she muttered, "this is getting dangerously real." Milo, oblivious to emotional spirals, stretched and trotted toward the door as if he were the one running the household schedule. Julia got ready slowly, choosing a soft green sweater and jeans, tie her hair in a loose ponytail. She paused once, looking at herself in the mirror, the faint flush on her cheeks, the strange softness in her eyes. Something was happening between them, something both terrifying and impossible to deny. By the time she walked into the living room, sunlight was spilling across the floorboards, catching the edges of the small Christmas tree, and making it look almost magical. Her phone buzzed. From "Mark, are you free this morning?" Julia felt her stomach flip, not a dramatic somersault, but a quiet, certain lift. She typed back before she could overthink. Yes. Why? Another buzz. Adele has delivered a new task. It seems urgent. Julia blinked. She checked near her own door, and there it was, another envelope, slid halfway under the crack like it had simply appeared in the night. She picked it up, tearing the silver sticker. Today's task. Christmas Eve is meant for togetherness. Before the evening arrives, share something you've never shared. A place, a memory, a moment. Show the other person a part of you they've never seen. Julia felt her breath catch. Oh, fantastic, she whispered. Adele is done being subtle. Milo wagged his tail. She grabbed her coat, clipped Milo's harness, and headed for the stairs. The lobby smelled like cinnamon and pine, warm and lived in. The garlands they'd hung still glowed faintly from fairy light someone, probably Sarah, had switched on early. A few residents were coming and going with bags, wrapped gifts, bright scarves. And then there he was. Mark stood near the base of the stairs, coat unbuttoned, scarf loose, his hair still slightly tousled from sleep. He held his envelope lightly in one hand, turning it slowly as if memorizing each letter of Adele's looping script. He looked up when Julia approached. "Good morning," he said quietly. "Morning," she replied, trying not to look like she floated down the stairs. Milo bounded to him immediately, jumping twice before sitting as if performing a rehearsed trick. Mark crouched and gave him a firm rub on the head. "You're the only one who greets me like this," he murmured. "You could learn from him," Julia teased. Mark stood, tucking the envelope into his coat. "So," he said, "have you read it?" She nodded. "Yes, and I'm beginning to think Adele is writing a romance novel using us as characters." He sighed. "If she is, she could at least provide footnotes." Julia laughed, then held up the card. "So, a place, a memory, or a moment we've never shared." "That's what she says," Mark replied. "Do you have any ideas?" She hesitated. "Maybe, but you go first." "Why me?" "Because you're harder to crack," Julia said. "And because I'm curious what you consider personal enough for this." Mark looked at her for a long moment, the faintest smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "All right," he said. "Come with me." They stepped outside into the crisp winter air. Rosehill Street stretched ahead, quiet, sunlit, and shimmering. The snow crunched softly under their boots as they walked side by side, Milo trotting ahead with proud, purposeful steps. Mark didn't speak for the first minute or two, and Julia didn't push. She knew that look, his mind turning over something carefully. Finally, he said, "There's somewhere I want to show you. It's not far." Julia felt a spark of curiosity tighten in her chest. "Okay, lead the way." They walked past the bakery, past the coffee shop, where Sarah waved through the window, past the corner where the toy drive booth had stood the day before. Mark led her down a side street she'd rarely used, then another, until the buildings grew older, the sidewalks more narrow. They stopped in front of a quiet brick townhouse with a single wreath on the door. "This," Mark said softly, "is where my mother grew up." Julia's heart tightened. He didn't look at her. His gaze stayed fixed on the building. "We used to visit here every year for Christmas," he continued. "My grandparents lived on the top floor. My mom told me stories in the living room. Stories about her childhood, about the city, about things she wanted to do when she got older. I didn't understand most of them then, but now I think they were dreams she didn't get to finish." Julia swallowed. "Mark," he shook his head lightly. "It's all right. I wanted you to see it. I haven't been back here since she passed." She stepped closer, her shoulder brushing his. "Thank you for bringing me." He let out a slow breath, something unreadable flickering in his expression. "I wasn't sure if this counted as what Adele wanted. A place, a memory, both, maybe." "It's perfect," Julia said. "And very you." "Me?" he asked. "Yes. Quiet, deep, hard to put into words, but exactly what matters." He didn't speak for a moment. Then he looked at her, really looked, and the warmth in his eyes made her chest feel too small. "Your turn," he said softly. Julia led him back through the winding side streets, the sun dipping slowly behind the rooftops, shadows stretching long on the snow. She didn't take him far, just 2 blocks over, to a small park with a swing set she hadn't visited in years. They stopped at the entrance. "This is mine," she said. "Not the park, but here." Mark looked around. "You came here often?" "Almost every day after school when I was younger," she said. "My mom would wait on that bench." She pointed to the far side. "We'd talk about everything. Or nothing. It was the last place I remember us being really us before everything changed." Mark's expression softened. "And you haven't been back?" "Not alone," she said. "Not since she moved away. It felt like a place that belonged to another version of me." He looked at her gently. "And you're showing me." She nodded. "Because you'll understand without asking me to explain it." His eyes warmed in a way that made her throat tighten. They walked slowly along the path, the sound of the snow beneath their steps blending with the distant laughter of a child somewhere across the park. When they reached the bench, Julia stopped, letting her gloved fingers brush over its cold metal frame. "My mom used to say this was a place where she could hear my thoughts," Julia said quietly, "even when I didn't know how to say them out loud yet." Mark stood beside her, close but not overwhelming. "Then I'm honored you brought me here." She turned to look at him, and found him already looking at her. The world around them seemed to dim just a little. The snow, the cold, the faint noises, they all faded. Something in the air felt different, softer, heavier, fuller. "Julia," Mark said quietly, "this means more than you think." She smiled, slow, small, real. "I know." They stood there for a long moment, neither moving, both acutely aware that something had shifted again, deeper this time, clearer, impossible to ignore. As they finally turned back toward the street, walking side by side, the sun dipped behind the horizon, washing the world in soft gold. Christmas Eve had begun, and for the first time in years, Julia didn't feel alone in it. Mark didn't either. And that unspoken knowing, warm and fragile and undeniably real, walked with them all the way home. Chapter 23. Christmas Eve afternoon. The walk back to Rose Hill Street felt different this time. Quieter, but not with the old kind of silence. It was a shared quiet, warm and steady, the kind that made every step feel intentional. Milo bounded ahead through the snowbanks like he was clearing the path for them, occasionally glancing back with the proud air of someone convinced he was responsible for the entire emotional progress between his humans. By the time they reached the brownstone, the sun had climbed just high enough to set the windows glowing. The garlands around the entryway looked brighter too, catching the fading gold light. Inside, the lobby hummed with gentle, festive chaos. Someone had dropped off a plate of cookies on the table near the mailboxes. A box wrapped in red paper sat beside it with a tag that said, "For anyone who needs a little something today." The twins ran across the hallway, wearing matching elf hats while their mother chased them, laughing breathlessly. Even Mr. Henderson was humming. Off-key, yes, but surprisingly cheerful. Julia smiled. "I love this building." Mark nodded, taking in the scene with a small, softened expression. "Today feels different." "Because of Christmas?" He shook his head once. "Because of everything." The words caught her off guard. Warmth flared quietly in her chest. Before she could respond, Adele appeared at the top of the stairs. "Ah, there you are," she called, her voice carrying that unmistakable blend of excitement and orchestral drama. "My favorite Christmas duo." Julia muttered under her breath. "We're never getting rid of that title." Mark leaned slightly closer. "We could file an official objection." "You think she'd accept it?" "No." Adele descended the stairs with surprising elegance for someone wearing reindeer slippers. She tapped her envelope against her palm, the one containing the task she'd assigned that morning, like a baton. "Well," she demanded, "did you complete today's assignment?" Mark answered before Julia could. "Yes." Adele's eyes lit up. "Both parts." Julia blinked. "There were parts." "Of course there were parts," Adele said. "A place, a memory, and a moment. But I suppose I have to settle for a subset." She eyed them with exaggerated suspicion. "You two look calmer. That's a good sign." "We're just walking Milo," Julia said quickly. "And Adele hummed, clearly unconvinced. "Well, you'll be pleased to know the evening task will arrive later." Julia groaned. Adele, no spoilers. Adele said, wagging a finger. Christmas Eve requires dramatic timing. Mark looked faintly alarmed. How dramatic? On a scale from 1 to 10. Adele said cheerfully, probably 8, possibly 9. It depends on how sentimental I'm feeling after lunch. And then she whisked herself toward the mailroom, humming carols as if she personally conducted the universe. Julia and Mark exchanged a look. Mark exhaled. We should prepare. For what? I'm not sure, but I suspect she's planning something elaborate. She always is. Milo barked in agreement. They stepped toward the stairs. For a moment, Julia thought Mark might head up to his apartment, fall back into his usual rhythm, retreat into the quieter part of himself the way he did sometimes after emotional conversations. But instead, he hesitated. Julia, he said quietly. She paused beside him, one hand resting on the railing. Yeah. He looked thoughtful, almost uncertain, a rare expression for him. Would you like to spend the rest of the afternoon together? Before whatever Adele has planned. Her heart lifted all at once, startling in its brightness. Yes, she said. I'd like that. Mark nodded, but the small, unguarded smile that rose on his face said more than he did. Good, he murmured. Then I have a proposal. Please don't make it sound like a legal document. It's not, he said. I promise. She crossed her arms, amused. Okay, what's your proposal? Before this evening becomes whatever Adele intends it to be, I'd like us to actually enjoy the day. Not as a task. Not because it's assigned. Because we want to. Julia's breath caught. That sounds, she swallowed. Perfect. There's a Christmas market a few blocks away, he continued. Vendors, lights, food stands. I've never been. You've never been to a Christmas market? No, that's a crime. I wasn't aware. You are now. He looked at her, patient, waiting. So, will you take me? Julia felt warmth spread through her chest at the way he said it. Quiet, steady, with a hint of something that almost sounded like hope. Yes, she said. Absolutely. Then let's go in an hour, he said. I need to change. Julia laughed. Mark Reynolds needing time to prepare for a Christmas market. This is officially unprecedented. I've never attended one, he defended himself. I assume there are social expectations. And hats. There are, she said, and you're going to love it. We'll see. They paused at the stairs, the space between them charged in that now familiar way. Soft, bright, warm in all the places she didn't know warmth could settle. I'll meet you here at 4, he said. I'll be here. He hesitated again, only for a second, but long enough that she felt it. Then he nodded, turned, and headed upstairs, Milo trotting proudly ahead as if escorting him personally. Julia watched him go, a smile tugging at her lips, the quiet of the lobby settling around her. For the first time in years, Christmas Eve didn't feel like a day she had to survive. It felt like a day she was walking into, open, steady, hopeful, and at 4 o'clock, she would walk into it with him. Chapter 24. Christmas Market Lights. By 3:30, Julia had already checked the time so often that her phone had started to feel personally judged. The afternoon light over Rose Hill Street was thinning into that pale winter gold that made the snow glow instead of just sit there, and every time she glanced out the window, the world outside looked more and more like it was quietly getting ready for something. Inside her apartment, absolutely nothing looked ready, least of all her. She stood in the middle of her bedroom with 2 sweaters laid out on the bed like they were contestants in a reality show. One was soft cream, safe and neutral, and something she could wear to a dentist appointment. The other was deep red, the one Sarah had once pointed to and said, "That's a please fall in love with me by accident sweater. Used responsibly." At the time, Julia had replied with a snort and worn it to draw penguins alone in her kitchen. Today, her hand hovered over it like it might be a live wire. Milo hopped up on the bed with no such hesitation, immediately flopping down squarely on the red sweater and snorting as if he'd made an executive decision on behalf of the universe. "That's not helpful," Julia said, though a smile tried to tug at her mouth. Milo rolled onto his back and waved his paws in the air, his head resting right on the soft knit. "You're ridiculous," she added. "And you're right." She pulled the red sweater free from under him, careful not to drag his ears with it, and tugged it over her head. It settled comfortably, the knit warm and familiar against her skin. She checked herself in the mirror. Red sweater, dark jeans, hair pulled half up because anything more complicated felt like admitting she tried too hard. The faintest flush tinted her cheeks. Whether from the heat of the apartment or the thought of Mark waiting downstairs later, she refused to decide. The star-patterned scarf came next, looped loosely around her neck, then the beanie. She hesitated for a second, fingers resting on the knit. It made her feel like a Christmas card, maybe too much. Then she caught her reflection again, saw the way the bright colors sharpened the softness in her face, instead of hiding it. "This is me," she told the mirror under her breath. "If he shows up to a Christmas market with someone who looks like November, that's false advertising." She grabbed her coat from the hallway hook, then paused at the coffee table. The slim metal case of pencils sat where she'd left it after last night, the folded note from Mark still tucked underneath. "For when you're ready to draw something just for yourself again." Her fingertips brushed the edge of the case. She had sketchbooks full of work for clients, cards, illustrations, concepts. But that little sentence had lodged somewhere deep, right next to the 16-year-old who had stopped baking cookies because it hurt too much. "Soon," she whispered to the pencils, which was absurd, but somehow felt right. Just not today. Milo whined at the door, toenails tapping. Okay, I'm coming," she said. "The humans are emotionally unprepared, but the dog is punctual." She clipped on his harness, shoved her phone and keys into her coat pocket, and opened the door before she could start wondering whether she should have worn different socks. The stairwell hummed with the low, familiar sounds of the building. Distant TV noise, the faint jangle of carols from someone's speaker, the hiss of heating pipes. The smell of pine from the lobby decorations floated up the stairwell. As she descended, her heart synced up with the rhythm of her footsteps in a way that felt uncomfortably obvious. "It's just a walk to a Christmas market," she told herself. "It's just another task, a thing on a list." But the part of her that stored small truths in quiet corners knew that wasn't true. This wasn't a task anymore, and it hadn't been for days. When she stepped into the lobby, he was already there. Mark stood near the front door, hands in the pockets of his dark wool coat, scarf wrapped in a neat loop at his throat. The navy wool made his eyes look deeper, warmer, and the light from the windows caught a few strands of hair that had fallen slightly out of place over his forehead. He looked less like a man on his way to a hearing, and more like someone stepping into a story he hadn't realized he'd agreed to be part of. He turned at the sound of Milo's nails on the floor. For a moment, his gaze caught on the dog, then lifted to Julia. His eyes took her in slowly, from the beanie down to the red sweater and the slight flush on her cheeks. Something in his expression softened, like a line in his face had just quietly let go. "Hi," he said, and the word had changed. It wasn't a polite placeholder anymore. It carried recognition, familiarity, something quietly fond. "Hi," she answered, trying to pretend her heart hadn't just tripped over itself. "You look very researched for the occasion." A flicker of amusement crossed his mouth. "I did my homework," he confessed. "Google says Christmas markets require cash, patience, and an open mind. You Googled how to behave at a Christmas market?" "I didn't want to violate any unspoken customs," he said, "or accidentally stand in the wrong line." Julia laughed, the tension in her chest handling it gratefully. "Okay, first of all, that's adorable. Second, the only real rule is don't knock over children or hot drinks. You're going to be fine." Milo trotted straight to him and sat at his feet like this was a prearranged meeting. Mark immediately crouched and scratched his head, his gloved fingers moving with unconscious gentleness. "Are you prepared to supervise our social experiment?" he asked the dog. Milo wagged his tail so hard his backside swayed. He was born ready. Julia said, "It's you I'm worried about." "I'm marginally more adaptable than you think," Mark replied, standing again. His gaze drifted over her face one more time, hovering briefly at the corners of her eyes where laughter tended to leave its softest marks. "You look very festive. Code for like an exploded Christmas display." Code for, like you belong exactly where we're going, he said. Her breath stuttered. She tried to play it off with a small shrug. Good. That's the idea. Outside, the air snapped cold the second they stepped onto the stoop, that bright kind of chill that made her lungs feel clean. Snow still piled high along the sidewalks, pushed aside by plows into soft ridges that made Milo's eyes go wide with possibility. He lunged cheerfully toward the nearest mound until the leash pulled him back. Slow down, Julia warned. Some of us are not equipped for sprinting on ice. We should be cautious, Mark agreed, already scanning patches of sidewalk for anything remotely slick. I prefer to avoid spending Christmas Eve in the emergency room because you insisted on chasing your dog into a snowbank. You say that like I wouldn't make great small talk with the nurses, she said. They fell into step, heading toward the main street. Now and then their shoulders brushed. The first time, she jerked back an inch and then immediately felt ridiculous. The second time, neither of them moved away. The contact was small, buffered by coats and woolen air, but she felt it anyway. The city sounded different in the wake of the storm. Traffic moved slower. Drivers were more cautious and, for once, less inclined to honk. The usual rumble of buses and trucks was muffled by the snow, replaced by the crunch of boots, the scrape of shovels, the occasional crack of ice breaking loose from a gutter. She could already hear music in the distance, faint, layered, overlapping with laughter. As they turned onto the street leading to the square, the smell hit first. Roasted chestnuts, sugar, spices, and something smoky that made her stomach tighten in a good way. A warm glow hovered ahead of them, reflected in neighboring windows and the wet shine of slush on the road. When they turned the final corner, the market opened up in front of them, and like always, Julia felt that small, quiet shift in her chest. Wooden stalls lined the square in gentle rows, their roofs dusted with snow. Strings of warm white lights crisscrossed overhead, casting a soft, golden net over the whole scene. Evergreen garlands wound around posts, punctuated by red bows that fluttered slightly in the breeze. Lanterns hung at different heights, glass panes reflecting moving color as people drifted underneath. Children zigzagged between adults. A man balanced a tray of steaming drinks. Somewhere to the left, a trio of musicians played a slow, slightly off-key version of "O Come, All Ye Faithful," that somehow made the whole scene gentler. Julia didn't look at the market first. She looked at Mark. His expression had shifted from wary to something else entirely. His eyes were moving slowly. Over the lights, the stalls, the people, the curl of steam rising from cups, the way the snow had compacted into uneven paths under so many feet. His shoulders, which always seemed to carry an invisible list of things he needed to remember, loosened just a fraction. "So," she asked quietly, "on a scale from mildly tolerable to secretly wonderful?" He took his time answering. "It's overwhelming," he said finally, "but in a way that feels alive. Like the city decided to be kind for an afternoon." She smiled. "Yeah, that's pretty much why I come here as often as possible." She stepped forward, gently bumping her shoulder against his. "Come on, counselor. Time to immerse you in the chaos." They merged into the stream of people, moving between rows of stalls. The first table they passed displayed handmade candles in glass jars, each one labeled in neat handwriting. Winterwoods, gingerbread morning, first snowfall, midnight cocoa. Julia picked one up, closed her eyes, and inhaled. "Let me guess," Mark said. "That one smells like emotional damage and unresolved childhood memories." "Excuse you," she said, opening her eyes. "It smells like cinnamon and a vague belief in miracles." "So I was close," he murmured. She put it back down, but not before mentally promising herself she'd come back alone later and buy it. She didn't need Mark to witness her impulse purchases and her deeply on-the-nose scent names. At the next stall, an older woman sold knitted hats and scarves, her fingers moving quickly as she worked on another piece even while she chatted with customers. At another, a man painted names onto small wooden sled ornaments, his brush steady despite the cold. They passed a stall where someone was frying dough, sugar drifting in visible clouds into the air. Milo tried to veer toward that one, nose working overtime. "Sorry, buddy," Julia said, steering him back. "Your doctor would murder me." There's likely a municipal fine for feeding dogs fried dough as well, Mark said. I love how you turn everything into a legal code, she said. They stopped at the ornament stall, almost without deciding to. Rows of glass balls caught the light like frozen bubbles, painted with tiny winter scenes. Wooden shapes hung from a string. Stars, snowflakes, birds, tiny houses. A small crate off to one side held pieces that were simpler, less fussy, though it sanded smooth and left mostly bare. Julia's gaze landed immediately on a small house. It was plain pine, except for a heart-shaped cutout, where the door should have been, a tiny hollow that let the light pass right through. She picked it up without thinking, the wood cool but pleasant beneath her glove. My mom started this thing when I was little, she said, voice softening as a memory rose. Every year, one new ornament that meant something about that year. Mark turned slightly toward her, giving the story his full attention. If we went somewhere special, it had to be from there. If I had a weird obsession, we found something that fit. One year it was a penguin because I refused to draw anything else for 6 months. Another year, it was a tiny mixing bowl because I'd spent December trying to invent my own cookie recipe. She said someday I'd hang them all on my own tree and remember entire years just by looking. That sounds wonderful, he said. It was, Julia said, until it wasn't. Her thumb traced the edge of the heart cutout. The last one we bought together was this blown glass snowflake with tiny blue dots on the edges. 2 weeks later, she told me she was moving. That Christmas, I hung every ornament anyway, and it just hurt. The year after that, I didn't buy one. It felt like breaking a promise, if I did. Like admitting the story had kept going without her. She swallowed, shook her head, and forced herself back from the edge of where that memory liked to pull her. Sorry, that was heavy for a craft stall. It wasn't, he said. You don't have to apologize for telling the truth. The way he said it made it sound simple and extremely rare at the same time. She turned the small wooden house over in her hand. I've picked up a couple of ornaments in the last few years, but never on purpose. If I buy this one now, it'll be the first time I've said, yes, this year gets a place on the tree, and actually meant it. Then I think you should, Mark said quietly. She laughed once, embarrassed at how moved she suddenly felt by a piece of carved wood. You don't think that's silly? No, he said, absolutely serious. I think it's hopeful. Her throat tightened. She added the ornament to the small pile on the counter, without letting herself think too hard about it. Beside her, Mark was still scanning the display. His hand hovered briefly over a painted snowflake, then a glass ball, then landed on something smaller. A simple wooden star, unpainted, with a single groove carved down the center. That's very you, Julia said. I'm afraid to ask what that means, he replied. It means it's simple, clean, oddly elegant, and refuses to be anything it isn't. You could put on a tree, on a bookshelf, or on a perfectly organized coat rack, and it would still look right. His mouth twitched. Our definitions of organized differ dramatically, but not our taste in stars, she said. You should get it. He turned it over once, twice. I don't put up a tree, he reminded her. But you do own walls, she said, and lamps, and door handles. Not every Christmas thing needs branches to hang from. Something in his expression shifted quietly. If I buy this, am I participating in your tradition? The question startled her, in a way that shot straight to her ribs. I mean, she forced herself not to look away. If you wanted to count that way, then yes. There it was, out in the air between them where they could both see it. This wasn't just a cute outing. This was a year, a story, something worth remembering. His fingers tightened fractionally around the star. Then I want it, he said. They paid, the vendor wrapping both ornaments in thin tissue paper and slipping them into a little brown bag with red twine for a handle. For your tree, he said with an automatic smile. Julia caught Mark's eye over the man's shoulder and saw the way it sparked with something like shared mischief. Something like that, she said. They moved on, weaving past a stall where a man sold framed photographs of the city. Julia slowed, drawn to the prints like she always was. Familiar streets captured in new angles, aged brick buildings under snow, the river at sunset, a row of brownstones with lights in every window. Mark stopped completely. One frame in particular seemed to hold him. It showed a pedestrian bridge after snowfall, the path clear but still flanked by thick white on either side, the railings dusted like sugar. The city skyline blurred softly in the distance. The sky overhead a mix of pale blue and soft pink, that delicate balance between late afternoon and evening. Julia recognized the bridge instantly. "That looks like," she began. "Our bridge," he finished, and there was no taking the word back once it was out there. Her heart did a strange little pivot at the possessive sliding so easily into place. "You've walked across that 100 times," she said. "But that night—" She didn't have to finish. The night they'd stood there, and she'd told him about drawings she'd stopped making. And he'd told her about a movie he couldn't bring himself to watch had tipped something between them. This picture caught a version of that moment. Empty of people, full of possibility. "Do you want it?" she asked. "I don't need it," he said. Then he paused. "But I'd like to have it." "That's how you know it matters," she said. "You don't need it. You want it." He bought it. No hesitation this time. When a photographer handed over the wrapped frame, he held it like something fragile, not in the physical sense, but in the way a memory could be if you treated it badly. They made it to the center of the square where a small group of musicians had set up, a violinist, a guitarist, and a man with a battered cajon. They were halfway through "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas," and though their timing was wobbly in places, the sound carried a tenderness that smoothed out the rough edges. People stood around them in a loose circle, some swaying gently, some holding hands, some just watching with soft, absent smiles. Julia stopped. "We have to listen to at least one song," she said. "Is that another market rule?" Mark asked. "Yes," she said. "Non-negotiable." They stood shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the circle, Milo sitting obediently between them. Occasionally he turned his head from one face to another, like he was also trying to take in the whole scene. Snowflakes drifted lazily down, catching in Julia's eyelashes and melting on Mark's scarf. As the song reached the line, "Through the years we all will be together," Julia felt something inside her twist and then unwind. She hadn't always believed that line. Some years, it felt like a lie. Today, with Mark beside her and the market around them, and the memory of his hand on her elbow as he'd steadied her on an icy step, still warm somewhere in her mind, it felt less impossible than it used to. She glanced sideways at him and found him not looking at the musicians at all, but at the crowd, the older couple in matching hats, the teen recording a video on their phone, the kid leaning heavily against his mother's side. His expression had softened completely. The usual tightness between his brows smoothed away. "What are you thinking?" she asked quietly. He didn't pretend not to understand the question. "That I've spent a lot of years walking past things like this because they felt unnecessary," he said. "And that maybe I was wrong." "That's a big confession," she said. "The evidence is compelling," he replied. "Exhibit A, this entire square. And Exhibit B?" she asked. He hesitated, then looked at her. Really looked. Not the quick, assessing glances he gave people in court, but the kind that seemed to peel away everything except what mattered. "Exhibit B," he said slowly, "is that this whole thing feels different because you're here." Her breath caught, sharp in the cold air. For a second, she couldn't find any words at all. So she turned back toward the musicians, letting the last notes of the song fill the space where her reply should have gone. When the song ended, the small crowd clapped. Julia dug in her pocket, pulling out a few bills, and stepped forward to drop them in the open instrument case. The violinist smiled at her, nodded once, then lifted his bow again. "Come on," she said as she stepped back beside Mark. "Cider time." They found the drink stall near the far edge of the market, a long line of people queued up beneath a sign with chalk letters that read hot cider, mulled wine, cocoa. The air around the stand smelled like orange peel and cloves and apples, and every other warm thing that had ever existed in the kitchen. "The line is inefficient," Mark murmured almost automatically. "If they move the payment station to—" "Absolutely not," Julia said. "You're not allowed to optimize Christmas." "I optimize everything," he replied, but there was no real argument in it. "You can optimize your own face," she said. "Let the cider live." Something dangerously close to a smile tugged at his mouth. The line moved more quickly than he predicted. When they reached the front, Julia ordered 2 ciders before he could overthink the menu. The vendor handed them steaming paper cups, heat seeping to the cardboard into their gloves. They found a high wooden table off to one side and stood facing the square, hands wrapped around the cups. Steam curled between them, catching the light. Julia took a careful sip and closed her eyes for a second as the warmth spread down her throat. "Okay," she said, "that might be illegal in at least 3 states. I'm fairly certain it's just sugar and spices," Mark said, spoken like someone who doesn't understand magic. She replied. They drank quietly for a few minutes, watching the market move around them. The musicians had switched to jingle bells. A child spun in little circles near the edge of the crowd until his father put a steadying hand on his shoulder. A couple took a selfie under a particularly dense cluster of lights, their faces pressed close together in the frame, noses red from the cold. "Can I ask you something?" Julia said eventually, tracing the rim of her cup with her thumb. "You usually do," he said. "What does all this feel like to you? Not as a lawyer or a grumpy upstairs neighbor. As you." He looked down into his cider, as if the answer might be floating in there somewhere. When he looked up again, there was no joke in his face. "Noisy," he said first. "There's so much happening at once. So many people. So many little things you could miss if you look away for a second. That used to make me feel tired. And now," she pressed gently, "now it feels like," he searched for the word, and the effort was visible. "Like everyone put something heavy down for a few hours and decided to share what was left instead." Julia felt the answer reverberate inside her. "That's exactly it," she said. "What about you?" he asked. "Artist perspective." She scanned the square again. "Color," she said. "Light. Negative space between people. The way everything runs together if you squint. But if you focus on one little corner, it looks like a story all by itself. The old lady there with the red hat buying a single cookie and eating it so slowly like she wanted to last all month. That kid sitting on his dad's shoulders, gripping his hair like reins. The vendor who rearranges the same stack of scarves every 2 minutes because she wants them to be seen a certain way. You see all of that at once?" he asked. "It's how my brain copes," she said. "If I look at the big picture first, I panic. If I look at the small pieces, I can breathe." He nodded slowly. "That makes sense." "You say that like you mean it," she said. "I do," he replied. "And for the record, it's a good brain, even when it's panicking." Her chest did a small, traitorous swoop. Before she could respond, someone crashed into her side with a high, apologetic squeak. "Sorry," one of the twins blurted, stumbling back. His brother appeared beside him an instant later, eyes huge. Their mother jogged up a step behind, carrying a small paper bag that crinkled with every movement. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," she said, slightly breathless. They saw the pretzel stand and lost their minds. "It's okay," Julia said, laughing. "My dog does the same thing around anything edible." "Milo," the first twin yelled, spotting him under the table. "Hi, Milo." Milo's tail started up like a metronome on fast forward. Mark stepped smoothly aside to give everyone more room, his hand brushing Julia's elbow in process, a small, steadying touch that sent warmth up her arm that had nothing to do with cider. "Are you two enjoying the market?" he asked the boys, sounding more at ease than she'd ever heard him with kids. "Yes," they shouted in unison. "He almost dropped his pretzel," one said, pointing accusingly at his brother. "Did not." "Did too." "You two are going to lose your pretzel privileges if you keep arguing," their mother said. "Try not to laugh. Say thank you for letting you barrel through like tiny reindeers." "Thank you," they chorused, then ran off again, Milo's longing gaze following them until Julia tugged gently on his leash. "They're going to be wired until midnight," she said. "Their mother will need that bag more than they need the pretzels," Mark said. Julia watched the woman for a second as she shepherded her kids toward another stall. The small, tired line at the corners of her mouth eased slightly by their infectious energy. "That might be the most soft-hearted observation I've heard you make all week," she said. "Don't let it get around," he replied. They stayed a little longer, long enough for the sky to deepen from pale blue into that rich navy that made every light look brighter, for the frost to creep slowly along the edges of their cups. the square to grow just a shade louder as people rushed to squeeze in their browsing before dark. Julia bought a small carved wooden dog that looked nothing like Milo, but had the same stubborn set to its tiny jaw. Mark picked up a jar of orange marmalade from a stall he claimed was overpriced, and then bought anyway when the vendor mentioned his father had used the same recipe. On the way back to Rosehill Street, their steps were slower. The city felt friendlier after the market, like the warmth of that square had spilled into the side streets. A string of lights hung from a balcony they hadn't noticed before. Someone had built a lopsided snowman at the corner, one stick arm raised triumphantly, a slightly crooked carrot nose pointing toward the sky. At one particularly icy patch, Julia's boot slid sharply. For a fraction of a second the world tilted, snow and sky trading places, her stomach lurching. Mark's hand was on her arm before she'd even fully realized she was falling, fingers closing firm and sure around her elbow, pulling her upright with a quick, anchoring tug. The world snapped back into place. She found herself closer to him than she'd been all afternoon, his face just a little above hers, his eyes wide with a flash of real concern that made him look younger. His fingers were still wrapped around her arm. "You okay?" he asked, voice low. "Yeah," she said, breath flickering. Just decided to demonstrate the dangers of black ice for educational purposes. His grip loosened, but didn't fall away completely. "Lesson received," he said. "I prefer not to repeat it." She was very aware of his hand, of the warmth beneath the glove, of the fact that he was still holding on just a little. "Thank you," she said softly. He seemed to notice their proximity at the same moment and let go. "You're welcome," he answered, the formality of the words softened by something in his tone. When they reached the brownstone, the sight of it actually made her chest ache, in a good, painful way. The garlands they'd hung glowed softly around the entryway, the bulb in the porch light casting a warm cone over the steps. Behind the windows, other people's lives flickered by in small fragments, a silhouette moving past a curtain, the suggestion of a Christmas tree in 3A, the soft fluttering of someone adjusting their blinds. Inside, the lobby met them with the enveloping heat of a building that had decided its residents deserved to feel their fingers. The tree blinked in its corner, and the lights they'd strung along the banister sent soft reflections into the glossy surface of the floor. On the table near the mailboxes, next to a plate of what looked like slightly overbaked gingerbread men, sat 2 fresh envelopes, white, crisp, perfectly centered. The snowflake stickers on them caught the light, and Julia didn't even have to see the handwriting to know. "Adele," she said under her breath. Mark stepped forward with the air of a man approaching a witness who had already lied on the stand. The front of the top envelope read Julia and Mark, for tonight in Adele's looping script. Julia picked it up, weighing it in her hand. Somehow, even sealed, it already felt like it contained more than instructions. "You open it," she said, handing it to Mark. "If it's terrifying, I want to watch your face in real time." "This system seems biased," he replied. "You got cider," she said. "This is balance." He gave her a small, resigned look, then broke the snowflake seal carefully, as if the whole thing might self-destruct if he tore it improperly. His eyes moved across the card, left to right once, then again as if confirming he'd read it correctly. His expression shifted, slowly, like someone trying not to show something big all at once. First there was a slight tightening that meant surprise, then the exhale that meant acceptance, then a faint, incredulous almost smile that made heat crawl at the back of her neck even before she knew why. "Well," Julia demanded, "is it karaoke? Group therapy? Do we have to organize caroling in 4-part harmony?" He handed her the card. "Worse," he said quietly. She scanned the text. "Tonight's task, one last Christmas Eve tradition. Share dinner together. Just the 2 of you. No errands. No neighbors. No interruptions. No rules except one. Be honest with yourselves and with each other. Consider this my final interference. The rest is up to you." "Hey." The words blurred for a second, not because of tears. She refused to admit that, but because her heart had just executed something between a somersault and a free fall. This wasn't just another assignment for the building. This was a door, flung open and labeled clearly. You choose what happens now. She's not even pretending this is for the community anymore, Julia said, voice coming out a little thinner than usual. No, Mark agreed. She isn't. They stood there, side by side, the lobby suddenly too full of light and too small at the same time. Milo sat at their feet, tilting his head from one to the other, as if waiting for someone to translate this new human development into dog language. So, Julia said, because silence felt like a third participant in the conversation now. Christmas Eve dinner. Just us. No neighbors, no tasks, no structured mission to rescue a third party. Just us, he repeated. That simple phrase sank into her like warm from the inside out. She swallowed. Where? She asked, because eventually somebody had to ask. He looked at her for a long second, and she had the uncanny sense that he was checking his own internal parameters as carefully as he checked legal documents. Then something settled in his expression, a quiet decision. Come to my place, he said. Her heart did that fall again, but slower this time, like it had expected to drop and was almost relieved to be in it. Are you sure? She asked, needing to hear him say it, not for logic, but for courage. Yes, he said. I've spent a lot of this challenge in your space, your world. If this is the last official night of it, I want you in mine, not just as a neighbor doing a task, but as my guest. The word guest sounded too small for what it meant, tumbling around all the unsaid things between them, but it still landed with weight. Okay, she said, her voice softer than she intended. I'll come. 7, he suggested. That gives me time to figure out what people serve other humans on Christmas Eve when they invite them over voluntarily. You mean you don't have a standard holiday dinner flowchart? She asked. Shockingly, no, he said. Text Sarah, Julia said. She will send you a playlist, a menu, and a list of conversation topics in under 40 seconds. That sounds dangerous, he replied. That sounds like Christmas Eve, she said. Milo huffed, impatient with all this standing around. 7, she repeated, tucking the envelope into her coat pocket like it was something too important to leave lying around. Do you want us to bring anything? Dessert? Emergency cookies? Emotional support cider? Just yourself, he said after a beat. Then, his eyes flicking briefly to Milo, and him, if you're comfortable bringing him. Julia laughed, the sound unexpectedly wobbly. If I don't bring him, he'll stand at the door and howl like a tragic Victorian ghost. You don't want that. No, Mark said. I really don't. They hovered for another heartbeat, the lobby lights reflecting off the glass in the doors, the sounds of the building muffled but still present, distant footsteps, the faint chime of someone's phone, a burst of laughter from a floor above. Life was happening all around them, but in that small pocket of air between the mailboxes and the staircase, something else was happening too, something that felt like stepping up the edge of a cliff and realizing you wanted to jump because someone else was already reaching out a hand. See you at 7 upstairs, she said. 7 o'clock, downstairs, he replied. She turned toward the stairs, Milo trotting beside her, the ornament bag tapping gently against her leg with each step. Halfway up, she glanced back over her shoulder. He was still standing there, watching her go, the wrapped frame tucked under one arm, the evening's card in his hand. For once, he didn't pretend to look away when she caught him. She smiled. He did, too. When she shut her apartment door behind her, the silence felt different. Not empty, not echoing, just paused, like a story mid-page. She set the little wooden house on the table, unwrapped the tissue around it, and held it up against the light from a window. The heart-shaped cutout glowed pale gold. This year counts, she said quietly. This one gets to go on the tree. Milo bumped her leg with his head, and then trotted to the center of the room, flopping down with a dramatic sigh, as if to say, Finally, you understand. Juliet checked the time. 2.5 hours until 7. Enough time to overthink every detail. Enough time to try on 3 different outfits and end up back in the same red sweater. Enough time to bake something and maybe burn the first batch. Enough time to sit on the couch staring at the pencils on the table and wonder how drawing a new line, in any sense, had suddenly become less terrifying than leaving the page blank. Enough time to decide, over and over again, that she was going upstairs not just because Adele said so, but because she wanted to, Because somewhere between 13 days of assigned kindness and one long evening on a couch with mismatched mugs, something real had taken root. And tonight, over dinner at a table on the floor above hers, under the same roof and the same December sky, she was going to have to decide whether to finally name it. Chapter 25. Christmas Eve at Upstairs. By 6:15, Julia had cycled through all 5 stages of predate panic and was halfway into a mysterious 6th stage that mostly involved staring into her open fridge and whispering, "Why am I like this?" Technically, it wasn't a date. Officially, it was the last task of the 13 days of Christmas magic, a Christmas Eve dinner between assigned partners who just happened to have spent the last 2 weeks turning errands into something that looked suspiciously like a relationship. But the words on Adele's card kept replaying in her head anyway. Just the 2 of you. Be honest with yourselves and with each other. Her fridge offered absolutely no advice. She had at least made a decision about dessert. A pan of brownies sat cooling on the counter, their surface cracked in that perfect way that promised fudginess underneath. She'd spent part of the afternoon stirring hot chocolate into the batter and sprinkling crushed peppermint over the top, because if she was going to walk into Mark Reynolds' ultra-organized domain on Christmas Eve, she was bringing chocolate armor. Milo sat in the middle of the kitchen, watching her with unabashed interest as she cut the brownies into neat squares. "These are not for you," she told him. He licked his lips slowly, extremely unconvinced. "We're guests tonight," she added, packing the pieces into a tin line with wax paper. "We have to behave like civilized people. That means no begging, no climbing, no stealing food from the table, and absolutely no licking Mark's face unless he formally requests it." Milo lowered his head and sighed dramatically. "Yes, I know," she said. "I'm asking a lot." The clock on her stove nudged toward 6:30. Her red sweater from earlier had survived several bouts of indecision. It was still on, slightly warmer now from all the back-and-forth pacing she'd done between the kitchen and the bedroom. She'd refreshed her makeup once, then scrubbed half of it off again because she didn't want to look like she'd tried too hard. She'd swapped her beanie for leaving her apartment hair, loose, with the front pieces pinned back. She caught sight of herself in the hallway mirror. Same face, same eyes, same woman who'd moved into this building months ago, hoping for quiet and maybe a stronger sense of community, and definitely not whatever was that had happened between stairs and snow and chili and hot chocolate. "You're just going upstairs," she told her reflection firmly. "You walk those steps every day. You're not being launched into space." Her reflection didn't look convinced. The little wooden house ornament sat on the coffee table where she'd left it, heart-shaped cutout glowing faintly in the lamplight. She'd strung a simple loop of twine to the tiny hole at the top earlier and hung it on her tree, then taken it back down, then hung it again. It was on the tree now, right at eye level. This year counts. Julia picked up the ornament for a moment, just long enough to feel the smooth curve of the wood under her fingers, then set it back gently in the branches. If this year counted, then tonight counted too. Her phone buzzed on the table. From Mark. "No rush, but dinner will be ready on time. I've been informed that's important." She stared at the message, huffed out a nervous laugh, and typed back, "Look at you, following unwritten social rules. I'm impressed. We'll be there right at 7. Milo wagged his tail at the word. Like he'd been included in a royal summons. "Okay," she said to him, scooping up the dessert tin. "Here's the plan. We go upstairs. We remember how to talk. We eat food. We don't confess our undying feelings in the first 5 minutes like a Christmas movie cliché. Deal." Milo sneezed. "I'll take that as consent," she said. She slipped on her boots, grabbed her coat, and tried not to think too hard about the fact that this was the most nervous she'd ever been to climb one flight of stairs. The building's air felt different as she stepped into the hallway. Quieter, somehow, but not empty, like everyone had settled into their own small pockets of Christmas Eve. Families eating dinner, someone watching a movie, someone else wrapping last-minute gifts at their kitchen table. A faint smell of garlic drifted from somewhere below. The twins' laughter echoed briefly from the third-floor landing, followed by their mother's fond scolding. Julia's feet knew the way. Up one flight, turn left. Normally she passed this door without thinking about it, just aware of the sounds that sometimes filtered through, the low murmur of a TV, the brief creak of floorboards as he moved across the room. Tonight, every step felt intentional. She stopped outside his apartment and shifted the dessert tin from one hand to the other, palms suddenly damp despite the cold metal. Milo sat at her feet, tail sweeping the hallway. "You knock," she whispered to him. "I'll pretend I'm calm." He stared at her. "Fine," she said and knocked herself. 3 quick taps. For a second there was nothing. Then the sound of footsteps, deliberate and moderately faster than usual, moved toward the door. The lock turned, the handle clicked, and when the door swung open, Julia had a brief moment of something like vertigo. She'd imagined his place, of course. Crisp, clean lines, neat surfaces, bookcases in straight, perfect rows. She'd pictured something minimal and cool and efficient, just like the man who'd scolded her fairy lights for crossing the line of regulation-approved balcony usage. Reality was that, but different. The first thing she noticed was the light. Warm, soft, not the harsh overhead glare she knew he used when reading case files. A lamp in the corner cast a golden pool over part of the living room. Strings of small, warm white lights framed the main window, obviously added within the last week. The second thing she saw was him. Mark stood in the doorway in a dark green sweater she'd never seen before, sleeves pushed halfway up his forearms, revealing strong wrists and a watch that somehow made the whole look more human than polished. His hair was less precise than usual, a few strands out of place like he'd run a hand through a few too many times. There was a faint smear of flour on the side of his wrist. "Hi," he said. The word landed somewhere between steady and slightly out of breath. "Hi," she echoed. "You have baking evidence on your arm." He glanced down, startled. "Right, I was going to." He swiped at the flour automatically. It only smeared more. Julia's tension cracked at the sight. "You cooked," she said, "of your own free will, on Christmas Eve." "Allegedly," he replied. "You haven't tried it yet." Milo nudged the door with his nose, impatient. "Oh, come in," Mark said quickly, stepping back to make room, before he files a complaint. "Too late," Julia said, but stepped inside. His apartment smelled like rosemary, garlic, and something warm and buttery beneath it all. The living room opened up in front of her, a neat gray couch, a low coffee table, a bookshelf holding an orderly mix of legal volumes and nothing embarrassing novels. A framed print of the Boston skyline hung above the couch. And there, above the small console table near the door, hung the framed photograph from the market, their bridge in soft winter light. "You put it up," she said, before she could stop herself. "Seemed ashamed to leave it in the wrapping," he answered. The wall was empty. He said empty like it was a temporary condition, not a permanent one. Her gaze dropped to the lamp on the console. Hanging from its neck by a piece of twine was the simple wooden star they'd bought together. It turned gently in the warm air, casting a small shadow on the wall. She swallowed, and the star, his eyes followed hers. "It felt less lonely here than in a drawer," he said. "Besides, you gave me legal permission to hang ornaments on things that aren't trees." "I did," she said softly. "And for the record, I approve." Milo darted forward to sniff the baseboards, as if checking for structural safety. "Hey, troublemaker," Mark said, bending briefly to let the dog sniff his hand. "House rules. No jumping on counters, no shredding anything made of paper, and no accessing confidential documents." "He follows instructions better than I do," Julia said. "That's not comforting," he replied. The kitchen sat just off the living room, separated by a wide opening with no door. A pot simmered on the stove, releasing steam that smelled like tomato and herbs and something rich underneath. A small bowl of salad sat on the counter, prepped but not yet dressed. Julia held up the tin. "I brought dessert, in case your mysterious pot of food turned out to be a legally binding disaster." "I followed a recipe," he said, sounding both proud and faintly defensive. "From an actual cookbook, not the internet." "That earns you extra points," she said. "May I peek?" "If you must," he said. She drifted toward the stove, the heat gentle against her hands as she lifted the lid an inch. Steam curled around her face, fogging her glasses for a second before dissipating. "Lasagna," she guessed. "Close," he said. "Baked pasta." I thought it might be more forgiving if I mistimed something. It smells amazing, she said, closing the pot carefully. How many panic phone calls does Sarah did this require? 2, he admitted. She sent me a shopping list, a playlist, and a warning not to serve you anything labeled light or low-fat on principle. Julia laughed. She knows me well. Music drifted faintly from the speaker on his counter. Instrumental jazz versions of Christmas songs, smooth and unobtrusive, like the soundtrack of a slightly classier holiday movie. Can I help with anything? She asked. Or should I just stand here and look impressed? You could set the table, he offered, gesturing toward the small dining nook near the window. If you don't mind. On it, she said. I promise not to violate any plate placement statutes. His table was small but sturdy, pushed close to the window that overlooked Rosehill Street. Outside, she could see the glow of lights from a market 2 blocks away, softened by the glass in distance. 2 placemats lay stacked at the end of the table, along with a set of simple white plates and plain silverware. No centerpiece, no candles, nothing decorative except a folded tea towel in a dark green pattern. Julia's fingers twitched. Quick question, she called back toward the kitchen. What is your position on festive table interference? As long as it doesn't involve glitter, I'm open to negotiation, he replied. Bold words, she muttered, already untying the tea towel. She folded it into a loose strip and laid it down the center of the table like a makeshift runner, then placed a small bud vase she found on the windowsill in the middle and tucked one of the tiny evergreen sprigs from the window side planter into it. The effect was subtle but enough. Very marked, slightly more Julia. A middle ground. She set the plates opposite each other, not side by side. It felt less like a negotiation that way, more like a conversation. 2 glasses beside each plate, silverware aligned, napkins folded, then refold when she decided the first attempt looked too formal. When she straightened, she felt him watching. She turned. He stood in the kitchen doorway with 2 oven mitts in one hand, expression somewhere between amused and something else. You adjusted the environment, he said. Lightly, she replied. No glitter, as requested. It looks better, he said. Less like I ordered you to a deposition in my dining nook. That's the goal, she said. He moved back to the stove, turned off the heat, and began transferring the baked pasta to a serving dish with care that suggested he was still mildly suspicious of the whole process. The top was brown in a way that made her mouth water. Can I ask you something? She asked as she set the dessert tin on the sideboard. You keep doing it, he said. I'm very consistent, she replied. When did you decide you were going to cook instead of just ordering something frozen and pretending you hadn't? He paused mid-scoop. Last night, he said, after I got Adele's card and realized I couldn't treat this like a meeting. Her heart did that small, painful twist again. You could have, she said quietly. I didn't want to, he answered. The honesty in those 4 words landed between them with the softest, heaviest kind of weight. He brought the dish to the table, set it down carefully on a trivet, then returned for the salad. Together, they added dressing and tossed it, moving around each other in the small kitchen with an ease that would have stunned a version of them who had argued about Garland logistics 12 days ago. When everything was in place and they were finally sitting across from each other, Julia had to take a breath before she picked up her fork. Her nerves weren't about the food. To Adele's interference? She suggested, lifting her water glass. He considered, then shook his head. To surviving Adele's interference, he corrected. She clinked her glass lightly against his. I'll drink to that. The pasta was good. More than good, actually. The sauce had depth, the cheese was the right amount of melty, and the noodles weren't mushy. She told him so and watched the faint, unguarded pride cross his face before he smoothed it out. So the recipe was legit, she said. I took notes, he replied. Literally. You took notes on a pasta recipe? I annotate everything, he said. Otherwise, how do I know what to adjust next time? There's going to be a next time? She asked. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then met her eyes across the table. I'd like there to be. She felt the floor tilt, just a little, then straighten. Me too, she said. The conversation slid more easily after that, like the hardest part had been naming the obvious. They talked about small things at first, The time Mark had tried to run a half marathon in law school and finished with a time he described as embarrassing but technically legal. The brief, disastrous week Julia had attempted to live in a studio apartment above a nightclub in Chicago, the worst last-minute gift each of them had ever received. My aunt once gave me an iron, Mark said. An iron? Wrapped in snowman paper, he added. I was 21. She really believed you weren't having enough fun, Julia said. To this day, I'm not sure if it was a commentary on my shirts or my personality, he replied. My cousin once gave me a mug that said, Cat Mom. Julia said, You don't own a cat. That was her point. He blinked, then burst into honest laughter, the sound low and surprisingly warm. It tugged something inside her she hadn't known was tethered there. At one point, a car horn outside made them both glance toward the window at the same time. Their eyes met. When they turned back, the moment stretched, long enough for the air between them to thicken, to feel like a question that hadn't yet been spoken. This feels surreal, Julia admitted softly. Dinner? He asked. Dinner with you, she clarified. In your apartment, on Christmas Eve. 2 weeks ago, you were the strict upstairs neighbor who filed noise complaints about my dog's toenails. I never filed a formal complaint, he protested. You thought about it, she said. I drafted it, he said. In my head. She shook her head, smiling. In my head, you were permanently allergic to fairy lights and cinnamon. I'm still opposed to glitter, he said. I'm less opposed to cinnamon than I thought. And fairy lights, she pressed. His gaze flicked to the ones around his window. I'm adjusting my stance, he admitted. They ate more slowly after that, as if neither of them wanted the meal to end. When they finally surrendered and set their forks down, Mark collected the plates, insisting on washing them immediately. I can help, Julia said, standing. You cooked last time, he reminded her. It's my turn to do the dishes. You also cooked this time, she pointed out. That just means I'm in familiar territory. She rolled her eyes but let him sequence his way through sponge, water temperature, and drying. Milo settled under the table with the certainty of someone who knew gravity would eventually deliver a crumb. When the kitchen was neat again, Mark dried his hands on a towel and hesitated, as if standing at another invisible threshold. Dessert? Julia asked. Or do you have a rule about sugar after 8 p.m.? I think we've established that most of my December rules are under review, he said. Dessert sounds good. She lifted the lid from the tin, and the scent of chocolate and peppermint filled the small space. He inhaled, eyes narrowing appreciatively. Those might be illegal, he said. Only across state lines, she replied. They took their brownies and drinks to the couch, sitting with a respectful cushion of space between them, that nonetheless felt negotiable. The Christmas jazz playlist had shifted into slightly slower songs, the saxophone smoothing out the edges of familiar carols. On the coffee table, a small remote sat beside a neatly stacked set of coasters. Tell me you don't have coasters organized by theme, she said, nodding toward them. They were a gift, he said, and they prevent rings. She picked one up. It had a tiny engraved snowflake in the center. Tell me your aunt didn't pair these with the iron. She did not, he said. These were actually for my mother. Her fingers stilled around the coaster. Oh, he noticed. Of course. He always noticed. It's all right, he said. You can say her name. I don't know it, Julia answered quietly. He put his brownie down on a napkin, as if kneading his hands for something other than food. Her name was Anna. Anna, Julia repeated, letting the syllables rest on her tongue. She had good taste in coasters. A faint smile crossed his mouth. She had terrible taste in novelty sweaters. Define terrible, Julia challenged. Anything with working lights, he said. Oh, I like her even more now, she said. The air between them shifted gently, like something had settled instead of broken. They ate for a while in companionable quiet, the kind that came only after a certain level of familiarity had been reached. Milo snored softly at their feet, paws twitching in another mysterious dream. On the TV stand beneath the framed skyline, Julia noticed a DVD case. It sat slightly apart from the others, as if placed there deliberately. The cover was simple, black and white, a man on a bridge, the title in familiar lettering. She didn't have to read it to know. "You took it out," she said softly. He followed her gaze. His jaw tightened, then relaxed. "I did," he said. "Planning to watch it?" she asked. "Not tonight," he said. "But I thought it was time for it not to live in the back of a drawer." Her chest tightened, but in a way that felt strangely hopeful. "That's big," she said. "It's small," he replied, then met her eyes. "Which is partly why I can do it." She leaned back against the couch, letting the moment breathe. "Adele told us to be honest tonight," she said eventually, half to the ceiling, half to him. "I'm starting to suspect she wasn't talking about lasagna and brownies." His laugh was quiet, brief. "I had the same suspicion." "That woman is dangerous," Julia added. "She reads people like case files," he said. "Only kinder." Silence settled again, thicker this time, threaded with things unsaid. Julia could feel the shape of the words pressing behind her teeth. "I don't want this to end. I like you, I'm scared." She didn't know which would come out first if she let herself speak, without thinking. "Julia," he said. Her heart jumped. "Yeah, I know this started as a challenge," he began, choosing each word with care, "and that we were basically drafted into it. I know I resisted it more than you did." "You didn't exactly lead the festive charge," she agreed softly. "Right," he said. "But somewhere between the lobby garlands and the toy store and last night on your couch, it stopped feeling like something I had to get through." He looked at his hands for a moment, then back at her, and started feeling like something I didn't want to end. There it was, not wrapped in metaphor, not hidden behind a joke, just laid out in front of her, like the simplest possible truth. She could feel her own pulse in her throat. "Same," she said. The word was too small, but it was a start. "I mean, yes, me too, completely." He exhaled just a little, like he'd been holding his breath more than he'd realized. "I wasn't sure," he admitted, "how much of this was just momentum, proximity, holiday pressure. Do you usually spend December decorating lobbies, walking in snowstorms, cooking chili, and accidentally telling your neighbor about the hardest parts of your life?" she asked. "No," he said, "I do not." "Then it's not just December," she said. He smiled, small, genuine, solid argument. She tucked one leg up onto the couch, turning a bit more toward him. "Can I be honest, too? That was the assignment," he reminded her. She drew a breath. "The night Adele drew our names on that bowl, I was actually mad." "You hit it well," he said. "I've had practice appearing delightful while internally screaming," she replied. "I thought, great, I just got stuck with the one person in the building who corrects recycling labels and doesn't like my dog." "I never said I didn't like your dog," he protested. "You didn't have to," she said. "You called him a one-dog riot." "I called him that affectionately," he said. "You did not," she argued. "Maybe not at the time," he conceded. "But affection has since been established." She glanced down at Milo, snoring with his head half on Mark's foot. "Yes," she said softly. "It has." She looked back up, all the way up, into his face. "And somewhere between being mildly offended by you and watching you help Mrs. Lang with her ankle, and you carry my groceries, and you standing under those market lights buying a star you didn't plan to hang, I realized I was looking for you," she said. "On the stairs, in the lobby, in my notifications, in the way the building sounded when you were home and when you weren't." He absorbed that slowly, like he didn't want to miss a word. "I don't make space for people easily," he said at last. "My life is very structured, very contained. Sometimes that's by design. Sometimes it's just habit. But you walked into that structure with a dog and fairy lights and stubbornness, and somehow nothing collapsed. It just rearranged." She swallowed past the ache in her chest. "Is that your version of saying you like me?" "Yes," he said simply. "I like you a lot more than I expected to like anyone in this building." Her laugh came out half-broken. "You have absolutely no idea how much I like you," she said. "Estimate," he said. "Dangerously much," she answered. Their eyes held. The invisible space between them shrank to something you could cross with one hand, one breath, one decision. A floorboard creaked overhead. Somewhere, someone dropped a pot, the clang echoing faint but sharp. It was enough to snap the moment's tension just a little, bring a flush to both their faces, as if they'd been caught doing something they hadn't technically done yet. "We're still in the challenge," Mark said quietly, not as an escape, but like he was naming the state of things. "There are variables." "Yes," Julia agreed. "There's tomorrow. There's January. There's the fact that I talk too much and Milo sheds everywhere, and you color-code your sock drawer." "I do not color-code my sock drawer," he said. "Yes, you do," she replied. He didn't deny it. She took a breath, let it out. The fear wasn't gone, but it had company now. Something brighter, fluttering under her breastbone. "I don't want to rush this," she said. "I don't want to decide everything because a calendar told us to. But I also don't want to pretend this is just seasonal programming. Because it's not. You're not." "I'm not seasonal programming?" he asked. "You're terrible at slogans," she said. He smiled, wider this time. "You're right. I'm much better with terms and conditions." "Please don't write us a relationship contract," she said. "I wasn't planning to," he said. "But I would like a clause somewhere that says we keep seeing each other after this. That we try." She felt something inside her relax that she hadn't known was clenched. "We can write that one in pencil," she said. "Big letters. No fine print." "Deal," he said quietly. The music shifted into a softer track. Outside the window, a light snow had started again, flakes drifting lazily past the glass. The whole city felt held in suspension for a moment. Lights and sky and snow, and people sitting on couches in apartments they'd once thought of as separate, now quietly connected. "Julia." "Yeah." "I'm trying very hard to be respectful of your pacing," he said, voice lower now. "And the instruction to not rush. But if I don't at least tell you that I very much want to kiss you, I'm going to fail the honesty requirement completely." Her breath left her in a shaky rush. "Well," she managed, "if this is about accuracy, I should probably tell you that I've been thinking about kissing you since somewhere around day 4. "Day 4?" he repeated, as if he could pinpoint the exact sequence of interactions that had taken place that day. "Chilly," she said, "and you looking like you'd never chopped an onion before in your life, and still being willing to do it because I asked." "Noted," he murmured. They didn't move for a moment. The world seemed to hold its breath with them. "Can I?" he asked. The question was simple, carefully placed. Everything she'd been feeling, all the fear and wanting and unexpected tenderness of the last 13 days, rushed up at once. "Yes," she said. He shifted closer, just enough that she could feel the warmth of him more clearly, his hand lifting to hover near her cheek. He gave her enough time to pull away, to change her mind. She didn't. When his lips finally met hers, it wasn't fireworks or orchestral swells. It was something quieter, deeper, a slow exhale of tension she hadn't even fully recognized she'd been carrying. He kissed her like he was still half surprised he was allowed to, careful and intent, but there was something underneath, something she recognized immediately. The same steadiness that held her elbow on the ice, that had shown up at her door with groceries, that had sat in her living room and listened to the parts of her story she hadn't told anyone in years. She leaned into it, into him, one hand finding the front of his sweater, fingers curling slightly in the knit. Milo shifted at their feet, huffed once, then resettled, apparently satisfied that this, too, was now part of the acceptable apartment activities. When they finally drew apart, it was by a fraction. Their foreheads nearly touched. Julia could feel his breath against her skin, could see every fleck of brown and gold in his eyes. "Merry Christmas Eve," she whispered. "Merry Christmas Eve," he answered. They sat like that for a minute longer, the silence no longer empty or fragile, just full of possibilities, of questions they suddenly weren't as afraid to ask, of answers they'd already started giving each other in the way they moved, looked, stayed. Eventually, she shifted back just enough to breathe without her brain short-circuiting. "So," she said, voice unsteadier than she wanted to be, "is this the part where we send Adele a thank you card or a restraining order?" "Both," he said. "In that order." She laughed, head tipping back against the couch. He watched her, that easy, almost disbelieving warmth in his expression again. 13 days, she thought. 13 days to move from strangers on stairs to this couch, this kiss, this terrifyingly wonderful sense that the page was turning into something new. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day. After that, the challenge would be over. But tonight, in the small, lamplit circle of his apartment, with snow falling outside the window and Milo snoring at their feet, and the taste of peppermint and courage still on her lips, Julia knew one thing with absolute clarity. They weren't done. Not with each other. Not with this story. And for the first time in years, the idea of the days after Christmas didn't feel like an ending. It felt like the beginning of the rest of the chapter. Chapter 26. Snowfall and Something Unsaid. Snow had returned in the early morning, drifting in slow, unhurried flakes that softened the edges of Rose Hill Street until the whole neighborhood looked like it was wrapped in a dream. Julia stood by her window with a warm mug cup between her hands, watching the fire escape gather a delicate white lining. Her apartment felt unusually quiet. Even with Milo snoring on the couch in a dramatic sprawl, his back paws twitching as he dreamed of something undoubtedly chaotic. She should have been drawing. She should have been opening her commissions folder, selecting a new illustration to finish before the holiday rush peaked. But every time she tried to focus, her thoughts blurred back to yesterday, walking through lights with Mark, listening to music, laughing without meaning to, feeling something warm begin to settle in her chest. Something she knew she should be cautious about. Something she knew she didn't want to be cautious about. Her mug had cooled a little when a soft knock echoed from her door. 3 even taps, unmistakably his. She blinked and set her mug down before opening the door. Mark stood in the hallway with snow still clinging to his shoulders, wearing a charcoal sweater and the same navy scarf she'd come to associate with winter on him. There was something in his eyes she couldn't name, quiet, intent, almost fragile. "Morning," he said. "Morning," she echoed. "You're early today." "I know." He hesitated, lifting a small envelope. Adele left the day's task. "I thought maybe we could read it together." Julia opened the door wider. "Come in." He stepped inside carefully, as always, as if crossing the threshold of her apartment required a certain gentleness he didn't use anywhere else. The fairy light strung along her bookshelves cast a soft glow over the room, and she watched him glance at them the way someone looked at something they wished they could touch but didn't quite dare. He held out the envelope. "You open it," Julia said. "No, you first." She raised a brow. "Scared." "Prepared," he corrected, but his voice wasn't as steady as usual. Julia slipped her finger under the snowflake seal and unfolded the card. Her stomach tightened before she even finished the first line. "Today's task, talk honestly. No errands, no activities, just truth. Something unsaid, something held back, something real." "Hey!" Julia let out a breath, slow and shaky. "Wow, she's really not subtle anymore." "No," Mark said quietly. "She isn't." Silence fell between them, not uncomfortable, but dense, full of unsaid things pressing against the edges of the room. Julia placed the card on the coffee table and looked at him. "Do you want to go first?" He shook his head. "You should." That both terrified and grounded her. She took a few steps back, leaning lightly against the edge of the table for stability. "Okay," she whispered. "Here goes." She paused long enough to find the courage to continue. "I didn't expect to feel this much," she began. "Not now. Not this December. Not because of a challenge that was supposed to be fun and light and harmless." His eyes softened, but he didn't interrupt. "A part of me spent years trying to make December look cheerful," she said. "Lights, decorations, cookies, everything bright. Because if it looked festive on the outside, maybe it wouldn't feel so lonely on the inside." Her throat grew tight, but she pushed through. "And then you showed up, quietly, carefully, unexpectedly. And suddenly the decorations felt different. They felt like something I wanted to share instead of something I used to hide behind." Mark swallowed, a tiny, telling movement. She continued, slower now. "I look for you, without meaning to, without trying to. And that scares me because the challenge is temporary and I didn't want to..." Her voice broke slightly. "I didn't want to fall into something that would vanish the moment the last envelope runs out." The confession hung in the air, trembling between them. Mark stepped forward, just one step, but it felt like something shifting. "Julia," he began, voice lower than she'd ever heard it. "You haven't imagined this. Not any of it. Her breath caught. "I've spent years keeping people at arm's length," he said. "Not out of arrogance or a lack of interest. Just habit. Grief turned into routine, and routine turned into distance. It was easier not to let anyone close." He paused, eyes searching hers. "And then you," he whispered, "you walked past every wall I thought I'd built." Julia's heart knocked against her ribs. "You made this month feel different," he said. "Not the challenge. You, the way you laugh, the way you see people, the way you make things brighter just by being near them." Julia pressed her lips together, overwhelmed. "And I don't want this to end when we open the last envelope," he said. "If something ends here, it won't be because I chose it." That sentence hit her harder than she expected. She stepped toward him, slow, deliberate, until they were standing only a foot apart. "Mark," she whispered, "is this one-sided for you?" He shook his head immediately. Not even slightly. The tightness in her chest loosened all at once. For a moment they simply held each other's gaze, suspended in the quiet, in the soft glow of the lights, in everything that had been building between them without a name. "Can I ask you something?" she said, voice barely above a breath. "Yes." "What happens now?" Mark exhaled, and something warm flickered behind his eyes. "Now we stop pretending this is just a challenge." Julia's heart flipped, warm and wild. She didn't move first. He didn't either. They simply drifted toward one another, drawn by something unspoken. Mark lifted a hand, hesitant then sure, and brushed a strand of hair away from her cheek. Her breath trembled. His fingers lingered a moment longer than they needed to. A tiny spark leaped between them, delicate and unmistakable. Snow continued to fall outside, soft and steady. Milo snored faintly on the couch. The warmth in the room deepened, not from the radiator or the lights, but from the moment forming in the air between them. Julia let her eyes fall half shut. Mark didn't move, didn't rush. He simply stayed there, close enough that she could feel his breath mingling with hers. "Julia," he whispered, "this isn't temporary for me." She felt her heart answer before she could. "Good," she murmured, "because it's not temporary for me either." Chapter 27. The quiet before something more. The snow didn't stop all morning. It fell in soft, steady waves that blurred the view from Julia's living room window, coating the fire escape, softening the rooftops, whispering against the glass like a rhythm she hadn't realized she'd been waiting for. The world outside looked gentler beneath all that white, like the city had put itself on mute for a while. Inside, her apartment felt strangely small for how full she felt. She stood in the kitchen in thick socks and an oversized sweater, Milo circling her ankles in hopeful loops as if breakfast were a life or death matter. The mug in her hands had gone lukewarm. She didn't notice. She kept replaying yesterday. The way Mark's voice had changed when he'd spoken honestly. The way he'd admitted he didn't want this to end when the challenge did. The way his hand had brushed her hair from her face as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The way he'd said that none of it felt temporary to him. It had been a long time since words had settled that deeply inside her. Her phone buzzed on the table. Her heart jumped. She absolutely hated that she could feel it. It was him. "Good morning. Are you awake?" She stared at the screen for a few seconds before typing back. "Barely. I think I forgot how to sleep." There was a longer pause this time, and she imagined him reading the message with that little furrow between his brows, weighing his words like they were part of some delicate argument in front of a judge. "I didn't sleep much either." She pressed her lips together around a smile she couldn't quite suppress. Milo bumped his nose against her leg in protest until she poured his kibble and set the bowl down with a clink. The phone buzzed again. "Adele slipped today's envelope under my door. Would you like to open it together?" Her pulse picked up. Together. It was such a simple word. It didn't really mean anything special. Not technically. But the way it landed in her chest, it might as well have. "Yes. Come down? I'm making coffee. Could use help pretending to be a functional adult." His reply came quickly. "I'll be there in 2 minutes." She set the phone down and immediately became too aware of everything about herself. The messy ponytail, the sweater sliding off one shoulder, the faint shadows under her eyes. For a split second, she thought about fixing all of it. Then she stopped. He'd already seen her in worse states, mid-baking, half covered in flour, hair full of glitter from decorating. If this was going to be real, she didn't want the polished version to be the only one he ever saw. 2 minutes moved faster than any clock had a right to move. 3 measured knocks sounded at the door, his rhythm steady and familiar. Julia opened it. Mark stood there with snow dusting his shoulders, a dark wool coat buttoned almost all the way, scarf wrapped neatly around his neck. His hair held the remnants of flakes that hadn't melted yet, softening the sharpness she'd come to associate with him. His eyes met hers immediately, and for the first time since they'd met, there was no guardedness there, just warmth. "Hi," he said quietly. "Hi," she replied, her voice catching the slightest bit. "Come in before the hallway freezes you solid." He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The apartment's warmth closed around them, along with the faint scent of coffee and cinnamon. Mark glanced around the room the way he always did, taking in details, but his gaze lingered on the little tree in the corner and the fairy lights along the bookshelf like they meant more now than simple decoration. He held up the familiar snowflake-sealed envelope. "Should we see what she's planned for us?" he asked. Julia gestured toward the couch. "Might as well face our fate," sitting down. They sat side by side, not touching but closer than they would have a week ago. Milo hopped up between them without hesitation, flopping down like a small, furry chaperone who believed his presence was required for all emotional developments in the building. Julia took the envelope, slid her thumb under the seal, and unfolded the card. Today's task, a small one, a simple one, a necessary one. Spend an hour outside, just the two of you, a walk, a moment, a breath, something calm. Let the world slow down long enough for you to hear each other. "Hey!" Julia exhaled, then handed the card to Mark. "Well, at least it doesn't involve baking for the entire building. Or forced confession under supervision," he said. "True," she replied. "Yesterday was the lot." He folded the card carefully, his fingers moving with a kind of reverence that didn't match flimsy paper. "Do you regret it?" The question surprised her, not because he'd asked it, but because she could hear the thread of genuine worry woven through the casual tone. "No," she said without hesitation. "Not for a second." He looked at her, relief flashing across his face, so quickly she almost missed it. "Do you?" she asked. "No," he said. "I was just making sure we were still aligned." "Lawyer words," she said softly. "But I get it. And yes, we are." Silence settled between them again, but it wasn't the stiff, uncertain quiet of the first days. It was full, gentle, like an extra blanket, not a wall. "Coffee first?" she asked. "Always," he answered. They moved into the kitchen, Milo trotting after them. Julia took down 2 mugs and reached for the coffee tin. Mark leaned against the opposite counter, arms loosely crossed, watching her with an ease she wasn't used to seeing on him. "Do I look as tired as you?" she teased, finally measuring the coffee properly. He tilted his head, studying her. "More, I think." "Wow. Brutal honesty." "You did say talk honestly was one of our tasks now," he reminded her. "You're supposed to apply it to your feelings, not my face." His mouth curved just slightly. "For the record, you look fine." "Fine," she repeated. "That's the best you can do?" He hesitated, then amended carefully. "You look like yourself, comfortable, soft, like someone who didn't sleep much because her brain was working too hard." Her chest did something inconvenient at that. "Your brain was doing the same?" He nodded once. "Yes." "Thinking what?" she asked, more gently now. He glanced at the window. Snow blurred the outside world into indistinct shapes. "About yesterday. About what it means. About the fact that I've lived in this building for years, and somehow never really lived in it until the last week." She stared at him for a second, the kettle beginning to hum on the stove. "You know how to make a person feel noticed, right?" "I'm still learning," he said, "but I'm trying." The kettle clicked off. Julia poured the water, the steam fogging the air between them for a moment. She handed him a mug, then lingered beside him at the counter, shoulder almost brushing his. "So," she said, blowing on her coffee, "we're supposed to go outside and hear each other." Sounds very poetic of Adele. He took a careful sip. It's clever. How? She knows we won't talk the same way in a room we've already filled with difficult conversations, he said. Sometimes you need movement for new words. She gave him a thoughtful look. You've thought a lot about this for someone who claims not to enjoy emotional exercises. I've had practice, he said dryly. With you? Lucky you, she replied. He didn't disagree. They finished their coffee in companionable quiet, each sip settling their nerves a little. When the cups were empty and the snow outside had softened from thick flurries to a fine drift, Julia set her mug in the sink and reached for her coat. Let's go before I lose my nerve and decide I want to hibernate instead, she said. That's not allowed, he replied. We have an assignment. You really take this challenge seriously. I really take you seriously, he said. She froze with one arm halfway into her coat. When she looked up, he didn't look embarrassed or flustered, just honest. Good, she murmured, because I take you seriously, too. They bundled up coats, scarves, gloves, Milo's harness, and stepped into the stairwell. Their footsteps echoed softly on the wood. The building was quiet, the kind of quiet that made every creak feel amplified. Somewhere above, a faint murmur of a TV filtered through a door. On the ground floor, the lobby glowed with the warm light of the decorations they had put up together. The garlands along the staircase banister reflected in the glass of the front door. For a second they both paused, taking it in. It looks different now, Julia said. It does, Mark agreed. What changed? He glanced at her. We did. She smiled, small and private, and pushed the door open. Cold air rushed in immediately, sharp and bright, filled with the clean smell of snow. The street outside was quieter than usual. Cars parked in uneven rows along the curb, some half-buried. A few sets of footprints marked the sidewalk, already softening at the edges as new flakes drifted down. They started walking with no particular direction in mind. Milo trotted ahead of them, plunging his nose into every drift as if conducting a scientific study of snow textures. For the first few minutes they said nothing. Their breath puffed out in pale clouds. The crunch of snow under their boots set a slow, steady rhythm. The neighborhood looked like a postcard, all muted colors and soft edges, the kind of scene Julia would normally rush to sketch. You're quiet, she said eventually. So are you, he said. I asked first. He gave a slight huff that might have been a laugh. I'm thinking. About? How strange it is that a week ago I would have dreaded being forced outside for a walk like this, he said. And now I'm grateful for it. That is strange, she teased. Maybe you're ill. Possibly, he replied. Or possibly you're a bad influence. I prefer positive influence. He glanced at her, eyes warm. I don't think we can call this neutral. Her heart skipped. No, she said. We can't. They turned onto a smaller side street, where the snow hadn't been shoveled as neatly and the world felt even quieter. A little cafe on the corner had its lights on and a chalkboard sign outside half covered in frost. Behind the glass, a barista wiped down the counter, bored and unhurried. Do you have to work later? Julia asked. Technically, yes, he said, but I moved a few things. I can afford to stay in this moment for a little longer. She watched him carefully. That's not like you. I know, he said. I don't hate it. They walked another block in silence that felt like it had weight, not emptiness. Snowflakes caught on his eyelashes. She watched one melt on his cheekbone and had to look away before she did something impulsive. Can I ask you something slightly terrifying? She said. That depends. On what? On whether it's more terrifying for me or for you, he said. She smiled despite herself. Probably both. In that case, he replied, go ahead. When the challenge is over, she said slowly, what do you see? For us, I mean. His steps slowed until they stopped altogether. He turned to face her fully, snow whispering down around them. I don't see an ending, he said simply. Not unless you want one. Her breath hitched. I see. He paused, searching for words, the way he always did when something mattered. More coffee, more walks, more evenings where I sit on your couch and pretend to be confused about your movie choices. Dinners are not assignments. Go to the grocery store because we both forgot something. Ordinary things. Everyday things. Not just 13 days in December. She swallowed around the sudden tightness in her throat. You make it sound so simple. It isn't, he said, but wanting it is. She tried to laugh around the heat in her chest. You know you're dangerously close to being romantic, right? I'm aware, he said, and this time there was no hint of apology in it. They started walking again, their shoulders almost brushing. Julia slipped once on a hidden strip of ice. She didn't fall. Mark's hand darted out, steadying her, fingers closing around her forearm with instinctive care. She caught her balance, but he didn't drop her arm immediately. Their eyes met, close, the cold air forgotten. Careful, he said softly. You keep saying that, she replied. And yet, I seem to be surviving mostly because of you. He let go then, reluctantly, his hand brushing hers before falling away. I'm not opposed to that ratio, he said quietly. A few streets later, they looped back toward Rose Hill, passing the coffee shop where Sarah worked. The interior glowed amber. People hunched over laptops, hands wrapped around mugs. Sarah glanced up from behind the counter, spotted them through the window, and froze mid-motion, the milk pitcher in her hand. Julia saw the exact moment her friend's eyes dropped to their hands. Still not quite touching, but close enough to suggest they might as well be. Sarah's eyebrows shot up, a slow grin forming. She lifted the milk pitcher as if toasting them through the glass. Julia fought the urge to hide behind Mark. What is she doing? Mark murmured. Being Sarah, Julia muttered. Ignore her. I'm trying, he said. They turned the corner before Sarah could bolt outside and start asking questions in the middle of the sidewalk. When they reached Rose Hill Street again, the building looked almost inviting. The garlands framed the doorway. The wreath Adele had hung on the door sat slightly crooked, its red bow off-center enough that Julia knew it would bother Mark every time he saw it. He did, in fact, reach out and straighten it with one precise nudge. That was going to haunt you all day, wasn't it? She said. Yes, he replied. Absolutely. They stepped inside. Warmth hit them immediately, along with the faint pine scent of the lobby decorations. They paused on the mat to shake snow from their coats. Milo shook too, sending a shower of flakes across the floor. Thank you, Mark said after a moment. For what? For this, he said. For making it feel like time slowed down instead of just passing. She looked up at him, her heart beating too loudly. You're welcome, she said. And thank you for not running away from all this. I thought about it, he admitted. Once. When? The first day Adele drew our names, he said. For a second I considered claiming an impossible workload and bowing out. And why didn't you? He held her gaze steadily. Because you were already walking toward the table when I had the thought, he said. And something in me didn't want to walk away from that. Her breath trembled. They stood at the bottom of the stairs, the space between them humming with possibility. Julia, he said quietly, I'm not sure there's a right moment for this, but I don't want to keep waiting for one. For what? She asked, her voice almost a whisper. For the chance to prove that I mean what I said yesterday. He replied, that this isn't temporary, that I'm here because I want to be, not because there are slips of paper in a bowl saying I should be. Her eyes burned a little. She nodded once. Then don't wait. He stepped closer, not as carefully as before, not as hesitant, just close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him, close enough that she had to tilt her head back slightly to hold his gaze. He lifted his hand slowly, giving her every chance to step away. She didn't. His fingers brushed her cheek again, then slid to her jaw, the touch gentle and unbelievably steady. Julia, he murmured. Yes. I'm all in, he said. Whatever that means. Whatever it looks like. With you. Her heart answered before she did. So am I, she whispered. For a moment. It was enough just to stand there with those words between them. Snow melted quietly from their coats, dripping onto the mat. The garlands above the staircase twinkled. The building, for once, felt like it was holding its breath with them. Then a door upstairs opened with a soft squeak. Both of them froze. Mrs. Adele Parker appeared at the top of the stairs, wrapped in a thick cardigan, holding a laundry basket against her hip. She stopped when she saw them. A slow, knowing smile spread across her face. "Oh," she said far too casually. "I see the task went well." Julia felt heat rush to her face. Mark straightened imperceptibly, but he didn't step away. His hand stayed lightly at the small of Julia's back. "We went for a walk," he said politely. "I'm sure you did," Adele replied, eyes twinkling. "And did you hear each other?" Julia cleared her throat. "We heard some things." "I'm delighted," Adele said. "Don't worry, my dears. The best conversations never fit on the cards." With that, she continued down the stairs, humming to herself, as if she hadn't just walked through the middle of something fragile and enormous. She passed them, gave Milo a fond pat on the head, and disappeared into the laundry room as if nothing at all were out of the ordinary. They stood there for another moment, stunned into a small shared silence. Then both started laughing at the same time. Quiet, helpless, a little hysterical at the edges. "She's going to claim credit for this forever," Julia said. "Let her," Mark replied. "We'll know the truth." "What's the truth?" she asked, searching his face. "That we chose this," he said. "Every day, not just for 13. Her throat thickened. She wanted to kiss him. The realization came with startling clarity. She wanted to. She wasn't sure she was ready. He seemed to sense that fragile balance almost instantly. He didn't push. He just let his hand slide from her back to her fingers, giving them a soft, deliberate squeeze before letting go. "I should answer a few emails," he said quietly. "But I'll see you later?" "You will," she said. "Soon." He nodded once, then climbed the stairs to his floor, pausing halfway to glance back over his shoulder. She caught him looking. This time, neither of them pretended otherwise. When he disappeared from view, Julia sank on the bench in the lobby, Milo jumping up beside her, as if he'd been waiting for that exact moment. She put her face in her hands, then let them fall slowly, staring at the lights they had hung together. "This isn't the quiet before everything falls apart," she murmured. "It's the quiet before something really starts." Milo rested his head on her leg, warm and solid. For the first time in a very long time, the stillness inside her didn't feel like emptiness. It felt like space made for something that was finally arriving, something she wanted, something she wasn't going to run from. Chapter 28. The day the world felt too small. The building was unusually quiet the next morning, the kind of quiet that made every sound feel amplified. The soft thud of doors closing upstairs, the distant hum of the heating system, the faint shuffle of someone walking on the landing above Julia's apartment. Snow still rested heavily on the fire escapes, and the sky outside her window had that muted, heavy gray color that meant more was coming soon. Julia stood at her kitchen counter with her sketchbook open, tried to focus on the illustration she needed to finish for a client, but her hand kept pausing midline. Her pencil hovered uselessly over the page. She wasn't distracted in the bad way, not in the restless, anxious way she had sometimes felt in the past. This was different. Her mind kept drifting to yesterday's walk, to the way Mark had steadied her on the ice, to the warmth in his voice when he told her what he saw beyond the challenge, to the way he'd said he was all in. She closed her sketchbook gently and let her fingers rest against the cover, inhaling deeply. Milo nudged her ankle with his nose, tail swishing lazily. She bent down to scratch behind his ears. "I know," she murmured. "You think I'm ridiculous." Milo answered with a soft grunt, which she took as agreement. "Well, get used to it. Apparently we're in the middle of something big." Her phone buzzed on the counter. Her heart reacted first. She leaned over to check the screen. From Mark. "Are you home?" She exhaled a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. "Yes. Why?" Another buzz. "Can I come down for a moment?" Something in the wording made her pause. It wasn't nervous. Mark wasn't the type to text nervously, but there was something deliberate in it, something cautious. "Sure." Doors unlocked. She moved instinctively to straighten the blanket on the couch, then stopped herself. No, if this was going to be real, She didn't need to make the room pretend to be something it wasn't. She left the blanket as it was, half unfolded, Milo's toys scattered around the living room, a half-finished illustration open on her tablet. Life, hers, as is. A soft knock sounded. 3 quiet taps. She opened the door. Mark stood in the hallway, still in his coat, hair slightly mussed as if he'd run a hand through it too many times. Snow clung to his shoulders. His expression was not tense, but different, focused. "Hi," she said, stepping aside. "Hi," he replied. He came in, brushing snow from his scarf. Milo trotted over in greeting, and Mark bent to scratch his head automatically before straightening again. "Everything okay?" Julia asked gently. "Yes," he said, too quickly, then corrected himself. "Mostly. I have something you should see." He reached into his coat and pulled out an envelope, a white one, not Adele's floral cards. Something stamped, official-looking. Julia blinked. "What's that?" He hesitated, weighing the moment before answering. "From my firm." She frowned. "Are you in trouble?" "No," he said, shaking his head. "Nothing like that." He held the envelope out to her, not opening it himself. She took it slowly, her stomach tightening with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. The envelope was thick, heavier than simple correspondence. She opened it carefully. Inside was a letterhead she recognized. Mark had shown it to her before, once briefly. She scanned the first lines. A formal notice, a proposal, an offer. Her eyes widened. "Mark, this is—" "A transfer offer," he said quietly. "Temporary at first. 6 months. Maybe longer. A partnership track situation after." He exhaled. "They've been discussing expanding to their Chicago office. I didn't think they would really send it this soon." Julia held the letter a little tighter. "Chicago," he confirmed. The room suddenly felt smaller, the air warmer and thicker, like the walls had subtly drifted inward. She didn't speak at first. He didn't rush her. "When did this come?" she finally asked. "This morning," he said. "It was in my mailbox when I came downstairs." "And you didn't know?" "I suspected," he admitted. "My mentor mentioned the possibility 2 months ago, before the challenge, before any of this." He gestured gently between them, not dramatic, but meaningful. "I didn't know if it was real until now." Julia set the letter on the counter, smoothing the edge with her palm. She wasn't upset. Not exactly. But she felt something shifting beneath her feet, an unexpected tremor in the foundation of everything they'd been building. Softly, slowly, day by day. "You said yesterday you didn't see an ending," she said quietly. "I still don't," he replied quickly. "This isn't me ending anything. I need you to believe that." She did. That was the part that scared her the most. "So what does this mean for you?" she asked. "Do you want it?" Mark's jaw tightened, not with conflict, but honesty. "A year ago, I would have said yes immediately. No hesitation. And now, he said slowly, "I'm not sure. And I didn't want to be not sure." She lifted her eyes to his. "Because of me." "Yes," he said without flinching. "Because of you." The words hit her with quiet force. Julia leaned back against the counter, trying to think clearly, not to panic. They were adults. They could talk. They could be reasonable. But there was a difference between logic and the swell she felt in her chest. "Okay," she said softly. "Tell me what you're thinking." He stepped closer, not touching her, but close enough that she could feel his steadiness like a grounding pulse. "I'm thinking," he said, "that this challenge was supposed to be temporary. And the timing of this," he nodded toward the letter, "is exactly why I've kept most of my life carefully structured for years. Things happen at bad times. Opportunities collide. And I've always managed by assuming I'm the only variable." Julia swallowed. "And now you're not." "No," he said, "I'm not." She stared at the envelope again. Chicago, 6 months. Maybe more. Not the end of the world. Not a disaster. But not nothing. And not something she could pretend didn't matter. "What do you want?" she asked. His answer came without hesitation. "I want you, and I want whatever this is becoming." He paused. "I want Chicago less than I expected. Her chest tightened in a way that felt dangerously close to relief, but she stayed composed. She needed clarity. He needed clarity. "You don't have to decide today," she said gently. "I know," he said, "but I didn't want to keep this from you. I didn't want it to become something I told you after the challenge ended, like a footnote." His voice softened. "You deserve to know as soon as I did." She appreciated that more deeply than she could express. "What happens now?" she asked. "That depends," he said, "on how we move forward from this. Together." The word thudded softly in her chest. "We have time," she said. "The challenge isn't even over." "No," he agreed, "but I don't want the end of it to feel like a deadline." Julia looked at him, really looked. This man who had walked into her December like a quiet storm, who had softened in ways she had stopped believing were possible, who had listened, understood, asked, stayed. She stepped toward him. "Mark," she said, her voice steady, "I don't want this to end either. And I don't want a job offer to be the thing that scares us into pretending this is smaller than it is." He breathed out, something like relief, something like gratitude. "I just needed to hear that," he said quietly. She touched his hand. "Then good. Here it is." He threaded his fingers through hers with a gentleness that made her stomach twist. His thumb brushed aside her hand. Slow and grounding. "I don't have to give them an answer today," he said. "Or tomorrow. I have a month." "Then we have a month," she replied. He nodded, exhaling slowly, tension dissolving from his shoulders. A month. A whole month. Enough time to think, to talk, to understand what this was becoming. Enough time to decide together. Enough time to not rush the shape of their future. Milo let out a dramatic sigh from the couch, as if reminding them that emotional revelations were draining for small dogs too. Julia laughed softly and leaned a little closer to Mark. "Do you want coffee?" she asked. "Always," he said. She moved toward the kitchen, and he followed, stepping into her space with the ease of someone who had already begun to belong there. They made coffee slowly, quietly, side by side, without forcing conversation. Just being. Together. Present. A new steadiness settling between them. Outside, the snow began falling again, heavier this time. Inside, for the first time since reading the letter, the world felt big enough again, and strong enough to face tomorrow without fear. Chapter 29. The night before everything changes. The snow kept falling through the afternoon, thickening the air until Rose Hill Street disappeared behind a curtain of soft white. The windows of the brownstone glowed like lanterns in the storm, each one a quiet slice of the world inside. Julia sat on the end of her couch with her legs tucked under a blanket. Milo curled tightly against her hip and a cup of tea resting on the coffee table. She wasn't drawing. She wasn't reading. She was mostly trying to breathe normally after the conversation with Mark hours earlier, the envelope still lying face down on the counter, as if turning it over again would change its contents. She had handled the moment calmly. She had been steady. She had said the right things. But now, in the silence of her apartment, the magnitude of the situation stirred beneath her ribs, slow, quiet, unavoidable. She wasn't afraid of him leaving. She wasn't even afraid of what they were becoming. She was afraid of how much she already wanted something that wasn't guaranteed. Milo lifted his head and nudged her arm with a small whine. She scratched behind his ears and tried to smile. "I know. I'm thinking too much. Again." He pressed closer, and she laughed softly. "You're basically an emotional support pastry." A knock sounded, 2 quick taps, then one softer. Not Mark's usual 3, but unmistakably him. Julia exhaled once, smoothed her hair, and stood to open the door. Mark stood in the hallway with snow still dusting his coat, hair damp at the ends. He held a paper bag, folded neatly at the top. "I brought dinner," he said simply. She blinked. "You didn't have to." "I know," he replied, "but I figured today wasn't a day for leftovers." He stepped inside, closing the door behind him, and took off his coat. Julia noticed his hands lingered on the buttons longer than usual, not from hesitation, but from being deep in thought. She led him to the kitchen, and he set the bag on the counter, revealing 2 containers of soup from the bakery and a loaf of warm bread wrapped in brown paper. She smiled. Perfect. They served the soup and moved the couch, sitting close but not touching, the storm muting the world outside. Milo circled twice before settling at their feet, content to be part of whatever moment this was. They ate quietly, neither rushing the spaces between words. You didn't have to come back tonight, Julia said eventually, setting her empty bowl down. I mean, you could have taken the afternoon to think, or breathe, or have a normal evening. I didn't want to spend it alone, Mark said simply. He said it without hesitation, without softening it to make it sound casual. And somehow that made the words settle deeper. Julia leaned slightly back into the couch cushion, trying to steady the warmth that climbed up her chest. After I left your apartment, he continued, I walked around the block once. It didn't help. Then I went upstairs and sat at my desk, staring at the offer while the snow piled up on my balcony. That didn't help either. And then I realized the only place I wanted to be was here. Julia felt her breath catch, but she didn't interrupt. Mark stared at his hand for a moment, fingers interlaced. This should be easy. I've spent years making decisions that look good on paper. But this isn't one of those. And I don't want it to be. She could hear the struggle in his voice. Not conflict, but honesty. Hard-earned honesty. I don't want you to feel pressured, she said softly, or trapped, or responsible for me. I don't, he said, and for the first time since the morning, he looked directly at her with a steadiness that made her spine straighten. I feel responsible for telling you the truth. I feel responsible for not letting fear make my choices for me. And I feel, he paused, inhaled slowly, I feel connected to you in a way I didn't expect. Julia swallowed. Me too. The room went quiet again, but a different kind of quiet now. A quiet that felt like the moment before someone crossed a line they've been circling for days. Mark leaned back slightly, not to create distance, but to see her better. Julia, if I take this offer, it isn't because I'm choosing it over you. If I don't take it, it isn't because I'm choosing you over my career. I'm trying to find a way where I'm not giving something up. She nodded. I know, and you don't have to decide tonight. His shoulders eased. Thank you. Julia brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, noticing her fingers trembled just a little. I'm scared, she admitted quietly, surprising them both. Not of you leaving. Not exactly. Just scared because this matters. And I didn't think I'd feel something like this again. Mark's expression softened in a way she rarely saw. Controlled walls dissolving. Tension turning into something warm and unguarded. You're not the only one, he said. She looked up, surprised. He held her gaze steadily. Julia, I haven't let myself get close to anyone in years. Work was simpler, predictable, safe. If someone left, it was on a schedule. If something broke, it was something I could fix. You, he exhaled, shaking his head. You weren't part of the plan. And somehow you're the only thing that makes any sense lately. Julia felt something in her chest crack open, a small, quiet shift, a widening. Without thinking, she reached for his hand. He didn't flinch. He didn't hesitate. He turned his palm and threaded his fingers through hers, his grip warm and steady, his thumb brushing lightly across the back of her hand in a way that made the room tilt almost imperceptibly. This challenge, he said voice low, was supposed to be a game. Something simple. Something temporary. But it's not that anymore. And I don't want it to end with the last envelope. Julia squeezed his hand. Then it won't. For a long moment they sat like that, hands intertwined, breathing shifting in quiet sync. The snow outside swirling against a window like the world was reduced to just their apartment, just this moment. The kind of moment people wrote about, because living it was too fragile to grasp all at once. Mark leaned closer, not rushed, not unsure, just drawn to her like something natural and inevitable. Julia felt the warmth of his shoulder near hers, the soft brush of his sleeve against her arm. Her heart moved painfully, beautifully in her chest. She didn't pull away. Neither did he. The air between them tightened, softened, filled with all the words they hadn't said yet but were already circling. It would have been so easy to close the last inch of space. Too easy. But neither of them moved. Not yet. It wasn't hesitation. It was patience. It was knowing that once they crossed that line, it would change everything, and they needed just another breath to feel ready. A sudden loud thump from upstairs broke the silence, followed by a shout that was unmistakably Mr. Henderson practicing a dramatic note from whatever Christmas medley he was composing this week. Julia laughed first, quiet, half-whispered, shoulders shaking. Mark let out a reluctant sound that was almost a groan. "I swear he waits for emotional moments," Julia said, wiping her eyes. "He has excellent timing," Mark muttered. "It's terrible timing." "Exactly." They both sank deeper into the couch, still holding hands, still close enough to feel each other breathe. The storm strengthened, wind rattling softly against the fire escape. Mark exhaled a slow breath. "We should plan tomorrow," he said quietly. "A day that's ours, not part of the challenge. Just ours, before the last task." "A day together," she echoed. He nodded. "If you want that." She rested her head lightly against his shoulder. "I do." His grip on her hand tightened, not possessively, but with a kind of certainty she hadn't realized she needed. They stayed like that for a long time, letting the storm be the only sound, letting the weight of what was coming settle without fear. The world outside disappeared, and everything narrowed to this small warm space on the couch, the soft rise and fall of their breathing, the steady presence of someone who had stopped being a stranger a long time ago. Tomorrow could bring answers or questions or even more complications. But tonight was simple. Tonight was steady. Tonight was theirs. Chapter 30. The Last Envelope. The morning arrived quietly, wrapped in a soft blue light that filtered through Julia's curtains. Snow still blanketed Rosehill Street, but the storm had settled into something calm, like the world was catching its breath after a long night. Julia sat at the edge of her bed, hair unbrushed, warm socks pulled halfway up her calves, staring at the small white envelope on her nightstand. It had been slipped under her door sometime before dawn, the snowflake seal pressed neatly at the center, as if even Adele's handwriting knew today wasn't just another step in the challenge. Today was the end. She didn't open it right away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around her knees and let the anticipation settle. The 13 days challenge had begun as something fun, something silly, a December distraction invented by Adele to stir life into the building. But it had become something else entirely, something that had reshaped her days, her evenings, her breath, her understanding of the person living above her, something she wasn't ready to let go of. Milo nudged her leg with a small whimper, tail thumping against the blankets as if trying to remind her the world still moved even when her thoughts were stuck. "I know," she whispered. "I'll open it. Just let me get there." She reached for the envelope with a slow inhale, tore the seal carefully, and unfolded the card. Today's final task. Spend the day doing something the other person loves. No rules, no limits, no pressure. Just choose each other. And one more thing, tell the truth, whatever it is. A. Julia read the words twice, then let the card rest on her lap. Her heartbeat quickened in that familiar, now constant way she associated with Mark. Tell the truth. Adele had known what she was doing all along. She put on her sweater, pulled her hair into a loose ponytail, and took Milo downstairs. The building was quiet. The kind of quiet that came when everyone was half awake and the sun hadn't fully decided whether to shine. When she reached the lobby, Mark was already there, standing near the small tree, hands in his coat pockets, as if waiting had become something natural for him now. He turned the moment she stepped off the last stair. "Morning," he said. "Morning," she replied, trying not to stare at the way the light hit his hair, softening him in ways she still wasn't used to. They met in the center of the lobby, Milo circling Mark's legs like a tiny, devoted satellite. "Did you get your envelope?" Julia asked. He nodded. "I did." A beat. "Did you open it?" "Yes." "Me too." Silence settled, warm and full. "Walk first," she offered. "I need cold air and motion before my brain combusts." "Yes," he said quietly. "A walk is good." They stepped outside together, crunching into the untouched snow along the edge of the sidewalk. The air was crisp and bright, and the sky above them was a soft blend of pink and pearl. It felt like a morning meant for new beginnings, or for endings that weren't really endings. They walked toward the park, Milo bounding ahead, leaving a trail of enthusiastic paw prints. For a few minutes neither of them spoke. Then Mark exhaled slowly and broke the quiet. "My final task said to spend the day doing something you love," he said. "So I have a question." "What?" "What do you love most?" "Not generally. Today." Julia looked ahead at the snow-covered path, at the bare trees sparkling under a thin layer of frost, at the breath of white drifting from her mouth. "This," she said. "A slow morning. A quiet walk. Someone beside me who actually wants to be here." Mark's jaw tightened, not with discomfort, with something else. Something she felt more than saw. "All right," he said. "Then that's where we start." They kept walking. A pair of children threw snowballs at one another near a bench. A woman jogged by with red cheeks and a neon hat. An older man fed pigeons at the edge of the frozen pond. The world felt softer, gentler, as if it knew today mattered. At the center of the park, Julia stopped beneath a tall oak whose branches still held a few stubborn leaves. "My turn," she said. "The task said we're supposed to choose something the other person loves too. So tell me, what do you want today?" Mark hesitated, there in the cold, with snow settling lightly on his shoulders. "I want time," he said slowly. "Time to do things without rushing. Time that isn't borrowed. Time that feels like mine. And yours." She nodded. "We can do that." They walked for nearly an hour, talking about nothing and everything. Sarah's latest coffee experiment, the twins' new obsession with paper snowflakes, the rumor that Mr. Henderson was planning an entire performance for Christmas Eve. They laughed, bumped shoulders once by accident, and then didn't move apart as quickly as they usually did. By the time they reached the bakery, Julia's cheeks were pink and her fingertips were cold. Mark held the door open for her, and she stepped into a wave of warmth and cinnamon sugar air. They ordered pastries and sat by the window with Milo curled under the table, watching people walk past. Julia broke the quiet first. "So the last part of the task." "Tell the truth," Mark said. "Yes." He set his coffee down, watching the steam rise like he needed a moment to assemble his thoughts. "I don't know how to do this well," he said, "but I'm trying." "You're doing fine," she said gently. His eyes lifted to hers. "The truth is, I've been offered another meeting with the firm, the official decision. They want me to confirm whether I'll take the position." Julia felt the familiar tightness rise in her chest. "When?" "Tomorrow morning." The bakery seemed quieter suddenly, even though nothing had changed. She nodded, letting the information settle instead of spiraling. "What do you want?" she finally asked. Mark didn't answer immediately. He rubbed his thumb along the edge of his coffee cup, thinking. "I want to stay," he said quietly. "But I'm afraid that want to stay is the wrong kind of decision, that it means I'm choosing based on emotion instead of logic." Julia breathed in, then out, steady. "Wanting to stay isn't wrong. And you don't have to choose me over your career. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. That's a false choice someone else constructed." He looked at her, really looked, and she could see relief blend with something fragile and hopeful in his expression. "And you," he asked, "your truth." She swallowed, her fingers brushing Milo's fur for grounding. "My truth is, I didn't expect any of this. I didn't expect you. I didn't expect to care this much. And I'm scared. But not scared you'll go. Scared because this feels like something I don't want to lose." He sat back slightly, as if the words struck something deep inside him. "You won't lose me," he said quietly. Julia blinked. "You don't know that." "I do," he said, "because I'm choosing not to leave." The room tilted a little. Or maybe she did. "You're not taking a job?" she whispered. He exhaled slowly. "I told them I needed one more day to answer. But I already know. I don't want a life that pulls me away from this. From you. From all the things I didn't realize I wanted until they were right in front of me." Julia felt her heart move painfully in her chest. Too warm, too full. "Mark," she said, voice soft. He reached across the small table, hesitated for half a second, then placed his hand over hers. "This isn't temporary," he said. Not for me. She closed her fingers around his. Not for me either. The truth had been said. Not dramatic. Not rushed. Just steady. Honest. Enough. They left the bakery together and walked home, hands brushing but not fully clasped until they were half a block from a brownstone. Then Mark reached for her hand quietly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And she took it. Inside the lobby, the garlands glowed warm and golden. The small tree blinked gently in the corner. It felt like stepping into the very beginning of something they had unknowingly been building for days. At the base of the stairs, Julia stopped. Mark did too. "So," she whispered, "this is us choosing each other?" "Yes," he said simply. "This is us." There was no hesitation this time when he leaned in. Their kiss was warm and quiet and certain, like a promise spoken without words, the kind that settled into the chest and stayed. When they finally broke apart, breath mingling, she rested her forehead against his. "Tomorrow," he said softly, "I'll tell the firm my answer. And after that," she whispered. "After that," he said, brushing a thumb along her cheek, "we decide the rest together." They didn't rush upstairs. They didn't need to. They hugged quietly in the lobby, surrounded by the lights they'd hung with their own hands, while the last flakes of the morning drifted past a window. It wasn't the end of the challenge. It was the beginning of everything else. Epilogue. After the lights. Christmas Eve arrived quietly on Rosehill Street, with a sky the color of pale silver and a cold that nipped gently at the windows. The decorations the building had spent days putting up, garlands, the little tree, the wreaths Julia had fluffed within an inch of their lives, had never looked better. Maybe because they weren't just ornaments anymore. They were markers of everything that had shifted, of everything that now felt warmer, simply because of who had stood beside her while she hung them. Julia stood in the lobby with Milo in her arms, watching neighbors drift in and out carrying parcels and pies, hearing their laughter bounce off the walls. She felt grounded in a way she hadn't expected. The 13 days challenge was officially over, but its echo lingered in the air like the last note of a familiar song. Mark descended the stairs wearing a charcoal coat and a dark green scarf, one she now recognized because she'd seen it drying on her radiator 2 nights before, when it stayed long enough for the storm to slow. He smiled when he saw her, the kind of soft smile that still made her stomach do that strange, warm flip. "Ready?" he asked. "Adele expects us at 6. "I know," Julia said. "She's been leaving not-so-subtle reminders on my door since breakfast." Milo wriggled in her arms, eager to get going. Mark reached out and smoothed a hand over the dog's head. "He's excited. He thinks the entire world exists to celebrate him," Julia said. "He's not wrong," Mark replied, and she laughed. They stepped outside into a cold that was crisp but not cruel. Snow dusted the edges of the street. Lights glowed in the windows. Somewhere down the block, someone was frying onions for dinner, the smell drifting up like an invitation. They walked to Adele's apartment on the top floor together, their shoulders brushing occasionally, their breasts trailing in small white clouds. Inside, Adele had transformed her living room into a Christmas painting. Candles everywhere, a long table covered in red cloth, plates that didn't match but somehow belonged together, and a small record player in the corner playing quiet carols. "There you are," Adele said, greeting them with open arms. "My brightest successes of the year." Julia blushed. Mark cleared his throat. "We're not a success, Adele. We just survived December." "Nonsense," Adele said. "You thrived." The table filled quickly. Mrs. Lang with her newly healed ankle and a tray of cranberry bars. The twins with their mother, already arguing about who got to sit where. Mr. Henderson wearing an outrageous sweater featuring a saxophone-playing snowman. The room buzzed with warmth and voices. Julia felt a strange comfort in being woven into it, into the building, into the strange extended family Adele had created with nothing but stubbornness and baked goods. At dinner, Julia leaned toward Mark and whispered, "Does it feel different to you?" "All of it feels different," he whispered back. "In a good way?" His gaze softened. "In the best possible way." After dessert, Adele clinked her fork against her glass. "Before everyone leaves, I have one final announcement," she said. The room quieted at once. Next year, she declared, we will have an event bigger than the 13 Days Challenge. The twins cheered. Mrs. Lang gasped with either delight or fear. Mark visibly tensed. Julia leaned closer. She can't possibly top what she did this year, she whispered. She can, he replied. And she will. We need to prepare. Julia nudged him with her shoulder. Relax. If we survive this challenge, we can survive anything. He glanced at her, eyes warm. I wasn't talking about surviving. Her breath caught for a moment, the warmth spreading low in her stomach. They stayed until the candles burned low. When they finally left Adele's apartment and stepped back into a quiet hallway, the building felt softer than usual, as if keeping its own kind of secret. They descended the stairs slowly, neither of them wanting to break the moment. So, Julia said when they reached the lobby, what now? Challenge over. Christmas here. No more envelopes. No more envelopes, he agreed. But the day is not over. She tilted her head. You have plans? I do, he said. He took her glove-covered hand gently. Come upstairs. Her pulse quickened, but not in the stumbling, uncertain way it once had. This time it was steady, warm, right? Yes, she said. They walked together to his apartment. Inside, the lights were dim, the room tidier than hers, but no longer impersonal. A scarf hung over a chair. A stray book lay open on the coffee table. And on the counter, 2 mugs, a bag of cocoa mix, and a note in Adele's handwriting that read, You'll need this. Trust me. Julia snorted. She's unstoppable. She's correct, Mark said. He took off her coat slowly, hanging it beside his. Hot chocolate. She nodded. Yes, but she didn't move to the kitchen. She stepped closer instead, resting her hand lightly on his chest. Did you tell the firm? This morning, he said. And I told them I wasn't leaving Boston. Her breath softened. You're sure? I'm choosing the life I want, he said. Not the life I thought I was supposed to have. He brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. It starts here, with this street, this building. You! She didn't answer with words. She leaned in and kissed him, slowly, gently, like every decision of the past few days had led to this one inevitable moment. When they broke apart, he rested his forehead against hers. Merry Christmas, Julia. Merry Christmas, Mark. They made hot chocolate, sat together on the couch. Milo curled happily across their laps and watched the snow start again outside the window, soft flakes drifting down in quiet spirals. And for the first time in a long time, Julia felt entirely at peace. Not because everything was perfect, but because everything was true. Outside, Rose Hill Street glowed under its blanket of lights. Inside, the evening stretched warm and steady ahead of them. No envelopes, no tasks, no rules. Just 2 people who had chosen each other, and the beautiful, quiet promise of what would come next. This was 13 Days to Fall in Love by Jasmine Taylor. If you enjoyed this story, remember to like, subscribe, and share. If you'd like to support the author, you can find the book on Amazon below. The journey continues on the Inktail channel. Thank you for listening.